Why do you like to wear neutral colours?
It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day. A sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire.
Good conversation.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from?
I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to Kings Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
So what is Dial Global Community Membership? The brilliant thing about membership is it actually brings together people when it comes to engagement. So it's an engagement app, but we also have this online as well. The digital platform, whether it's on the app or whether it is online, brings together organisations and their respective employees when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So on the platform, we give you access, we give you knowledge, we give you downloadable materials and the network as well, internally and externally, that allows you to drive workplace diversity and inclusion faster. The thing that I love about the app is the fact that it's so easy to use. It's literally a couple of clicks and then you're in. You get your own private group for your organisation and your employee resource group, but you also can chat and network and reach out to others from other organisations. We've got some incredible members. You can see them on the site. They are leading world-class organisations, and it's an opportunity for those who perhaps want to seek a network outside their organisation with which to be inspired, with which to learn, with which to be educated and informed. We do weekly virtual workshops. We have a whole host of downloadable guides and information. We have snackable content so you can dip in and dip out as you feel. And that's the great thing about the app and about diversity and inclusion. Ultimately, everyone's interested in different things. You can choose your subject matter if you're interested in LGBTQ+ inclusion, if you want to find out more about intersectionality, if you want to see how organisations may have set up their certain frameworks, you can do all of that. And you can also set subject matter as well, so that you can tune into the content that's more relevant to you, or that's more engaging to you, or that you're most interested in. And that's what I do. I make sure I tag all the areas that I like to find out relevant news in, so that I can be informed. I get notifications basically as to when there's something new happening. And it makes sure that we all stay abreast, ahead of the curve when it comes to insights, because as we all know, this is an evolution. It's an ever-evolving, changing landscape, and so there's always something new to find out and be inspired as well by others. So visit us today, www.dialglobal.org. You can also download the app in the App Store and check out what things look like. You'll need to contact us to make sure you get the Insider Community Pass, so you can reach out to myself or one of the fabulous team at Dial to find out more about that. www.dialglobal.org.
Why do you like to wear neutral colors? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from?
I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We are collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Good morning and welcome to Dial Global's May 2022 Summit. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis and I'm the founder and CEO of Dial Global, and I'm so excited to once again be launching what is set to be an incredible 2 days. And of course, this summit is slightly different to our previous ones. Dial Global came into being during the time of COVID. So our summits today have all been virtually streamed globally, of course, but this time, whilst we're meeting virtually here today, tomorrow the summit is taking place in real life, or IRL, as we've started to say. Now, I can't be there, sadly. I have another pressing obligation, the bump, but I know that the Dial Global team is so excited to welcome you face to face or virtually online, and it gives me great pride to see and hear so many of you being so engaged with the wonderful team and watching how all of these summits have really grown and flourished. Now, our May Summit is very special. It's a topic close to my heart personally, and that also of the teams. It's all around inclusive leadership, championing a culture of inclusion and allyship. When we think of leaders, we do, of course, sometimes think of that stereotypical suited, booted type CEOs in their glass offices, separate from us all with our careers in their very hands. But to me personally, being a leader is so much more. It doesn't actually involve job titles. Every single one of us is a leader. Every single one of us who is here today, who is listening in, whether it's live, whether it's on demand, it is every single person. You might not be the boss, but it doesn't mean you aren't a leader and aren't capable of incredible things. Being a leader is more than just the job title or the corner office. It's more than the pay packet. It's more than the workload. It is about stepping up, speaking out, standing up for those who need a voice and a seat at the table. It is about seeing that there is a need for change and seeing and knowing that that change must happen. You don't have to be a CEO in your job title to get something out of this summit. You don't have to have a fancy schmancy title of any which sort. Every one of us is here today, and tomorrow we're here to look at how we can all improve our inclusion journeys and be better allies, friends, colleagues, leaders. Standing from the front, setting up an employee resource group, changing internal policies, changing practices, procedures, voicing concerns for people who might not be heard. We have it all within our power to be inclusive leaders. Today, we're going to look at how we can all raise our game when it comes to leadership. And to that end, we've called in some of the most forward-thinking, most innovative, the best CEOs and executives to impart their wisdom, their learnings, their experiences in order to help us become those individuals that we really truly want to be. You may wonder how, summit after summit, the team here at Dial Global continue to come up with these powerful themes, these amazing ideas, these innovative, new, creative wonders that we still need to talk about. Well, this week's summit is especially important to me and also to the team because it's been inspired by the findings of the 2021 Mackenzie Dellis Charitable Review. The Mackenzie Dellis Review is a diagnostic tool we created in order to measure the current picture here in the UK and in the USA of where we are when it comes to true diversity and inclusion. Our most recent research has told us that on both sides of the Atlantic, there are 3 key areas in which the businesses need to fundamentally improve. They are age and social mobility for both markets, sexual orientation in the UK, and religion for the USA. So, over the next 2 days, we're exploring these areas in detail to explore and to understand how we can and will do better. I also would love to take a moment just to thank our amazing sponsors, our partners, Royal Mail. Thank you so much. Without you, this would not be possible. Philip Morris International, thank you so much. You've been fantastic. Yahoo, you have been friends to the business for such a long time and we are so grateful. Marks and Spencer, brilliant organization, and Text Help in addition. Fair Play Talks, Enable, Podcast, Radio, all of our diverse and mainstream publications. You are amazing. We could not do any of this without you. And we're still continuing to grow when it comes to all of our wonderful media partners, our outreach, our diverse media. So make sure you do stay in touch or get in touch with us at some point across the 2 days. I know it's going to be an incredibly inspiring time. So enjoy, settle back, and we'll see you very soon.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first panel of our May Dow Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. This panel specifically is titled, What is Inclusive Leadership, and how does your organization lead the way on developing your equity, diversity, and inclusion agenda to drive true inclusion? My name is Tanisha Agramonte. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer for Motorola Solutions. And I am joined today by three other phenomenal leaders who I am delighted to welcome to the Dow Global Virtual stage. They are Allison Reedy Williamson, who is the Chief Diversity and Culture Officer at Yahoo. Also, Silke Munster, Chief Diversity Officer for Philip Morris International, and Ray Dempsey, the Chief Diversity Officer for Barclays. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning. Good morning, Tanisha.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tanisha.
Good morning. So first, inclusive leadership is really emerging as a unique and critical capability, helping organizations adapt to diverse customers, markets, ideas, and talent. For those working around a leader, and that could be a manager, a direct report, or peer, the single most important trait generating a sense of inclusiveness is a leader's visible awareness of bias. But before we get into the details, I want to just go around and learn a little bit more about our phenomenal Chief Diversity Officers who we have joining us on the panel this morning. So I want to first start off with Allison.
As I swallow my first cup of coffee, good morning, Tanisha. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone in the world. Hi, I'm Allison Williamson. I am the Chief Diversity and Culture Officer at Yahoo. I have been doing this work for a very long time with a range of companies, nonprofit organizations, individuals. This is work that is ever evolving and does not actually, I don't believe, ever have a complete end because we're always growing. We're humans. We're hopefully evolving. And so that means we're learning. And getting to be in this work and in this conversation today is, I'm very, very excited. Thank you.
I was trying to follow instructions, Silke, and mute my mic in between and totally forgot. So next we'll move to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Now I think you're on mute.
Now it happened to me the same as with you. I always want to have this T-shirt, like you are on mute. I think you can always use it. It's always true still today. Good morning for the friends, our friends in the US, and good afternoon or midday for people in Europe. I'm really excited to be here today with you, Tanisha, and Ray and Allison. Really looking forward to our discussion. I'm Chief Diversity Officer at Philip Morris International, and I'm in this role only for a bit more than 2 years. So compared to most of you, I'm a rookie when it comes to inclusion and diversity. I've spent most of my career actually in market research, marketing, and strategic planning. But as you might imagine, most of my career I was like, I got used to being the only one in the room. And in this case, it was referring to my gender because there were not many males in leadership positions. And it's probably like 10, 15 years ago when I felt, why should the next generation suffer as much as we did? There's no need, and we can actually achieve the change we all want to see, and not only for women, but for all underrepresented groups going forward. And that is what is driving me in my role.
Thank you so much, Silke. And now Ray.
Tanisha, thanks so much for the warm welcome to us all. I have to say that I haven't yet had my cup of coffee. I hope I don't fall out of my chair in the course of this next hour. And that's my excuse if I fail to find my mute button even after these 2 years of practice. It's so great to be here with you all. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer at Barclays. Though I've only been in my role, Silke, here for only about 14 months. Prior to that, I spent more than 30 years at BP. And for the last 5 years of those, I was Chief Diversity Officer for BP in the Americas. I'm an engineer by background and picked up an MBA. And so I worked across just about every part of BP's business in the energy industry. I'm now on a steep learning curve, learning financial services, but having a great time. I discovered, though, that this work in diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not just my job. It's not just the thing that I moved on to at some point in my career. It's my purpose and my mission, and it's the space that I will dedicate my energy for as long as I can keep it up.
I love that. Thank you so much, Ray. And I love that you and Silke and Allison mentioned about purpose, right? I've told everyone moving forward, I will not participate in another role that does not match my purpose and where I'm not allowed to make impact. Because you can work in a role that meets your purpose, but we all know doing this work of diversity, equity, and inclusion requires all chief diversity officers and across the enterprise to be supported, right, in order to make impact. With that said, and I just want the audience to know this is a conversation amongst peers, and today we plan to share with you some lessons learned on how to create inclusive leadership within our organizations. But before we jump into that, yesterday I reached out to all of the panelists because I was feeling yesterday, and this never happened. I grew up in this career field. I've been doing diversity, equity, and inclusion work for almost, 25 plus years. And it started off on the compliance side, equal employment opportunities, civil rights, and it has evolved throughout the years. We all know that diversity, inclusion, diversity, equity, then belonging, and the number of terms that we've added to ensure that we've covered all the bases. But yesterday, for the first time, I was experiencing something I hadn't experienced as a chief diversity officer, and that was I've always been a solid rock for everybody else. I feel like that's my job. I have to put a brave face on in the face of all the challenges, but I need to be that brave face. I need to encourage everyone. I need to be the symbol of hope for our organization. And I think yesterday I broke down carrying that around with me because I never created a space for me to take care of myself. And so with that said, before we launch into this, I am curious to know, Ray, what do you do to maintain your own mental well-being so that you can be your whole self and fully present to support this work and others in the organization?
Yeah, it's such an important theme for us in this space. This is hard work. It can be exhausting. I sometimes describe it as pushing a big rock up a hill. And everything we do is about change. In fact, this work wouldn't exist if we weren't discontent with the status quo in each of our respective organizations. So making sure we take care of ourselves and that we leverage community is really important. I'll tell you candidly, Tanisha, and maybe in the same way as you, I was having a pretty hard time these last 2 days. The Buffalo shooting hit a bit close to home. A family friend lost a loved one in that tragedy. And so it has renewed my own thinking about why these things matter so much to me. I was delighted. I had a colleague reach out late yesterday afternoon, her time actually, from the UK to see how I was doing. And she asked, how do you get care and support when you need it? Because we recognize how much it matters to all of us. And I didn't have a great answer. There is a great community of people that I work with. I've got a wonderful wife who is supportive and also does work in this space. But I probably just carry it and keep it in. And the provocation of this week and in your push actually makes me want to be more intentional and to create better approaches for myself. Frankly, being in a conversation like this for me is therapeutic. Even if we didn't talk about those kinds of things, because I get a chance to be around and just feel the energy of other people who are in this landscape, who understand the challenges and probably have some of the same struggles.
Thanks, Ray. And Silka, I want to ask you the same because Ray mentioned that there was the Buffalo shooting that took place this past weekend, and that was a racially charged mass shooting. But we know that globally, there are communities that are being attacked merely because of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or the faith that they practice. And as someone who has to come into work, acknowledge that pain for employees and create safe emotional spaces to have those conversations and determine, do we put a message out, do we not put a message out, what do we do in response? And it just seems like we're asking that self over and over again. But how do you step back and make sure you're doing the same thing for you that we're doing for other people?
Yeah, thanks. Really great question. And I have to say, at one point in time, I went to my boss, our CEO, and I said, look, actually, as a chief diversity officer, you need supervision. Like, psychotherapists, they have other psychotherapists helping them, because you hear so many heartbreaking stories. And I think that really takes a lot of energy from yourself. I have no solution, and I think there's no solution which works for everybody. What really helps me is I do meditate very regularly. And I yesterday had a discussion with one of these mindfulness experts and it's really so important to reset yourself and to find a connection with yourself again. And Tanisha, it's so important for you to take care of yourself. We all know, and it's easier said than done, because you can only help others if you are, in sync with yourself, and if you do something positive for yourself. So I think it's really difficult, but probably also everybody will have something different to do. No.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with you, Selka. One of the things, I'm gonna go back to purpose real quick. I have to stay grounded in my purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose is what allows me to be hopeful. And the feedback that we get from employees when they say, thank you for putting that message out, or thank you for creating a space, and Mental Health Awareness Month, all the things that we're doing to make sure that people can show up physically, emotionally well, right, in the workplace. Allison, I want to go over to you. So it's a couple of things. One, I want to build on what I've already asked Ray and Silka in terms of emotional well-being. What do you do to take care of yourself? But I also want to ask you, if you can respond to this, how do you remain hopeful in the face of all the events that we just talked about?
Oh, well, I do think it's, in this seat, it's the job we signed up for, right? And it is, it's not for the faint of heart. And it is important to be able to step back and take moments of reflection to ensure that you're showing up in the way that you can to best support the people who rely on you to be that support, that just strength. And also, though, show vulnerability. And people need to understand that we are human, that there's the burden of being stoic is one that doesn't serve any of us, frankly, when we're not feeling it. So being transparent about where we are in our feeling, for sure. How do I feel hopeful? Well, one of the things that actually I also, am often reflecting on in these moments is, how do we keep on getting here? And the way that we are needing to lean into the rhetoric that perpetuates everything, every aspect of what happened and what happens, it feels like, on a daily basis, as it pertains to deciding that there's enough hate in someone that they're going to take someone's life. How does that keep on happening? And so the way that I remain hopeful is ensuring that we actually disrupt the rhetoric, that we disrupt the perceptions, and we disrupt misinformation.
I love it. I think, and that is a great segue to actually jump into what we're here to talk about, inclusive leadership. So, Silka, what does inclusive leadership mean to you? The T-shirt.
The T-shirt. As you said before, and I really like this, is like, talking about inclusion, diversity, belonging. And I think you hear, when I started in this role, I heard so many different definitions. And actually what we did last year is like we did a research. So IMD Business School did a research for us on inclusive future. And one part was also that they did a simple definition of inclusive leadership. And the simple definition they came up with was fostering diversity and participation. And the key to inclusive leadership would be to balance the uniqueness, because we want everybody to bring their unique self to work, and the belonging, because it's kind of, it looks like being even almost contradictory, that you want people to bring their best self to work and being unique and different from others, and at the same time you want to have an effective leader teamwork. So, and I really like that definition because it's kind of simple. And I think it also means that the leaders have to create something which we focus on currently a lot, an atmosphere of psychological safety, because that is the base in order to combine this belongingness and uniqueness. And I think something we always discuss also is very important. Inclusive leadership is not, the intent alone is not enough. So I think when somebody wants to be in inclusive leadership, they also need to be willing to show this. They need to be willing to sponsor members of underrepresented groups. They need to show up in the business and support our ERGs. They need to call out microaggressions when they see this in meetings. And I think only when you have this visible sign, you can really talk about an inclusive leadership, because intent alone will not create the change we are looking for.
I love that, Silke, and I'm allow the other panelists to weigh in on that. But I do want to underscore something that you said. Intent is not enough. Intent is insufficient. And I read something yesterday or looked on LinkedIn, and it was a peer of ours who did a commencement speech, and he said, we don't just need good people. We need good people to act. And so when I think of inclusive leadership, inclusive as a verb, it means you are intentionally doing something, right? And Allison, you spoke to that. You are intentionally addressing the rhetoric, right? So you're intentionally addressing the biases, the microaggressions. Do others want to add on to that?
What I would add to Silke, and I agree that just absolutely the intent is important and absolutely not enough. And one of the things that we are in a position to help our leaders understand and do is what can they do? Help develop the tools. We can't assume that leaders across an enterprise whose focus may not have been this, but certainly is the focus is to generate revenue and build a strong business. And what is the way that they then understand how they show up here? Because it's not everyone's comfortable space, right? They want to make sure they get it right. Like they're expected to get other things right. How do we make sure that they get this right? And that's, I imagine, the job of us as well as others who are watching. And that's a very important piece, not to expect that they have the tools at the ready, but that we can help them build that.
I absolutely love that point, Allison. I was telling someone not too long ago that one of my own blind spots, it doesn't matter that I've been doing this work for decades. I'm so focused sometimes on outcomes. I want to move from outputs, those things that we attended this many career fairs, we did this many trainings, all that. Like, I want to see outcomes, not just output. Like, output is important, but do they result in some outcomes? And so sometimes what I think happens is we rush to start with the accountability piece, because accountability is important, but we have to first make sure we equip our leaders with the tools and the resources that they need, right? Then the next step is, once I've provided you with that support, then I can hold you accountable but I can't make the assumption you already know what you're supposed to do. So saying that, Ray, can you give us some specifics around what your organization is doing to create inclusive leaders?
I'd love to. I have to first acknowledge that I have an addition to that definition in the comments from Silke and Allison. I loved what they said. My acknowledgement is reflected, though, in what people probably can see on the screen. I can. Inclusive leaders are mindful of the way that they present themselves to the people around them. And a really important sort of advancement that we've seen in the last several years is the use of pronouns. Each of you three have your pronouns associated with your name. Mine doesn't. When I came onto the platform, my microphone had defaulted to my headset and my camera was on my PC, and I was just trying to figure out how to turn it on, and I missed that, and I regret it because that it's an important signal that we can send as leaders, that we're not just intentional about being inclusive. We do the things that make people feel included. So I couldn't help but to add that in. At Berkeley, there's a few things that we've done that I think have really helped us to be thoughtful about inclusive leadership. We're hosting in a few weeks our second annual Inclusion Summit, where 700 or so of the top leaders around the bank, around the world, will be part of a 2-day session. We'll have some extraordinary external speakers. All the most senior leaders in the bank will have a role to play, and we will create both space to be provoked and challenged and to listen and learn, and then some time to talk about it within each of the business and functional areas in terms of the application. What then do we go back to do? I'm looking forward to that. We have a requirement. Everybody in the bank has an inclusion objective as part of their annual performance management process. It's a start. It's not enough on its own, but it also challenges people to be intentional in their consideration of the actions they'll take. And maybe that's the last point I want to make. We spent a lot of time in last year's Inclusion Summit framing what do we mean by inclusion. And for me, there's a really important distinction to make. Diversity is critically important. We can't be fully inclusive without diversity. But diversity is just sort of a circumstance, a status, a condition, a reality. Inclusion, very differently, it's a choice. It's a choice that we all have to make every day about what we will do to ensure that people feel included in our workplace. And I think people really took that to heart.
Right. I really love that you talked about your organization's efforts to create space for not only learning, right, but to be provocative and really address and lean into these issues. One of the sayings, and I can't think of who coined this, but FOSSS, fear of saying something stupid. It was a CEO on one call I was on, and I thought that just really resonated deeply with me. He said, we are all plagued by this fear of saying something stupid. And so rather than people engage in these critical, meaningful conversations, they avoid them. And if you avoid them, you miss the opportunities to share, do knowledge sharing, and really lean into uncomfortable conversations that help us grow. And then finally, I want to go back to your acknowledgement when you discussed the pronouns. I remember receiving an email from someone after we put out the email about employees now had the ability to identify their sexual orientation and gender identity in our HR IT system. And someone wrote and he said, I saw that email and I thought, this has nothing to do with me. And you all mentioned how to put pronouns in your signature block. He said, and then I realized it's not about me. It's about me creating an inclusive culture for other people where when they see that I took the time to do that, it means I'm thinking about them and making sure that they feel a sense of belonging. And so I appreciate you acknowledging that. And I had to figure it out quickly as well. Allison or Silke want to add on to anything Ray said?
No, I mean, I think it was wonderful. I actually, I'm very impressed at even just the amount of time that is being taken to focus on this away from the day-to-day, knowing that people's emails don't stop just because we've stepped away. So I took a note. So I've already learned today, and it's very early my time.
Great. So I want to move on to this next question. In terms of specifically around bias in organizations, because we talked at the top that it's really important to identify bias as being intentional about dismantling some of the systems that we have in place that may it actually exclude people. So any one of you can take the lead on answering this. What have you done specifically to root out hidden bias in your recruitment and talent development programs?
Well, I will start, especially I'm at Yahoo right now, and I've only been at Yahoo for what I would say the equivalent of 5 minutes. Before I was at a company that was a sports and media company, but what I have actually seen already, so I can't take credit for it, is very intentional material and information shared by our talent acquisition team with anyone who is developing an open job requisition. So there is just a template to cross-check to make sure that even as we're drafting, we're not putting language in that will marginalize people and people who might be who might be interested in us. And then in the interview and the process, here are some guidelines. Here are some things to watch out for yourself. The thought and intentionality around it has been, in my mind, I haven't seen it anywhere else. And I've advised a number of places and companies, and it's actually, I'm very, very impressed with what they've been doing. And so that in uprooting that out, there's been some incredible work done. We can always do more, right? We can always do more. But I think that it's very, it's more concrete engagement with a hiring manager than I've seen in my experience. And I've been doing this a long time.
I love that, Allison. And I must share that I want to brag that also, like Yahoo at Motorola Solutions, we recognized very early on when we really ramped up a lot of our DEI education and training. I was receiving emails from people that said, what does this mean? Does that mean that we're just going to start hiring for diversity's sake? Does that mean that we're going to do quotas and participate in gender-based or race-based preferences? And so we realized there was a need to do some additional education and address that fact that when some people hear DEI, what they hear is a euphemism for reverse discrimination, affirmative action, lowering qualifications down standards. And similar to what Yahoo did, we decided to do a roadshow. And we did our presentation was what recruiting for diversity is and is not, because we wanted to debunk some of the stereotypes and myths around that. So to your point, it's like tools, gender decoder, run all your job requisitions to that tool to see if you have gendered language. Then it's also, here's a whole list of biases that creep into the recruitment process. Be mindful of that before. Make sure when you're rating and ranking on a panel that you don't share and discuss as you're doing it to avoid groupthink, these very specific things. Silke, do you have any very specific strategies that you've undertaken?
Yeah, I think besides these inclusive recruitment guidelines, which you have described, and checking job ads, I think what we saw, for example, we have a relatively low percentage of women in sales functions. So I think there, it's not only about the language, it's about how you describe the role, because to explain and make it also more relevant for women. And that's and we've done testing with 2 different ways of describing the role, and you can make it much more attractive, because depending on how you describe it, that's not the case. I think something also important, what we see is that many that we have many more people with neurodiversity applying as well. And there's one way, and for people when they do these tests, which we have sometimes, that they get more time when they are when they suffer from dyslexia, for example. If they disclose upfront, this doesn't get disclosed to the hiring manager, but when they disclose to the to the acquisition team. And then I think a third one, which I find really important, is not only we have biases, but sometimes also the agencies which we use for recruiting have biases. So in our struggle to increase representation of female, actually what some of our managers did, actually, they asked agencies to give them, who came back and said, we had no woman. And they said, give us the best 2 women you had, and maybe we see this differently. And this was actually sometimes the case. So it's like, you also have to cater for the bias sometimes recruitment agencies have. And we made actually good progress there.
I love that. Great example. Ray, anything to add on to that?
We have tried and are doing some of the same things I've heard from others, but nothing different. So I think we should take the time and go to the next thing.
Okay, absolutely. Before we move on, though, I will share something. Anyone who's ever heard me speak before know that I'm very passionate about individuals from low income backgrounds and addressing the biases that they experience as they try to not only access formal education beyond high school, so college level, university level, but how that also plays out when they try to enter the workforce and access. And so I'm very proud, and I have to give a shout out to Craig Ibbotson, one of our recruiters, because Selka, you mentioned even at the recruitment stage and then on, what we've looked at is moving from merely a proficiency-based assessment model to also looking at potential. Because we recognize that for individuals who come from low income backgrounds, 18, 19 years old, when you're trying to get into a tech, specifically internship, we may do assessments that look at what you know right now. And sometimes there's bias in that. If you haven't been exposed to STEM camps, you didn't go to an high school with AP level classes, or you didn't have opportunity to go to robotics classes, or your parents are not college educated STEM professionals who can give you tutelage and prepare you for interviews, right? So we also look at potential, because there's merit in that ability to learn, critical thinking skills. And in combining that, we've been able to exponentially increase our outreach to members from underrepresented communities. So I wanted to share that as well.
I said I was happy to yield time, but you've poked at something that's also really important to me and to Barclays. We have launched socioeconomic inclusion as one of our official agendas. We have a socioeconomic inclusion ERG that we launched last year called Inspire. It's growing fast. We were surprised at just how much energy there was to engage in that space, and we're determined to find a way to ensure that we create pathways for people from those challenging socioeconomic backgrounds to not just get into financial services and to Barclays, but to actually thrive and grow and get to the very top. And we know there are boundaries that are there that we have to be intentional about overcoming. And so I'm glad you shared that, and it's an area of deep commitment as well from Barclays.
Oh, I love hearing that, Ray, and we're going to have to follow up and talk about that. Financial services, probably one of the industries most impacted by the biases around what a financial professional looks like, but it impacts all industries. But real quick, I'll just say, we've learned that how you show up, right, Allison and Selka, how you look in terms of your appearance. Do you wear clothes that demonstrate quality, that come from money? How you speak. Do you speak with an accent or vernacular terminology that is associated with lower socioeconomic background? And how you behave. Does your behavior represent experiences of traveling abroad, being exposed to different experiences? And people are judged based on that, whether or not they have capabilities and intellect. So Ray, I just want to kudos to Barclays for doing that, and I will follow up with you on that. So in terms of what action has had the biggest impact on your organization, impact on your organization's engagement inclusion scores? I was so caught up in what Ray just said. Selka, if you want to take the lead on answering that. So what has had the biggest impact on moving the scores for engagement and inclusion?
Yeah. I think the research I mentioned before, Inclusive Future, was actually the purpose was to find an inclusion score. And I was super interested because, Ray, you said you have this already as part of your objectives, because that's what we want to do going forward, to find a way to measure inclusion. We are currently measuring and putting this into people's objectives. We are currently measuring engagement. I think one of the things which we learned is that having one intervention which works for all is not actually super promising. So you really need to have something targeted. So we measure engagement scores like 3 times a year at PMI, and we measure currently already. We have inclusion questions in there, and we measure psychological safety. And you really have a big variety of what is wrong in a team. So there might be more problem of diversity, or more a problem of psychological safety. There might be a problem of fairness, and you almost need to have dedicated. You need to discuss with team and have dedicated sessions with them, and this can be helpful. And we've seen engagement scores improving when you do something very targeted. The only issue is, and I'm not sure how big your departments are, but we are relatively small in terms of headcount. So getting this to scale is then the difficulty, and that's where ERGs have to play a role. But one program which, besides all of this, has proven to be successful is we have a Women in Leadership program. And I know there's always a lot of discussion, because it's not the women who need to be fixed, but the men need probably more support. But it has had one really positive, had really great impact on on the promotion of females. And the reason is, one, it's strengthening women because it's building a community. And the other one was that as part of this, there's a sponsorship from senior leaders for those women in the program. And this sponsorship is really something also which is helping women to progress further in the company.
Silke, I think you just hit on something Ray said earlier. You just poked, and I have to underscore what you just said. It's inappropriate to fix women or individuals from underrepresented backgrounds. That in and of itself, right, is a bias when we do that. The bias is that you have not been able to advance because you have not worked hard enough, as opposed to addressing the systems, right? And the systems that are policies, practices, procedures, but also the individuals who promote the systems, right? And addressing the bias in there. Allison, any thoughts on that?
Well, first, 1,000% what you just said, with echoing Silke. I think just to the some of the mapping, how do we ensure that people are, in leaders in particular, but everyone is able to understand how they can do this work, right? I have not rolled this out at Yahoo yet. However, one of the things that we really map to, what I have historically mapped to in my work, is both understanding the data, right? What are we trying to solve for? Who's not here but should be? Who's leaving and should absolutely not be, right? And how are people thriving? And so that's done in basically, I have 3 legs. One is the understanding the pulse checks, understanding where people are on a regular basis, knowing I actually hadn't framed it as psychological safety, Silke, but that's actually something that I'm going to be taking away. But also just, again, how people are showing up and feel they can show up. The other is, again, the data, right? Who is here, who's thriving, who's promoted, who's leaving. And then the third is, then what, right? How do we address that? And how do we, because we are probably all not nearly as big as our many other teams within the organization, the company, partnering with our HR business partners, with our L&OD teams, with a range of people within the company, but outlining it's very clunkily referred to as an accountability matrix, where it is a roster of actions that anyone can take, everyone can take. They can choose and pick 5, pick 7, pick 10, but then hold yourselves accountable. And maybe we actually also get to hold people accountable for what they say they're willing to do within these actions that we know have, like research has demonstrated, positively impact the numbers and who's here and how people show up and how people are feeling about being here, wherever here is. So that's actually one of the pieces of work that I'm excited to introduce to the company, because I think it allows for some autonomy and also ownership and skin in the game by everyone, because we often are not necessarily under-resourced. We may be right size, but we cannot do this work alone, as we all know.
Thank you so much, Allison. And I want to underscore a couple of things you said. Data-driven. Anytime decisions are made based on data, it's a good thing, right? Because you understand and you've identified what are the root causes for issues using quantitative and also qualitative sometimes, but being targeted, and we talked about that earlier, allows you to be intentional. So it's almost time to wrap up. So what I want to do, starting with Ray, is just go around and look at this as the lightning round. What is the one thing that you want to leave the audience with today in terms of inclusive leadership, a takeaway?
I heard someone say that the way that they decided to measure inclusion at their firm was to make a discipline that every leader, every line manager would ask everyone on their team every month how included they are feeling and what they could do to make them feel more included within their own power. And they implemented this, and it made a huge difference. Inclusion is in the eye of the beholder, and there's lots of clever ways to measure it. I think measuring it is really important, but there's nothing more important than actually asking people whether or not they are feeling included and what we can do differently to make them feel more included. And I'm trying to adopt that discipline in the way I work every day.
Love it. Silke?
Actually, I think what is super important, because we talk about inclusive leadership, that seems like excluding a lot of people, because not everybody feels like they are a leader. And I think my summary is really inclusive leadership is something everybody brings. So it's like how we all show up every day that is creating the culture in the company. And yes, we need top management always, we need their buy-in, but it's really about everybody, everybody of us and everyone of our colleagues, and they need to be intentionally inclusive and showing actions.
I love that, Silke. I always say each and every one of us has the ability to impact change within our sphere of influence. Mm-hmm. And so whether you're in a leadership role, a formal leadership role or not, each and every one of us has the ability to make people feel included or excluded at any level. Allison?
Well, I guess, again, echoing sort of what I've heard from my colleagues on the panel, I also would say that it's very important from my perspective that there is no daylight between the way employees experience working within a company and the way our partners, our customers, our potential employees understand us and work with us. And so there is consistency in how we get to show up, how everyone is understood, what everyone can expect by working with a company like Yahoo, which is what we've been talking about, leading with inclusivity and embracing that. And that is, again, just one of the things that I feel really strongly about is it's not an isolated piece of work, right? It transcends throughout how anyone who engages with us should understand what to expect from us and how they feel included.
I agree. I want to thank all of you for joining us for this important discussion this morning, all of the wise wisdom that you imparted. I do want to share real quick something that resonated deeply with me at a conference I recently attended. And this was from Brian Stevenson, who is an author and activist, American attorney who wrote Just Mercy. He said there are 4 things that we can do to advance DEI, and I'm going to quickly try to say them. One is get proximate. You need to be in close proximity with people who are not like you, who do not think like you, who do not share the same lived experiences, so that you can, 2, expand your narrative. Because if you've only been taught a narrative of fear and anger toward particular groups, not being in close proximity will just reinforce it. 3rd, stay hopeful. 4th, be okay with being uncomfortable and inconvenienced. that those are the 4 conditions for us to make change. And I think it's appropriate for inclusive leadership to remember those 4. So if you are live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. Please do join us after this short break to hear from an incredible panel of how companies can create a culture of allyship and the power it has to drive inclusive leadership. Again, thank you so much for joining us. And to our distinguished panel members, we thank you for your time today.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Why do you like to wear neutral colors? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day.
Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organizations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organization which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from?
I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
What we've seen historically from a lot of the white papers and the reviews that are out there is that diversity statistics may look rather positive, which again is great. But actually, when you really scrutinize and dig underneath the skin of some of these reports, the higher and higher up in the corporate hierarchy you get, the lower and the lower each and every one of those 10 facets is. And that problem area is the CEO -2. That is where we're seeing the limitations when it comes to all of those facets. And so that's really the area that we wanted to choose to impact as much as we possibly could. And obviously we've been so thoroughly lucky to have brilliant chief executives and leaders who have been backing us on affecting change to that layer.
Absolutely. And I want to get to some of the disconnects in the report because there are many and they are fascinating. Before we do that, let's start with traditional diversity audits. I think particularly here in the US, most of them focus on gender. In the last 2 years after the murder of George Floyd, we're seeing a lot more of them. Fortunately, think about intersectionality when it comes to race and gender. But some just stop there. What's missing when we just think about those two facets in terms of traditional view of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
It's a great question, Caroline. And I think to answer in a rather simplistic way, I would actually say it's rather surface level. Is you and I are deeply passionate about gender diversity and passionate about moving the dial when it comes to race and ethnicity. But those are purely surface level characteristics that we see, and we naturally make presumptions. What about all of the diversities that are invisible and they sit below the surface level? And we take socioeconomic status, we take neurodiversity, we take many elements of disability, which frankly, in this virtual world and of the last couple of years of the pandemic, actually it's not always possible to see below the shoulder level. And so we don't actually fully understand the true picture of what makes up their leadership journey from just those surface level characteristics.
Before the pandemic, we did a number of surveys at LinkedIn, and we found the #1 perk that working women wanted was flexibility. And now we're seeing that in droves. I know when it comes to data, hypotheses are not something that a lot of people like to do, but we have right now parenthood ranking 3 in terms of the 10 facets in terms of progress. Do you think that that would have been the case? Do you think parenthood would have been that high if the pandemic hadn't have happened?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't. And again, when we say parenthood, I will caveat it with the fact that when we say parenthood, there's caring responsibilities. There's so many dimensions of diversity within each of those areas. There is so many complexities within each of the beautiful facets of diversity. But I think it has forced progress so quickly. And again, reading a number of the insights that you share, that you frequently share, we've seen the world move quicker than ever before. And so in many ways, it's accelerated the need for parenthood, caring responsibilities, whatever that shape may be or whatever it may look like, to really come to the fore, and rightly so. We need to be addressing the policies within our workplaces as well, not just for women, but also for men, but also to dovetail that in with the cultural side of things as well. Great having policies and procedures and numbers in place, but if we don't also then have the culture that says, hey, do you know what, it's okay for our parenthood policy, say, to actually take longer than 2 weeks, then the policy piece of paper is worth nothing.
Yeah. I think some of the fears that I'm hearing from business leaders right now, and we're 2 years into this pandemic, is a lot of the policies that were put in place happened virtually overnight. Companies were forced to go into remote work overnight. And so it wasn't this gradual shift that allowed a lot of thinking, but instead it was something that just happened. And because of that, the cultural components that you're discussing may not be there in some of these companies who were forced to put these policies in place. So it's interesting to hear, even this far into the pandemic, how much work corporations still have to do, particularly when it comes to supporting working parents. I do want to hit on one, which is it's really top of mind for me right now, which is the LGBTQ+ community. There are so many horrifying laws being passed right now in the US that are against the rights of that community. And only 2 in 3 participating companies said that they have defined LGBTQ+ strategy as something that they're thinking about. 41% don't know if they have a member of their community on their leadership team. that struck me as one of the most surprising findings.
We talk about best practice in the report, but best practice does not last as long as it used to. You know, we often like to talk about this as leading practice because this is an evolutionary process.
Sure.
You know, diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, it's moving, it's changing all the time. Our children, our children's children, our future generations of leaders, I'm sure, will look at diversity in a very, very different way in which we do now. LGBTQ+, to your point, was LGBT, is now LGBTQ+ IA.
Yeah.
And within each of those dimensions, again, we see many different areas of identification and self-identification. And that's really something that is determined by those individuals. And so it's a much more complex issue than we thought. And so whilst we've seen some progress when it comes to laws and legislation and same-sex marriage and some of these things, you know, that's gone now. We're on to the next thing. We have to be as ambitious and kind of, you know, anxious for change in order to keep the momentum on because the world moves so quickly. No point resting on our laurels with something that's happened many years ago.
Right.
You know, we're now into the new. And like you say, world events have a profound impact on leaders and their organizations, and leaders of today are expected to speak up. It's, you know, gone are these ivory towers of kind of archetypal leadership when, you know, of yesteryear where chief execs and execs were not expected to necessarily say something. There's this demand, I think. And, you know, I'd be so curious to see what you're seeing in the younger generations who are saying, hey, you know, this has happened in the news. What is my organization doing about it?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. So this panel is titled Creating a Culture of Allyship and Its Power to Drive Inclusive Leadership. My name is Leanna Brinded, and I'm the Director of Creative Content Development at Yahoo, and I am joined by three other phenomenal leaders who I am delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Virtual Stage. They are Parul Pandey, the Global Talent, Learning and Diversity Director at Oxford University Press. We've also got Lisa Layton, Group Head of Employee Experience at Marks & Spencer's, and Rebecca Smith, who is the Workplace Solutions Champion, TextHelp. So before we get started, just a little bit about our panel here. We're going to listen to how these organizations have driven inclusive cultures and allyship at the core of their leadership strategy. What makes people feel included in the organization? Many of things, of course, but mostly it comes down to the leaders and driving that change, because studies have found that what leaders say and do makes up for 70% difference as to whether those individual reports are feeling included. And on top of that, this really matters, because the more people feel included, the more they speak up, the more they go the extra mile, and the more they collaborate, all of which ultimately fits organizational performance. So before we get into detail, which I'm sure everyone's very excited on, because this is an incredible summit and loads of great talks so far, it'd be great to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you're so passionate about DEIMB, and what better way than for you guys to give an intro to yourselves, starting with Parul.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hi, Leanna. So quick intro. I come from India. I work out of India on a global role in OUP currently, looking after talent, diversity, and learning, culture, a lot of other things within HR. So a little bit about me. I think where my passion comes from is that I grew up in a small town in India, in the northern part of India, in a traditional middle-class family that migrated from Pakistan. So we didn't have a lot of exposure, very, very conventional gender roles. And I realized that I'm growing up pretty much as a rebel. I questioned why my brothers could just play along and I was expected to go to the kitchen, why I had to share with my parents where I'm going, when I'm going to come back. As I grew up, with my rebellion, I left home, decided to pursue career outside of the city, took a lot of unconventional decisions as our extended family would think about. Which is where, when I found my voice, I realized that I need to support more people. So my journey with D&I within the corporate started by supporting more women to find their voice. And of course, over a period of time, more nuances and more identity groups, I became passionate about giving support to them. And finally, I think it's not just about supporting people, it's also about leveraging these voices to create innovation, to make teams successful and organizations succeed. And that's what gives me my passion. Yeah.
So Rebecca, if you'd like to go next.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, and hello to everyone. My name is Rebecca Smith, and as Leanna said, I am the Workplace Inclusion Champion at TextHelp. So if you're not familiar with TextHelp, we are a global technology company who support people who think differently through the use of our tools. We currently have around 50 million users of the software worldwide, and we work with leading brands to help support staff with neurodiverse conditions. So working with TextHelp really is where my passion has been able to develop and help others. Myself and TextHelp as a whole, we're really passionate, obviously, about creating inclusive workplaces, and we strive every day to, practice what we preach, and to ensure that everyone of our team feels included and supported, and can bring their true selves to work today. So yeah, it's truly an amazing place to work. Very excited to be here and share some of our stories today with you.
Great, and Lisa?
Hi everyone, thank you. I'm Lisa Layton. I work at Marks and Spencer's, one of the UK's probably most beloved retailers. I'm relatively new to Marks and Spencer's, but what I do here is, I think, one of the best jobs. I get to lead employee experience in the business, and a really key part of that is leading our inclusion and diversity agenda, which I picked up responsibility for earlier this year. There've been some great things already in place, but as ever, we can never stop. There's always more to do, and we've got lots of exciting plans for the future as well. But when it comes to me and my passion, I think I haven't always had a natural passion for this, more so because I've probably not been as aware of it until the past few years, when I spent quite a lot of time getting to know myself better. So through various development programs and being much more purpose orientated, I start to get a lot clearer around what my why was. And I think as I understood that more, and I started to see and become more aware of what was going on in the world, but equally part of my why relates to my family as well, and in particular, the children in my family and some of the experiences that they've had. It has really driven me to start to carve a niche in this field around experience, around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So that it sounds a bit cliche and naff, but where I can influence things, I want to be able to influence the future for those kids in my family and other kids, as well as the people who are working today, to be able to really make a difference so that everyone can just be themselves and get on and enjoy what they do on a day-to-day basis. So it's taken a while to get here, but I'm here and massively passionate and really keen to make a difference in this space.
That's wonderful. And I'm excited about the discussion that we're going to have today, because just about we've been talking about driving change, what's been really empowering and wonderful to see is that across the world, especially over the last few years, we've moved on from conversation to now being able to show results and what allyship and inclusivity actually means. So to kick off, I think what would be great is to start with what are the highlights, have been very bright points in which how your organization has driven allyship and inclusion. And Parul, I'd love you to kick us off.
Sure. So last couple of years have been very eventful for OUP, particularly in its D&I journey. Somewhere around middle of last year, when I think rest of the world was also responding to the Black Lives Matter movement, we also did. We realized that in about a year or so, we've had quite a lot of initiatives at OUP. We had a program on unconscious bias. We had lots of networks supporting each other. We had a women's network, a BAME network. People were having open conversations, and it felt like we were on a right track. But at that time when we heard about George Floyd's murder, there was a clear need for us to pause and reflect, is our journey going in the right way as an organization, and do we need to do more? We created a forum like open listening sessions, and we had listening sessions across the world within OUP. And the unique part of it was that we had EXCO members, senior leaders sitting through each of these listening sessions. That is what shifted the dial for us, because the issues on ground became real for leaders. And what came out was that we, while are on a great path to becoming more inclusive, we needed our leaders more front and center, sponsoring movement, taking a stand, supporting people, inspiring people. So that was one big learning for us through those listening sessions. Post that, we also organized commitment sessions where it was just leaders, every country leadership team, then the divisional leadership team sat and looked at what has come out of the listening sessions. What are our colleagues talking about? What are their concerns? And can we pick up key priorities? So one good learning for us was that one size was just not fitting all. We couldn't say that diversity of one kind is important or inclusion overall is important. So many nuances and layers came out that we wanted to then cater to all. We created a regional focus while there was a global big umbrella that based on two critical principles. One was conscious diversity. We definitely needed to become more and more diverse to get voices heard, to be able to represent the communities that we are serving through a lot of learning content. So we based a lot of our decisions on conscious diversity as one principle. And the second was inclusion first. Whoever is there should feel safe, included, and experience that they can speak without worry of being judged or anything. Basis these, we articulated goals that were embedded in our leadership team, including that our bonuses for this year were anchored on how, as an organization, we would perform on both these principles and measures across the countries. We started some critical programs, one of them a flagship program called Elevate that's now going to be run every year, which is for specifically developing women leaders and underrepresented groups to be supported through very customized journeys. And it's interesting that there are nuanced themes emerging as learning areas for these groups. We have sponsors for these groups, and that is where we think we are anchoring the whole work on allyship. Leaders role modeling how they're going to sponsor one or two people from this program, give them visibility, support them for larger roles, inspire more and more people to be allies. Another thing that we did was financially supported our networks. So our networks are not just there to give support to each other when there is need. We are giving budgets for learning, development, networking, and we are also partnering on designing some critical policies. Particularly right now, as we speak, we are discussing with our LGBTQ plus network to design our trans inclusion policy, which is really under our broad global inclusion guidelines. So a lot of work has happened over the last couple of years at OUP, and we're really proud. But as we are proud and as we're moving ahead, we are also realizing that there's so much more to do. There is, every time you add a step, you also realize there are more people whose needs are unique, and we need to create space. We need to build that in our phase 2, so to say. So broadly, OUP has been on a great journey, and we're looking forward to much more.
Thank you. That's really powerful. And I think the one size doesn't fit all is very important, because each marginalized community has different needs and needs to be addressed in different ways. So I think that Taylor approach is a great thing to pick up on. And so with that, does Rebecca or Lisa, did you want to jump in and give some highlights too?
Yeah, I'd love to, if that's okay. So earlier this year, and it is a real highlight, it's a moment in time, but I think it's something that will really fundamentally change how we approach certain things in Marks and Spencer's. So this was all built around International Women's Day back in March. Now we've got a very active gender equality network. It's probably the most active colleague network actually in the business. Each network has executive sponsorship, as well as colleague-led co-chairs. Now, when we were working with the network around International Women's Day, the team were very much in the space of we want to go big, and we want to do something different. So let's go for it. Freedom within the framework. Let's come up with what we want to do. What this resulted in was something that I've never experienced before, and I think it really demonstrated the power of the collective and the benefit of the diversity of thought that came from this. So we held the first ever Ideathon in Marks and Spencer's. And what we did is we invited, I think it's around 150 colleagues from around all of the country at different levels down into our offices down here in London for the day. And it was all structured around the theme of International Women's Day, hashtag Break the Bias. And the construct of the day was let's try and generate as many ideas as possible. And these were women and these were men. So again, it wasn't an exclusive event just for women. And this is what demonstrates, I think, the power of allyship as well with the people that we actually had there on the day. Some amazing ideas generated from our colleagues. As I stood listening to some of the stories and some of the playbacks at the end of the day, I did feel a level of discomfort as well, if I'm honest with you, with some of the experiences that our colleagues were sharing with us, some that they shouldn't have experienced, but again, we know about it, we'll fix it, we'll do something. And many of the ideas were actually taken forward into existing activities or further enhancing policies. But the big one that's come out of this was actually included in a hackathon that M&S is quite or growing quite a reputation for these days, that took place last week. And we had a team of 18 people working on this particular project. And it was generated by a colleague who shared her story around how difficult she found it to come back from maternity leave and find a job share partner. She wasn't that well supported, sadly, by the team around her. She did manage to find a job share partner, but the message was it was really difficult. So what we've done through the team that participated in the hackathon last week, we've actually secured some funding to further develop an app that was generated as a result of that hackathon, whereby colleagues will be able to use it to search for a job share partner. And again, this is not exclusive to people, mums and parents coming back from maternity leave. It will be open to anyone, because this will also be part of our flexible working future in M&S as well. So a massive highlight. And it just goes to show again, you get the right people in the room, brilliant ideas generate from it, and brilliant solutions are implemented as a result. So really excited that we were able to do that and get to where we've got to, and very excited about where we can take the app as well.
Fantastic. And Rebecca, did you want to add more?
Yes, please, if that's okay. So yeah, obviously for us, you know, accessibility and inclusion has always been at the heart of our organisation. It's why we do what we do, and I suppose over the past sort of 18 months or so, driving allyship and inclusion really has been more important than ever. So we actually have acquired a few new companies across the world. We now have 11 offices in the UK, North America, Australia, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. And so there was a real kind of push, you know, now with such a diverse company, we had to really put a few initiatives in place to make sure that everybody was included, every voice was heard. And we really wanted to build that sense of kind of a global community where people feel like they belong. So first, at the minute, we are relooking at our values. You know, that's really the core of Text Help. And at the minute, our Chief People Officer, Kathy, has tasked a group of employees to refresh the values so that we can find just one set that kind of we can all sign up to, that translate globally, and that we can, you know, demonstrate in our daily behaviours throughout kind of the global community that we're building. And I suppose the reason for choosing employees to lead the way is that we want something that is created by employees for employees. And it creates obviously a real sense of empowerment and trust, which is obviously really important as well. So that's just one quick example of kind of what we're doing to drive inclusion and allyship at Text Help.
Fantastic. And I think one of the next things that we'll come on to, and I think what's been really highlighted through everything that you guys have said, is that, I mean, when it comes to allyship and inclusion, at the heart of it, the reason why it's so important for companies, even if there's things happening out in society, is because when we come to work, we're the same person outside of work as we do when we show up in a professional environment. You know, I don't stop being an Asian woman as soon as I set foot through the office door, and then only outside, which is why making sure that those societal impacts that do affect employees are felt like they're seen, heard, held, and made to feel safe at work. So with that, we know that over the last few weeks, especially, there's been some very traumatic and seismic issues that's maybe been originating in the US, but has global resonance for lots of marginalized communities across the world. And we have a whole range of international inclusive leaders here to discuss. But it's become even more important that when the shootings, for example, that happened in the US against the Black and AAPI community, as well as what's happening with abortion rights, with transgender rights and the wider LGBTQIA, there's so many things happening that allyship is more important than ever right now. And that has come to big realization for some people that may have been still on their journey to understanding what allyship means. So with this next, which I'd love to get your expert opinions on, is for those people who are still grappling it and leaders that want to help, what advice would you give to others on how to encourage allyship and stamping out bias within your leadership communities? And Rebecca, I'd love you to kick off.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a great question, and obviously such an important topic. And I suppose probably, you know, advice is something that I can only probably bring my own experience to and kind of tell people kind of what we're doing to help stamp out that bias. And, you know, as you said, it's something that we all have. It's a natural part of being a human. You know, when we meet someone, we take in everything we can about them, you know, how how they talk, what they look like, but there's so much more obviously that we don't know. And really what we try and do there is we try and fill the gaps in to build that sort of bigger picture. And sometimes this is just something we do subconsciously. We use it, through existing stereotypes, previous experiences. And as I said, it's something that's completely natural, happens to us all. But then I suppose because of that, it's important that we learn how to recognize our own biases and address them. So as you're saying, as a leader in an organization, the responsibility lies not only with addressing your own bias, but helping your people to do it for themselves as well. So, this can be done in so many ways, and ways that we're doing it at the minute is educating your people about bias and encouraging them to reflect on their own thoughts. Just taking that pause to kind of figure out what stereotypes they have, how can they tackle them to become a bit more understanding and empathetic. And another way really is, to then debunk those existing stereotypes. Once you've kind of found out what people are, thinking, it's challenging those common misconceptions with, training and storytelling. It's, raising awareness and celebrating those differences by getting people to share real life experiences of people from kind of across all your different diverse groups. And one that we're finding really helpful is getting involved with different programs that help drive change. So working with kind of external partners and different organizations that provide different programs. So an example of one we've done is we have worked with Action Mental Health. And that project was kind of motivated by a common goal of making just a general positive difference in the lives of others. And it was a 12-month job shadowing program to help their New Horizon clients just take that first step really back into employment. So obviously that kind of program gives such a great opportunity for those individuals to experience what it's like to be in the workplace, but then also helps to raise awareness around differences and kind of showcase what diverse talent can look like and the benefits that it can bring to an organization. So that's kind of individual bias, but then obviously there's also systemic bias, and that again exists in every organization, and it's built into policies and processes, which then is in turn ingrained to the company culture. And again, so as an inclusive leader, you really have to stamp out both. So addressing systemic bias, is looking at your inclusion policies to help reduce that bias through every step of the employee life cycle. And realistically, that starts, at recruitment. It's having an inclusive recruitment policy, which helps those hiring teams to follow that leading practice. It's having a diverse shortlisting and interview panel, which also kind of helps to address that bias. And I suppose then, there's lots of ways for leaders to address that bias. And hopefully with those examples, then what you would see, that a sense of allyship would also kind of be a natural byproduct, and all those things, involve talking about differences, celebrating diversity, and then actively working on being more inclusive. But I suppose probably beyond that, then, it's important for leaders to really lead the way. And, as I've said kind of before, at TextHelp, our whole purpose is to help create learning and working environments that are inclusive of different ways of thinking and doing. For example, our founder has a very personal reason as to why he started the company, and he shares it very, very openly. So at 12 years old, his father unfortunately had a stroke, and that he saw really how he struggled to communicate afterwards, and he really wanted to find a way to make to have a good impact on his life and make it easier for him to communicate. And he felt that technology was the answer. So the thing is with that, by sharing his personal story, which he does regularly, internally and externally, it's really great because then the employees feel comfortable to do the same and kind of share their own stories in a kind of safe and supportive environment. So I suppose probably to summarize, encourage that curiosity among your people, lead the way with open communication, and really look critically at your processes that you have in place to make sure that there's nothing that's going to kind of impact all those kind of efforts and improvements that you're making.
That's so powerful. Thank you so much. It'd be great to hear from Lisa, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I think I'm going to build on Rebecca's point. I think storytelling is just so integral to raising awareness and helping, those people that you mentioned earlier, Len, around who are really willing and want to help but don't quite know how to help. And I think the power of hearing someone's lived experience, in particular, I've seen some pretty powerful moments in the past when some of our senior leaders who, again, through their own lives, they're very disconnected from the reality of other marginalised people. And some of our colleagues in previous businesses, quite junior, we've encouraged them to share their story with very senior leaders, which is quite daunting in itself. So again, that safe space, Rebecca, that you mentioned, has been so important. And when we've done that in a small, safe space, we've seen the leaders have their, I kind of fondly name it the sucker punch moment. But it's that, what's that sucker punch moment that's going to make me kind of sit up and say, there's something I can do about this, or I need to do something, or there's a part I can play. And I think once people have that moment and that realization and start to connect again more broadly with their why and what they can do about it, I think that's when we start to see, the power of allyship in particular, and the confidence that people then have to go out and learn more, which is really important, to listen. Most important thing ever is to continue to listen to the people around us, to the people that we work with, the colleagues across our businesses, because that's the stuff that will really help us understand how we can then play a part to stamp out, bias and discrimination. And through that safe space, people feel that they can do that and they can call it out. And I think there's something that's been in the press quite recently, which really resonated with me around, it's not about being part of our jobs just because we work in this space. It's about part of life and calling out the wrong at the right time. And I don't know if you've seen the video. It was in America. There was the taxi driver that it started to go a little bit viral. So a white male taxi driver picking up his fare. Lady and a gent got in the back and they said, "Oh, we're glad to see that you're white." And he's like, "Pardon, what did you say?" "Yeah, it's great to see that you're white." And it's like, "Well, what difference would it make if I wasn't white?" And he just said, "Get out. I don't want your fare. Get out." And in that moment, he was calling out that bias and that discrimination just as part of his fundamental day-to-day, because he knew that was wrong. And I think that's quite powerful, that when we can all feel confident to be able to do that, I think that's good progress.
Absolutely. And I think it's a powerful moment that whatever industry, whatever role you're in, you do have a chance to make a change. That, yes, it may affect certain things, i.e. that person getting a fare out of those people, but it was the right thing to do, and had that empowerment to make, hopefully, then make those people think and make a positive change for society, hopefully. So, yes. And so with that, Parul, have you got more to add?
I mean, there's so much already said. Maybe I'll just go a little micro on what this really takes. Some of our experiences around encouraging people to be allies. We realized that our unconscious bias program, or what we call the Global Inclusion Program, is definitely creating a lot of awareness. People are acknowledging that they get encouraged to call out wrong behaviors. But in terms of experience, it wasn't so much translating into colleague experience, and we thought there was something missing. And that piece was around courage and creating safety for even allyship. So it's not just about standing for yourself, it's also about standing up for somebody else. And that courage we needed to create more and more of, so that we can, we can celebrate people who are allies. So in a very systematic manner, we started doing, so we started building in certain initiatives. One is some of our programs are following a format called thinking environment, where we ensure that each one on that particular meeting gets space to speak without worry of being judged. It invariably gives a structure where everyone feels safe, and if somebody hasn't had an opportunity to speak, people also feel safe to invite, we haven't heard you. So it's something that very systematically we're trying to build in. Then what we're also doing is there is a very interesting network within OUP called Befriender Network. The NI team or HR or larger leadership team wouldn't take credit for creating that, but I think it's such a powerful group where anyone who feels that they need support at a particular juncture in their lives, they can go to the group and they know that there are people available. And there are so many more such groups where people have volunteered to support during different stages of your life, particular milestones where you're feeling challenged. So overall, I think it's a great movement, real need today for us to translate what we are learning as biases creating exclusion or biases creating divide, to translate that learning into actual practice, employee experience. Allyship is going to be the strongest tool, because leaders can't be everywhere. You have to have peers, you have to have managers feeling empowered enough to stand up for others. And that's something we are trying to figure out right now. And we wouldn't say we've achieved it.
Well, I think when it comes to DEI, allyship, inclusivity, it's a never-ending learning journey, and that's the point. Yes. That's why it's, when you're doing the right thing is when you're constantly learning, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's a really powerful thing to, still have, that you're still looking for tailored solutions that evolve with society. So that's very powerful. We are almost at the end of our amazing conversation here, but there is one last thing where it's very important, especially at the summit, and we talk about allyship, is really you guys leading by example, by giving by showing how allyship and inclusivity, it's not just for the social good and greater good that is at the heart of it all. There's also, as many studies have shown for years and years and years, that the more diverse, inclusive your organization and your staff feel, there's benefits for the business in productivity, in revenue, and so forth. So with just a few minutes to go, would love to kick it to Lisa on what have been the biggest business benefits that you've seen in your organization that focuses through the focus of allyship and inclusion?
I think it's like you say, Leon, we all probably know the theory around the benefits that we're supposed to achieve through the focus, but I guess some of ours, I'll come to some of those big ones in a second, but I think more importantly, some of them have been quite subtle and probably linked to kind of some of the things we've been talking about earlier, actually. I think firstly, we've been very lucky that our current chief exec, and the exec team are very active sponsors of inclusion and diversity, and that in itself is a huge benefit to me and a huge benefit to our colleagues, because it means that we can do a lot of great things to really shift the culture and move the dial when it comes to inclusion and diversity in the business. But simply just talking about things day to day, that's where we've seen a lot of benefit, actually. Just by talking about inclusion, by talking about diversity, celebrating different events, like we touched on earlier, it's created that open environment for people to make suggestions and to call it out when it's not okay. And as a result of that, that dialogue with our colleagues, whether it be through our networks, our 7 networks that we have, or whether it be through simple emails directly into the team, or when we're out and about in store and we're just talking to our colleagues, some of the ideas actually do translate into reality, and little things that are a huge benefit to our colleague, and therefore we've got engaged, happy, productive colleagues. Most recently, we've had quite a few queries around menopause and, colleagues who are experiencing perimenopause or going through menopause, and how our uniform policy, as an example, is quite limiting. They get a fixed number of, shirts, but some of our ladies are, going through those shirts several times over in a day. So actually, we created our menopause last year, and we've put the right provisions in place for women to, or the people to ask for extra uniform when they need it. So it's very simple, but to our colleagues, it's really important. And that's what's generated, that extra effort, that discretionary effort that we see a lot. And again, another example that we've seen where our colleagues really, I guess, feel confident that we're listening is through, we kind of launched last year in Black History Month, a new Respect Matters policy. Some of our colleagues sadly weren't feeling as though they were treated fairly by some of the members of the public, which is quite sad, but it is a reality. So we need to address that. And we made a very, very clear statement that we had a zero tolerance environment. We communicated that internally, and we communicated that externally as well. And again, the benefits that has generated from a colleague engagement perspective, and that sense that they can speak up and share their thoughts and ideas, and the company is really listening, is starting to really take effect. I think leading on some of the commercial benefits that you touched on, through the power of our colleagues, through the power of continuing to talk about it, we've made, I'm not going to take any credit for this because it was well before my time, but our product teams in particular, they've created new product ranges. So last year, the business launched their Nothing Neutral About It lingerie campaign, which was a range of underwear designed for different skin tones. That's gone down brilliantly. We have a number of supplier partnerships across our food business. We've got ranges, a Menaglow range in our beauty, health and beauty range as well. So diversity is flowing through into our product ranges, which means that we're attracting and listening and responding to a more diverse customer base, as well as the colleague focus that we have internally as well. But a lot of that is just generated by conversation. And if we have the conversation, we create the right environment, we're talking about it more, our teams are thinking about what more can they do to be able to help drive our agenda and realise the benefits from having that inclusive and diverse environment as well.
That's wonderful. And thank you so much. It's so great to end an amazing conversation with leaders like yourselves on such a positive, forward-looking note. I think some of the biggest things that, anyone who looking for a summary of this panel and what they can take away from it is the path to allyship and inclusion starts with acknowledging what needs to be done, listening to those communities and really bringing them part of the conversation to help drive and build those policies or practices in order to best serve them as well as consumer. And then, of course, no matter how big or small your role is within a company, within society, wherever you feel you identify, can have very powerful and long-lasting results in terms of social change as well as driving the business. So I thank you all, Parul, Rebecca, Lisa, for your time today. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. And thank you everyone else who is watching the Dial Virtual Global Summit. If you are live inside the summit right now, please look to the left of your screen, either that way or that way. I don't know which one's left, but anyway, one of them on your left-hand side of the screen, you will see speed networking and a virtual booth during the ad break, which is just coming up. Stay for those lovely ads. And don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. And of course, please do join us after this short break to hear from more incredible leaders on how they're utilizing the power of employee resource groups, also known as ERGs, to drive action, change, and ultimately inclusion. So with that, thank you very much for joining us and stay tuned.
Why do you like to wear neutral colors? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal.
Contrast,
skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day.
Sense of expression. There's nothing neutral about it. I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire. Good conversation.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from? I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
So what is Dial Global Community Membership? The brilliant thing about membership is it actually brings together people when it comes to engagement. So it's an engagement app, but we also have this online as well. The digital platform, whether it's on the app or whether it is online, brings together organisations and their respective employees when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So on the platform, we give you access, we give you knowledge, we give you downloadable materials and the network as well, internally and externally, that allows you to drive workplace diversity and inclusion faster. The thing that I love about the app is the fact that it's so easy to use. It's literally a couple of clicks and then you're in. You get your own private group for your organisation and your employee resource group, but you also can chat and network and reach out to others from other organisations. We've got some incredible members. You can see them on the site. They are leading world-class organisations. And it's an opportunity for those who perhaps want to seek a network outside their organisation with which to be inspired, with which to learn, with which to be educated and informed. We do weekly virtual workshops. We have a whole host of downloadable guides and information. We have snackable content so you can dip in and dip out as you feel. And that's the great thing about the app and about diversity and inclusion. Ultimately, everyone's interested in different things. You can choose your subject matter if you're interested in LGBTQ+ inclusion, if you want to find out more about intersectionality, if you want to see how organisations may have set up their certain frameworks, you can do all of that. And you can also set subject matter as well, so that you can tune into the content that's more relevant to you, or that's more engaging to you, or that you're most interested in. And that's what I do. I make sure I tag all the areas that I like to find out relevant news in, so that I can be informed. I get notifications basically as to when there's something new happening. And it makes sure that we all stay abreast, ahead of the curve when it comes to insights, because as we all know, this is an evolution. It's an ever-evolving, changing landscape. And so there's always something new to find out and be inspired as well by others. So visit us today, www.dialglobal.org. You can also download the app in the App Store and check out what things look like. You'll need to contact us to make sure you get the Insider Community Pass, so you can reach out to myself or one of the fabulous team at Dial to find out more about that. www.dialglobal.org.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours?
It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit.
I'll be screaming
When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
Can't hear you, Shuku. No.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Shuku. Sorry.
Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I'm sorry about that. Let's start again. Hello and welcome back to the DAL Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. This panel is titled The Power of Employee Resource Groups to Drive Action, Change, and Ultimately Inclusion. My name is Shuku Amirani, Diversity and Inclusion Lead at BBC Children in Need. Previously, I was the chair of BBC Embrace, the staff network for Black, Asian, minority ethnic staff, and I also ran a women's network. So this subject is really close to my heart. I'm joined today by 4 other phenomenal leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the DAL Global Virtual Stage. They are Pooja Bagga, IT Operations Director and Sponsor for Embrace at the Royal Mail, Darian Cranfield, Director, Retail Program Management and BRG Chair at Walgreens. I think Darian will be joining us as soon as he can, but he is due to be on the panel. Jen Whelan, Vice President and Head of B2B Marketing at Yahoo. Hello, Jen. And Scarlett Luo, Director at Ipsos UK and Co-Chair of Race, Ethnicity and Cultural Heritage Network. Welcome to you all. Now, whether you are on the start of the ERG creation journey or you have a well-established community of networks, having a safe space for your networks, empowering these groups to influence change through action and a supportive culture to celebrate each and every network and their successes can be pivotal to employee inclusion. Now, within ERGs, there is real power within self-ID and the encouragement for all to bring their whole selves to work. Today, we're going to hear from others on how they have used their networks for positive and sustainable change. And I can see that we've got Darian as well joining us. Welcome, Darian. Brilliant to have you with us. Now, before we get into the details of this discussion, it would be really great to learn a bit more about each of you and why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And Jen, if I may, I'll come to you first.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Shuku, thanks for the great introduction. And I am Jen Whelan. I am privileged to lead marketing for Yahoo for Business. And when it comes to diversity and inclusion, it became apparent very early on. I was actually raised in Alaska, and I was an only child, and I very quickly gravitated towards anybody that was different than I was. It always seemed like there was a different perspective, or I always wanted to go over to a friend's house that had many siblings, or, you know, we lived kind of in the woods in a more rural area. So anybody that lived near a store, I thought it was so fascinating to me that they could walk right to the store. You know, it was all of these differences. And I also didn't understand that there was private school. There was only one school in our town, and everybody went to that school. And the only reason why you wouldn't go to that school is if you were a bad kid. You know, you got in trouble, and so you were being punished and removed from the school. So being, you know, later in life and finding out that people could really choose different types of education experiences, I was like, oh, that's fascinating. Tell me more. And that's really blossomed into seeking out leadership teams and companies and mentors and sponsors that have a different perspective, that can teach me something new, or I can learn something along the way. And so whether it's accessibility or different perspectives or different industries, I'm always very interested. So when I got to Yahoo a couple years ago, and I found out kind of the strength of their ERG programs, I was very curious to learn more. And like many folks, I wasn't sure, if I'm not a part of that community, can I engage with that ERG group? Because again, it was different than me. And so I gravitated there. And when I figured out how open arms those communities were, it made me even more interested to kind of learn more and participate. So I can't wait to learn from the panelists here today. I'm very happy to be here. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Jen. That's fantastic. And as we know, curiosity is the key ingredient for inclusion. Pooja, if I might come to you next.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. First of all, as Jen, you know, really excited to be here. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to talk about this topic that I'm absolutely passionate about. Why am I passionate about this? Well, to be perfectly honest, as a first generation Indian in the UK, I came to this country 20 years ago. I've had a really fulfilling career. I've had support networks throughout my 20 years in this country. But has it been easy? No, I'll be perfectly honest and say it's not been very easy. And I have championed, the D&I agenda in any shape and form throughout my career. So throughout my 20 years in this country, I've kind of done it at the side of my desk. I've had, corridor conversations. I have tried to raise this agenda via different forums. So really pleased when I started working at Royal Mail a couple of years ago, I was given the opportunity to, be the sponsor for the Race Network. And I think the power that I've seen of these networks, the immense influence that these networks have in an organization has actually given me the impetus to kind of go back and do this again and again and do it more and absolutely raise the profile of the networks, of all the wonderful work that we are doing as a company. So yes, it's kind of fired my passion even more. And I'm constantly talking about this every event I attend, every networking event I go to, whether it's related to D&I or not. There's always something I learn, and I'm very happy to share that, very happy to learn more about this today. But I guess one thing, if we can all, take away from today's conversation and whatever we hear and learn is some golden nuggets. One tool, if we take away and we kind of employ that tool today, I think that'll be my ask of this group and whoever's listening today, because that's how I've learned and I've grown and championed. So thank you.
Thank you, Pooja. Darian, if I might come to you briefly, why are you so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging?
First of all, thanks again for having me. Just my audio is good. Is it coming through okay? Perfect.
All good.
I'm excited to be a part of this panel, as my counterparts have just previously mentioned. For me, growing up on the south side of Chicago, being raised by a single mom, I longed for a world that offered diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And a lot of that was similar to Jen, because growing up as a young kid, I did experience in some regards, I got a taste of that diversity. Being around different kids, playing baseball, who didn't look like me, but still, we had a common ground with baseball, right? So there was a shared space, a shared experience where I was able to see that brought people together. And then, many years later, having endured and persevered through what we all know as life, I've been blessed enough to be on the other side of, being a part of diverse groups and feeling included as part of conversations, both, in person and in perspective. And, I really aspire to use my voice to show folks, especially, young Black kids growing up in a world where they may feel lost or inadequate, that it is possible. Our voices have so much power and we have so much ability if we are only able to be vulnerable and transparent. And so what I aspire to bring to the table is just that voice so others can see that it is possible.
Darian, fantastic. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Scarlett, tell us about...
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me all right? Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, good. Well, same as everyone, very excited to be here today. Thank you for the intro from everyone on the panel. And a quick introduction, I work in Ipsos, which is a global market research company. And what we do is we research about what people think and what people's opinions are. And another role I play in the company is the co-chair of the Race, Ethnicity, and Cultural Heritage Network, which our mission is to welcome anyone who wants to work to improve the representation and enhance experience of ethnic minority employees across all levels of the company. So for me, the initial reason I got involved with the whole D&I conversation is probably quite a personal one, because similar to Pooja, I'm a Chinese female first generation immigrant living in the UK. I had a few questions, I wanted to know how can I thrive in the workplace in the UK, especially for me, growing up in the other side of the world in China as the majority of the society, and then now in the UK become a minority. How do I navigate this journey? So that's my initial reason to get in. But fast forward a couple of years, and And this journey has really surprised me and enlightened me in many different ways, and opened my eyes to so many new things. And I met some fantastic, amazing people. And I can really see the unique and authentic power of staff network and ERGs in driving positive change. So now leading an ERG for me is about create this space for more people to join in the conversation and to really drive change that everyone can thrive. And that's a wonderful thing. So that's why I'm so passionate about it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Scarlett. Okay, brilliant. So we've got to know you all. So let's kick off the discussion. And Pooja, I'm going to come to you first. We all know that the networks are all about change and being agents of change. So I wonder if you can describe your ERG setup and what has been the biggest change they've driven in the organization.
Okay, I can start with the setup at Royal Mail. How we are set up, our ERG network is actually set up at different levels. So we've got a national level, we've got a regional level, and we've got local level, which with leaders who serve in these roles. If you can think of, size and shape of Royal Mail, we're a 120,000 plus company. We have to make sure that we change at every level, drive change at every level, which is why we've set up our ERG networks accordingly. And based on these interactions and feedback and experiences from our regional and local networks, the national networks will develop proposals. So it will not be that everything is developed at the top and then it kind of goes down. No, we take continuous feedback from these networks, and then this is fed into our D&I pillars, which are then presented to our D&I action group, which is led by a national network lead. So it's quite a structured way of working in our ERG ecosystem, as I call it. The D&I action group is again led by the national network leads, and most of our executive board actually, including CEO Simon Thompson and our Chief People Officer Zarina. So again, we get sponsorship from the top, we get engagement from the top, but again, we get feedback right at every level, which is why it's so important to organize, in my mind, the ERG networks, that you can actually get feedback at every level, you can replay it back, and you can design the initiatives based on what is the feedback that is relevant to the community. And as I say, this feedback loop is so important and we stay relevant. Also, our ERG networks, which is really, really important to all of us, is they've been able to create a sense of belonging. So you can actually, as everyone's network, I'm sure you can actually bring yourself to work. And that's been the real play in our network. Whatever is your, individual self, please bring that to work. That's what we support. And we create like an open space and a safe place, as we say. And that is how we create the allies. We have workshops, we have internal social media platforms on which we are constantly engaging with the wider communities. We have road shows, and of course we have connection opportunities. So it's not that these networks are closed. Anyone can join any network, any resource group, and can work across. And that's the power of a network. You don't have to be in one group. Like if there's a women's network, you can also join the women's network. You can join the Embrace network. You can join the Parents and Carers network. And some of the initiatives that these networks have really championed are, externally you can see Women's Day celebrations, the Black History Month, Pride events, external mentoring programs, and as I said, many more. There are countless initiatives that the employee resource groups champion, and further the discussion, which is what Scarlett and Jen and Darren have said. This is how we further discussion through our employee networks. What is really important to highlight as well is this is all backed up by investment. So if anyone thinks we can do this at the side of the desk, you're mistaken. You have the networks, you have the passion, you have the drive, you have the commitment, but with commitment comes investment. So these initiatives are taken up, if they're medium-sized or large initiatives, they're taken up as projects really. and we deliver this in collaboration with our communities. So again, these pillars are structured. The networks have presentations and projects, which means you can actually see what you're delivering, and you can see what change and shift that has made. And it also attracts more people to join the network when you can actually see a difference. I think one of the key things which our networks drive, and I have seen it personally, being the sponsor of Embrace Network that presents people from all minority backgrounds, races, etc., is having that open, honest, and sometimes very uncomfortable discussions, because that is something which is so powerful when you have that discussion, when you actually talk openly and having that safe place. And it also creates like a sub-layer where you can have that safe discussion. So I think having these meaningful interactions have actually influenced the way forward for our organization, which is very, very important. Another powerful change that has happened, or another powerful initiative, is that it attracts more people. Yes. So we are all about attracting talent. We're all about representing our communities. We're all about attracting people to work for our companies. Yes. And we want to represent the communities we serve. So these ERG groups are a clear vehicle to actually showcase what we are as a company and the power of these networks. So, we take ownership of this. We drive the workplace to be much, much more inclusive. Yeah. And these networks create that allyship, which again is the power of this network. You hear about these networks, you hear about the good work that they do, you hear about the changes that they make, and people want to get involved. So I think as different networks for Royal Mail, considering the size of the organization, we've made a massive change in terms of influencing, at every level. Now, that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is the work is not done. There is still so much more to do. And again, these opportunities, this panel, learning about what other organizations are doing, we can actually take that back and actually make a difference in our organization. So whatever I learned today, whatever my colleagues are hearing on the call, definitely. And I think for me, having that, having that ERG group, having these networks is driving what I call an inclusive culture. But we have, we're still at the start of the journey to some extent in some areas. We've started our inclusion journey, and definitely we have a seat at the table. We are inclusive because people have a voice at the table. But to actually have an inclusive culture, you need to be heard at that table, and that's the journey we're on at the moment. Absolutely. We're all in this to kind of move the dial together. So absolutely looking forward to learning from other panelists as well.
Thank you so much, Pooja. It sounds like you have a really strong infrastructure in place at Royal Mail of your staff networks. Because we started a little late, I'm going to move the conversation on, but I just wanted to ask Jen if you would like to build on that, if you'd like to maybe just tell us about the biggest change that your ERGs have driven at your organization.
Yeah, great. I'm happy to pile on. Thank you. I think the biggest change is really the empowerment at the grassroots level, and really being able to, I think there are three things that come to mind. And one is to really find the champions in the organization that have the passion, that really want to drive those programs, because it doesn't happen without them. And they're in every organization. Sometimes they may not have the confidence yet to really step up, but really listening and finding out who those champions are, and then letting that grassroots effort really rise up. And then taking a viewpoint of what's working and how can we add more resources. I think Pooja hit the nail on the head with it doesn't happen for free. It doesn't happen off the corner of a desk. It really does need resourcing and support and what I'll call a spotlight from the top. So when amazing things are happening, if we can recognize and reward those grassroots teams and those champions and let the rest of the organization know how they can participate, it helps create that momentum. And one of the things we saw just in the last year with our Bold ERG is they hosted a Juneteenth celebration. So many folks in the organization weren't even aware of Juneteenth, and they weren't even aware of really Texas being the last state in the United States to abolish slavery. And for really that communication to get to Texas when it happened in the United States, it took over a year for that to happen. And so Juneteenth is really the real end, the real kind of final state to fall, so to speak. And it became a really, really important holiday and celebration moment in time for that community and for communities of allies all around. And what the team did was they did an internal and an external event. It was 5 hours of streamed content. It was really built from a grassroots involvement with that ERG. And then when other departments in the organization would find out what was happening, they added resources and they piled on, whether it was funding that was needed or phone calls that could be made. And ultimately, the team ended up winning the 2021 Biz Bash Events and Experiential Award. So it got recognition publicly. And it was really the last hurdle that we overcame to get Juneteenth to be not only a federal holiday within the United States, but also a recognized holiday here at Yahoo. So the team really felt like they came up with an amazing idea. They rolled up their sleeves, they put in the hard work. The rest of the organization rallied around them, gave them the resources that was needed. And then when they were so successful, they were rewarded with not only do we have this amazing awareness that's happened, but now there's an additional holiday that we can celebrate every single year and bring attention to that ERG and that community. So I think letting the grassroots or fueling the grassroots efforts is something that I definitely want to bring to the table and share across the panel.
And that really resonates. I think that the power of the staff networks is in being grassroots. And I remember reading a book called Power of Staff Networks, and it said that staff networks in ERGs are kind of the conscience of the organization. And I love that description. I'm going to take us to the next question. And Darian, if I might come to you. Now, we all know that it can be a challenge for a lot of organizations to encourage employees to self-identify, and to gather the kind of data that we need to measure progress. So I just wonder how have your ERGs encouraged self-identification and employee awareness?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been a ton of work done with our diversity, equity, and inclusion department to proactively go out and change how we capture that information from our teams, right? So within we call them business resource groups, so ERGs, BRGs. Within our BRGs, we do ask for folks to self-identify. So with Pride Alliance, with our Disability Alliance, with our veterans organizations, and a lot of companies do that, right? They ask folks to voluntarily submit that information so that we can know who within the organization have those abilities, disabilities, things of that nature. But it really takes it a step further to identify folks where they are, right? And it gives people the power to self-identify so that they can understand that what it is that they associate with. It is being embraced by the company and it's being welcomed. So a lot of companies are doing that, but I want to take it a step further because Pooja and Jen, they kind of touched on something that, in my opinion, as we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's a little bit more of an evolution, right? So companies can't just get into the, let's do this because everyone else is doing it. It's really about hearing what folks are saying and meeting folks where they are. And in some cases, we don't have ERGs or BRGs set up to meet everyone at their specific place. But what I love that Walgreens is doing, and it's fueled by our leadership. So even from our CEO and our executive leadership in the C-suite, we're really pushing within the organization I am statements, right? And so encouraging people to look at the totality of who we are as individuals and say who it is that we are. So for myself, I would say something like, I am a man of faith. I am a husband. I am a father. I am unapologetically Black. I am a creative. I am a mental health advocate. And so all of those things make up the entirety of who I am as an employee, but more importantly, who I am as a human being. And so when we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, we've got to begin to evolve our thinking to expand beyond the subtle, check boxes that we've established within corporations, and really broaden that to capture who people are at the core of their individualism, right? So now that you know that I'm creative, it really sparks conversation from other individuals to meet me at that place. And I think, that's what our BRGs are doing within Walgreens. That's what I see a lot of companies are doing, is really taking it above and beyond sort of this is how we've set things up to establish and capture that information, but how are we giving people voice to just who they are overall as people. And I think that's what we've got to start to do within a lot of our corporations, so that people can feel seen and heard on many different levels.
Darian, I love that, the I am statements, and that's all about bringing your whole self to work, isn't it? Rather than being a box that you tick. That's fantastic. I think a lot of people are going to take that away with them. Thank you, Darian. So Scarlett, if I might come to you with the same question, how have your employee resource groups encouraged identification and employee awareness?
I think, from if I look at from in the ethnicity point of view, because in the reach now, self-ID is not really an angle that is taken in terms of collecting information on ethnicity. Because like for me, if I'm saying something like I identify as a Black person, probably not going to go down very well. But when we would do research about that, then you do have a lot of people who are now like from mixed heritage, and and how do they identify themselves is not something we should just assume. So we should really gather opinion on that. So at Ipsos we have an IND research hub that we share information on kind of what most suitable terminologies and things should be used in.
Oh, I think Scarlett may have frozen.
Yes, I think
Scarlett,
so.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think she may have frozen, so maybe, Jen, I could come to you if you'd like to pick that up while we wait for Scarlett to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved what Scarlett was saying. Especially the I statements. So I was thinking of what my I statements would be, and then Scarlett kind of twisted my brain a little bit with the thinking about there are lots of things that come together and not to overlook that. So I might be a mom, but I was a single mom. I might be a businesswoman, but I also grew up in the woods in Alaska. Like, how do these things come together? And how am I so careful about my I statements that I'm transparent and I'm authentic, but I'm real? Like, I loved what Darian said about getting to the core of people as humans. Because when we do kind of unlock that humanity in people, I think not only do they feel amazing about coming to work, but we also get the best work from them. It made me think of the Strength Finder research, and I just love the philosophy of tapping into somebody's strengths and who they really are. And that not only is that great for them as a human, but it's also amazing for the company, because now they're getting kind of their best work from us when we can tap into our strengths. And the strengths, I think, are pretty business level. It talks about, are you an achiever? Are you, it starts to dabble in humanity and inclusion. But I think that I really love Darian's I statements, and it's something that I made a note to kind of take back to my team as well. So thank you, Darian, for that. And I'm wondering if there are within Pooja's like framework, that if there are ways that we can kind of bring that out. Because if I'm being honest, I get very nervous because I want to do it the right way. I don't want to offend people. I don't want to ask them for things that they're not willing to give. And so I think that would be something that I would love to hear from this group. Do people have good recommendations on how to ask the right questions to make people feel like they're in a safe place and are willing to share their I statements without making them feel uncomfortable?
Thank you, Jen. You put that question to Pooja. So Pooja, if you don't mind, I'll throw to you.
Jen, that's as I said, what Darian said about I statement. Absolutely, what do we identify as? And as you said, it's a hybrid. I could identify as one extreme or the other. So my thought when I was listening to Darian about I statements was, more than I, it's how do we incorporate the we in the whole concept of what are we working together as networks. So I did say yes individually. What am I? It did make me think, and I said, okay, am I an Asian first, or am I a religious person first, or am I a mom first, or am I which way do I go? So yeah, Darian, I will take that back. But Jen, to answer your question, I don't think there is one identification that I personally can't identify as one person. I can't have a statement that's one singular statement about myself. So I guess my initial thought when I was doing this, I said, how do we incorporate it as we are bringing ourselves, and what is ourselves? Define ourselves as something. Yeah. So take it broader than just I. That's what I thought when I thought about what Darian has said. So it's really thought-provoking. Something we can come back to, Jen, later on, I guess.
I love it. I love it. I'm actually having a leadership team meeting today, and I already am like, oh, I'm going to go to the whiteboard, and if we all write down our I statements, and then how do they come together? So it's going to be real-time learning and real-time test and learn in this group. So thank you.
This is fantastic, and this is the power of this summit, of everyone sharing their brilliant ideas. Scarlett, welcome back. You dropped out.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not quite sure where I dropped, but I heard what Pooja and Jen said. Yeah, absolutely agree with them.
Fantastic. Well, we've got you back. That's the key thing. Now, we know that it's not enough just to have a staff network. It becomes a textbook exercise if they're not actually empowered to bring about change. So, Jen, I'd like to come back to you, and if you could tell us how your employee resource groups are empowered to drive change in your organization.
Yeah, it's a great question. I started to touch on it earlier with the kind of the grassroots, but one of the things that I had left out that I'd love to mention is we have leaders not only regionally, and I think Pooja talked about this earlier, was we have what we call a global leader for each of the ERGs, and then we also have a regional leader. What we found was it's fantastic when we can have a global leader, and usually there's co-chairs, kind of two people take that on because it's so much work to really rally that entire ERG. But what we found was each of the co-chairs can talk to the other co-chairs, so it really brings the ERGs together, and they can do the cross-team collaboration and learn from each other. But being a global company, it was very difficult with time zone differences to get everybody involved. And so when we started to regionalize it, we got a lot more participation and a lot more engagement. So each of the regions has a leader as well, and they're empowered to really drive change and drive activity within their region. And so some people participate at the global level, like they might only participate in like quarterly speakership activities, but a lot of times at the regional level, they're really making a bigger change, and they're bonding together to start grassroots movements, to take on new initiatives, and really birth things that can be shared across the organization. So we find that there is a lot of change and a lot of empowerment that comes from the regional teams and then bubbles up to the global teams, and then that's where the sharing happens across ERGs.
It's fantastic. I love that. So you've got global leaders and regional leaders, and through empowering them, you are also developing future leaders in your organization, aren't you?
Exactly.
So that's another benefit of having these staff networks. Scarlett, would you like to pick that up in terms of how your ERGs are empowered to drive change?
Yeah, I think probably one of the most important things is that you need to get the back from the top leaders of the company. So for us, our ERGs in Ipsos has direct access to our CEO. So if you have something you want to raise, if you want something you want to push forward, you can have a direct conversation with her, that she, when anyone become the chairs of these ERGs, we have a chat with our CEO to tell them our vision and how they will support us. And at the same time, our ERGs also have a board level sponsor who will work closely with the chairs and the working committee to ensure our voice is heard on the board level. And apart from that, I think it's very important that the company also put the money in where their mouth is. So we'll support the ERG's event and a program that will really make changes. For example, we have recently planned an event to mark the 2nd-year anniversary of George Floyd's murder. And as a research company, we internally funded a piece of fresh research to look at, how things has really changed or not over the last 2 years. Have workplaces really become inclusive and diverse? So yeah, that's kind of like the support you can see from the company really showing interest in this work. And so I think that's really important to get the support from the top.
Can I add just one more thing, Shoku? Sorry.
Please.
I know I'm jumping in and there's not enough time, but I do want to add one thing as ERG networks. I think it not only has the power to move the dial within the company, but it has the power and the influence on networks to actually get our partners to work in a similar way. So it's not only creating a way within the company where you can actually make a change, it's actually horizontal. Because as big companies, we all work for really powerful, influential companies. We can actually influence our partners to work in a certain way. And that is the power of the ERG networks we should never forget, because you can work internally and create that inclusive culture within the organization, but you can influence outside the organization as well. And that's what we are doing at Royal Mail. So yeah, one more thing to think about, how you use your company, your brand, and your presence in the world to actually make a difference horizontally as well. So
that really resonates, Pooja. It's not about just change in the organization, but the ripple effects further out in society. Darian, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, just to chime in a little, I'm hearing a lot of the conversation. I actually wanted to call out one of the comments that I saw Sammy, one of our viewers, throw out, and talked about top leadership. So we had, and this is just perfect timing, I guess. We had a leadership or a global company-wide event, and this is the second of its kind since our new CEO has stepped into the seat, and it's brought everyone within the organization to a platform virtually, so we could all not just talk about the strategy, but talk about how we as a company need to change the culture. And so a lot of what we've discussed today it's doing just that within the organization. We're changing the way that we look at business and not just making it about the bottom line and about, how do we get more to our gross profit and all of those great things that help drive an organization to succeed. But you're only going to be as successful as your people feel that they are successful. And in those successes, it's about being able to share in ways that you feel heard. And so now I feel empowered to really offer more to my organization, to really drive business practices. But in turn, really what we're doing is we're driving and changing the culture. And I think globally, even within our societies, we've got to be willing to step outside of the box to be able to do that in our communities, in our families, because it doesn't just stop, in one avenue of how we interact with the world. It's in every different facet. And so what we are learning, and Pooja touched on this, we're learning how to do this elsewhere, right? So our partners that are working with us as large organizations, they're learning how to incorporate some of what Walgreens has established as these are the things that are non-negotiables for us. This is what we deem as important. And because we've stated that, now our partners see it as important. So they bring that into their fold as things that they want to drive within their organization as well. So it really collectively just gives us opportunities to really, I love the word ecosystem, because that's exactly what we're doing. We are changing within this ecosystem and evolving in ways that make us all better people in multiple ways and in many different areas within our society.
Darian, that's so powerful. It's about changing the culture and actually becoming better people. I love that. Now we're almost at the end of our time, but I have one more question which I'd like to throw out to you. So we've actually touched this in a way, touched on this topic about intersectionality, and none of us fit into just one box. You know, you can be female, Black, disabled, and neurodivergent all at the same time, and there'll be 10 different staff networks in an organization. But I'm wondering what advice you would give to employee resource groups about the benefits of working together and bringing an intersectional approach to the workplace. Scarlett, would you like to kick that off?
Yeah, this is an excellent question. Actually, this is something, we've talked about so much at Ipsos within our networks, and also some other company, our partners, they're also kind of like really thinking about what can we do to bring this intersectional approach, because it's not easy. But before I get into the benefit of this intersectional approach, I want to touch on briefly why ERG groups are formed individually, because the overarching goal for any company is actually to remove all kinds of barriers so everyone can thrive in an equal environment. But this is then very big and abstract and difficult. So you might not achieve anything if you try to do everything. So it's natural to see groups focused on specific topics, to form, like gender, ethnicity, and this can also help utilize expertise and passion, and which allow, focus and coherent response to issues. But then the drawbacks in this approach is that because they are typically developed around a certain identity, it may elevate some experiences while possibly ignoring others, because due to a homogeneous set of identified problems, which resulted in a lack of considerations of the different experience within the same group. So for example, for myself, thinking about the rich group, then it's probably only represent my Chinese identity as a minority, but how about the other part of me? So people might feel like get boxed into just thinking of one part of their identity. Or if there are like 10 different ERGs, do I have to join, 10 ERGs to make sure I'm covered? And also, if the ERGs are very fragmented, then it's also less likely to drive real change as a force that pulled together. So it's really important that all these ERGs are working together, create a collaborative community. That, for example, having regular conversations, then you can get inspirations from each other. You leverage experiences and practices. Different ERGs might be at a different stage of their journey. Some will be more established, some might just thinking get started, and you don't have to start from scratch. You take others' framework, take the nuggets, what's worked or hasn't, and don't have to repeat any, failures they had before. So I think that's a really great leverage people can have. And also, I think if I give one advice to all the ERG is every ERG should own a pair of lenses that is called intersectionality. You might design this pair of lenses. I'm thinking of get that designed for Reach, that whenever you're planning for an ERG or you are organizing an event or start an initiative, put on that lenses and have a look. Is there any considerations of more than just our focused areas? When we are looking at gender, do we also need to think of people from different ethnic group or different physical abilities, parenthood, would that affect them differently? So think about if there's any consideration need to be had, almost like a checklist exercise. And then if there's something is there, then that will be your perfect opportunity to reach out to the other ERG in your company to have a collaboration. So like we had the International Women's Day events, but had a speaker who is from an ethnic minority background, but who is also the mother, to share their experience. And if there's nothing, you think, okay, I've checked with my lenses and there's nothing, and it's a very specific topic we have to focus on, then go ahead and do that. So I think with that approach, if all ERGs working in the same way, can really leverage all the good things from this whole ecosystem everyone is talking about here.
Thank you, Scarlett, and what a great tip to end this panel on. And we didn't even get to talk about one of the key moments, which I think was a watershed moment for many staff networks, which was the killing of George Floyd, where so many networks really led the conversation on race equity and really led the change in the organizations. So we didn't have time for that, but I just want to thank you all very much indeed for your time on this panel. It has been such a rich conversation, and there are so many takeaways. I'm definitely going to take away the I am from you, Darian. I think many people are going to be taking that, and so much more, the two lenses. Thank you all. So if you are live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking in the virtual booth. During the ad break, don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. And please join us after this short ad break to hear about creating an inclusive and diverse talent strategy anchored from social mobility. Thank you all. Thank you to the panel, and stay tuned for the next panel.
Thank you.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both. It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected. the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
This report is so important for the future of diversity reporting because we have to think multifaceted. I think the pandemic really shined a light on the fact that if we're going to ask people to bring their whole selves to work, if we're going to ask leaders to build companies that are going to be here for tomorrow, we need to ensure that we're thinking about holistically how we're going to do this. And this isn't a charity case. There are many business cases that show that diversity really is something that we need to be focusing on, and this report shines light on all the different facets that we need to be focusing on in order to be doing that well.
One of my key themes around the work that I lead at Berkeley's is transparency, alongside accountability and engagement. And the power of the McKinsey Dulles Review is it gives us that opportunity to be really transparent, to understand where we are, where there are gaps, and then to help us define what we're going to do to make progress against those gaps.
It's immeasurable. I think it's going to help validate what many of us already know or believe, that diversity and inclusion needs to be woven into the entire organization. It needs to be at the forefront of all of our decisions. Our customers demand it, our patients demand it, our employees demand it, and frankly, all of our stakeholders are demanding it. So I really see the results of the survey as not only a validation, but a roadmap for what else needs to be done, because we can't simply rest on the accomplishments we've made in diversity and inclusion at Walgreens and WBA and with our partners, but we need to do more. So I think this report really validates, again, what we've done so far, but also giving us a roadmap of where we need to focus going forward.
For me, one of the major benefits of being one of the companies that actually participated in the survey is that we will actually receive a free, customized report that shows how well we are doing when stacked up against other companies. So for me, it was an opportunity to get a diagnostic that we would not have been able to complete ourselves. And so the collaboration, the partnership was already done for us. So I'm really looking forward to seeing our report and identifying where we have some opportunities and some gaps, but also where we can celebrate in terms of things that we're doing great.
Employers, when I think about the benefit of this report and how it can help an organization, we talk about the value of our employees and that they're our most important assets. And one of the things about managing and taking care of your assets is knowing what you have. And so this report will allow leaders to really dive into, from soup to nuts, the true makeup of their employee base, what the hot buttons and the triggers are for their employees, what drives them to be successful, what gets in the way of productivity. And this report, I think, in my opinion, will help leaders to kind of solve some of those issues and challenges.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome back from the ad break. I'm delighted to be hosting the next panel. So if you're new to DIAL, if this is your first conference, welcome. If you've been here before, hopefully you know the drill. You know DIAL do amazing work. And today's summit is around how inclusive leadership can really help advance and champion a culture of inclusion and allyship. And today's panel, I think, is a fantastic topic. I think it's really relevant. I think we've all seen the news today and seen the biggest hike in inflation in 40 years. That has a huge impact on society and employment. And we're going to be unpacking that a little bit more and talking really about socioeconomic diversity. And we know that's not necessarily a topic that diversity naturally goes into. We focus a lot on gender, race. So I'm really excited to be joined by a fantastic panel to talk more about this and unpack and share some great ideas. So on the panel, I'm just going to go around in the order I see. So I have Serena Brown, I have Aisha Kadwadi, and I have Katie Eaton. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to let each of you introduce yourself. I'm sure you'll do a much better job than I could do with that. And we'll hear a little bit more about yourselves and your backgrounds. So if I could just start out, I'll just go around as I see you. So Serena, are you okay to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so thanks ever so much, Jo, and brilliant to be here. So as always, I'll start with my story a little bit and why this is really important to me. So I'm from a mixed race family and my father was Indian and he came over to the UK when he was 9 years old and he had to learn English and pass his 11 plus in just over a year. So that was pretty challenging to say the least. He was, I guess, focused academically by his parents so much that as he got older, he got to the point he couldn't read a book because there was so much pressure there. So when I was growing up, academic things weren't important, and it was all about just curiosity. So I didn't do that well at school. I came from, my parents, my mum didn't work, my dad worked for a retailer, so definitely not from a privileged background at all. Now, when I look at where I've ended up, I'm really privileged. I get, every day to do a job I absolutely love as the Chief People Officer for Royal Mail. So my past and where I grew up and where I was born and what my parents did hasn't predetermined, where I've ended up. And that isn't the case for everyone. So I look and say, things have turned out differently for me compared to so many people where we know, where you're born and what your parents do does have a real bearing. So I am absolutely passionate about this topic when I think about the experience that I've had.
Perfect, thank you. And we look forward to hearing more on what you've got to share. Aisha, are you okay to just do a quick introduction?
Absolutely. My name is Aisha Kidwai, and I work as a growth strategist, a coach, and an NED in quite diverse industries. And probably similar to Serena, to give you some context as to why I'm here advocating and talking about DE&I. Well, I'm a woman. I'm a person of color and of ethnic origin. I'm a Muslim. I'm a second-generation immigrant. I was raised in a low single income household. And I reference this not because I see them as deficits, but rather facets of my journey so far, and more so as assets, because they are the very things and aspects that underpin my beliefs and values, and most importantly, my drive. And that my drive is to be and lead the change I wish to see. And so somewhere in my consciousness or subconscious level, very similar journey that Serena talked about, seeing parents, a parent struggle on her own to raise a child in a land foreign to herself. Somewhere on that came this catalyst and drive to my goals. And it's all about being seen, being heard, being valued, and belonging. So I'm very much interested in the topic, and social mobility for me. I grew up in an era when upwardly mobile, yuppie were the new terms, and they were prided as everybody should have the opportunities open to them. We somehow just didn't actually deliver those, so it's interesting. That's my backdrop, anyway.
Perfect, thank you. And last but not least, Katie.
Good morning. My name is Katie, and I'm a training manager here in the United States for a manufacturing company. I live in Michigan. And I'm also just starting our Pride ERG for our company worldwide and locally. My passion is driven from growing up in a very privileged white life, a very Christian Reformed background, rather financially sound. And then as I grew and wanted to be educated, I began to see the barriers, the belief that I didn't need to go to college, the belief that I would find somebody to take care of me, the belief that, the expectations for women were made very clear to me early on, and it never sat right with me. Even I remember being 4 and going, this doesn't feel right. And as I began to grow and expand my world, I realized that I was part of the LGBTQ community, and I branched from there. The moments that have defined me were the moments when people told me no. And here I am sitting as a white person in a very privileged space, having that sense of oppression. And I began to realize and look around me at all the atrocities that are happening, right down to what we'll talk about today in hiring practices. And I have to speak up, and I have to be a voice in this.
Excellent. Thank you. It's so wonderful to hear everybody's personal drivers and what their values and how that aligns. I mean, we are so privileged to work in an area where we get to work on what's so important and what aligns to our purpose in life. That's certainly the way I feel about it. And I haven't actually introduced myself, so I will very briefly introduce myself. So my name's Jo Portlock. I'm the VP of Diversity and Inclusion at LexisNexis Risk Solutions. In my defense, I'm on maternity leave, so hopefully my brain isn't completely gone to mush, but that is the fear we all live with. So hopefully let's put down my lack of introducing myself first as just excitement to be part of this panel. Anyway, we move on. So Zarina, I'd love to start with you first and really understand. So why should companies be focusing on social mobility and socioeconomic diversity? Why does that fit into a diversity, inclusion and belonging strategy?
Yeah, I'll definitely cover that, Jo. And just to say, we're really excited that you're here too. So look, I start with a bit of a strap line actually, where it's not about where you're from, it is about where you're going. And it's a really simple thing to say, but that doesn't exist today. And I think that should be true for everybody. Now, we know that low-income families, there's lots of reports, lots of research, etc., have less opportunity in terms of access than those born into a more privileged background. Now, I know there's lots of people dialing in, not just from the UK, but particularly in the UK. We definitely aren't doing well enough in terms of addressing this. So I think the UK ranks 21st on the World Economic Forum Social Mobility Index, which, every time I look at that, one, it doesn't feel good, but it, surprises me. So clearly a lack of social mobility, it has a deep impact on access to jobs, earnings, training, etc. And we know, whether it's in the UK or outside of the UK, that it makes a big difference in terms of where you're based as well. So geography makes a big difference. As we look at schools, it starts really early on. And I think there's an estimate that by the age of 3, children from more disadvantaged backgrounds are already 9 months behind those that come from more wealthy families. And according to the Social Mobility Commission, only 34% of employees in professional jobs come from working class backgrounds, and earning on average less, or 17% less than others, than their counterparts that have come from more privileged backgrounds. So I think you can look at so many of the different data points, etc., to say that this is very real. So why should companies take notice of this and, more importantly, act upon it and do something about it? Well, I think before we look at it from a business point of view, there's kind of a bigger principle here, which I think is about fairness in society. And, I'm sure from a personal point of view, everybody that's on this call feels that there should be equity, in society, and that where you're born and what your family does should not determine your future. I started out a little bit with my story about my father. I've got a 14-year-old son, and not very long ago, I was talking to him about what does he want to do, and he said, "Well, Mum, you've not done too badly. You're kind of a leader in a FTSE 100, but I've got a bigger ambition than that. I want to be a CEO in a FTSE 50." Now, the fact he said that, absolutely blew me away in many ways. But again, he has many things and many benefits in life. So it did just strike home, again, would every child that's 14, 15 years old have that level of ambition. So, it still continues to be very real. So other than the most important point, which is, I guess, the moral case around having a fair society, it absolutely makes sense from a business perspective. We talk about that more broadly from a DEI point of view, but look, you started, Joe, talking about inflation. We've never been in more of a challenging environment than we are at this point in time. Having experienced what we did in terms of the pandemic, we've got inflation at the level it is today. People feeling the cost of living pressure, which I guess in many ways always impacts, whether it's the DEI agenda or discrimination, when you've got those kind of economic pressures happening. So as you look from a business point of view, you need every ounce of brain power, experience, diversity, creativity, the list goes on, because the world has completely shifted, and what customers, consumers want, need, employees, stakeholders, etc. is it's unprecedented, and it shifts each day, and you think the biggest thing has arrived, and then something else sizably changes. So that there is no way that you will compete and win unless you have diverse talent, and talent from every single background. So it makes sense. It's an imperative from a broader DEI point of view. But I think you started by saying social mobility can often be the one that is not as obvious, and one that's not as focused. So if you're not focusing on it, you can be guaranteed that you're not reaching out and partnering with schools and colleges and accessing all the talent that exists. You can be guaranteed that you're putting barriers in place, whether it's academic qualifications or access to training, that will be preventing talent from more disadvantaged backgrounds from progressing. You can be guaranteed, if you're not focusing on this, not to have the data and really understand your workforce and potential workforce. So there's many things that will get in the way if you're not focused on this from getting that diverse talent. As I move to, I guess, look at Royal Mail more specifically, we are a really big employer in the UK. We've got over 140,000 employees. Every job in 175 jobs is a Royal Mail job. So we do really have the ability to, impact, across society and make a big difference. Now, we've got over 1,200 sites, so we are in social mobility hotspots and can make a real difference there. And my belief and the belief of the leadership team is, we've got a big job to do to continue to reinvent Royal Mail for future generations. We've existed for 500 years, but we need to change. We are only going to do that if we tap into that broad, diverse talent. So it is really important to us that we do focus on social mobility and our DEI agenda more broadly, and we are representing the communities we're in. We go to every doorstep in the UK. We need to represent every doorstep in the UK. So, we ground that in our diversity and inclusion strategy.
Excellent, thank you. Just very quickly, Katie and Aisha, anything to add on that topic about kind of why this is so important and why it's important to your companies?
I'm happy to go. I think it's growing more and more important because our countries are becoming more and more blended. Immigration's an all-time high with a lot of more refugees coming into the business. We need to welcome that because it's the richness, that intersectionality and diversity that actually contributes to a thriving community and society and economy as a whole. So I think it's incredibly important that all businesses have a strategy. Social mobility, Joe, as you said, is something that's almost invisible. Sometimes it's not something that's measurable. But certainly I agree with a lot of what Zarina has said, is that more and more, I don't think that any day now, post-pandemic, with a war on our doorstep and all that's going on, that suddenly our economy is going to bounce back. We could be looking at a long stretch. So therefore, all the more important to utilize all of the workforce that's out there and to recognize all of the talents in all its diversity and strengths.
To bounce off of what Aisha just said, our talent force comes to our company personally at all different levels and different facets. And we've had the ability to bring people on, these talented people that may not have qualified or have the same advantages of other people to get to a space to start in a company. But to have that ability within, say, production and distribution to begin to develop that talent and to give them that time and coaching and visibility has created some of the most amazing and strong leaders that we could have ever hoped for. And without looking for that, without making it a point and a part of a conversation with every leadership group, that movement will not continue, that will not succeed. So this conversation is, basically why should our company continue this? It is because it is the right thing to do. It creates a sense of community in this mindset of positivity and growth and possibility for people. And it also sets a plan for them that is long-term, creating for them a family and children that will have more opportunity. And we as a company may be the first and only space they have to begin that journey. So that is why I think it's important for the company to think of that.
So Katie, I'm going to keep with you then. So talk to us a little bit about data and recruitment. How do we use data in our recruitment processes to look at socioeconomic diversity?
I have a passion for this particular department as a training manager that hires particularly a very specific group of audiologists. These are people that have gotten their doctoral degree, and I want to say 97% of them in the United States are women. So I am always looking for, and primarily white women, I am always looking for the opportunity to find that diversity, no matter how niche a particular position may fall within. So I think that recruitment is the biggest player from the very beginning. When we create the role, when we put together job descriptions, we want to use inclusive language. We want to be clear on the type of person. We want to look at the gender of the language that we're using. This has been very interesting to me in the past few years to put our job descriptions to the test. In what type of person are we going to pull with it? I think it is our responsibility to work alongside the recruiters and make it very clear to them that we have a very specific goal of increasing diversity. And no, it doesn't just simply mean what you can see of that person, but their background, where they were raised, different levels of education, different religious beliefs and family backgrounds. Without having that conversation with the recruiters, they may take the easy route. And in my situation, I will continuously be funneled the same person, and then I don't have diversity on my team, and that lasts for a long time. That impacts our company for a long time. There is so much talent out there, and finding that talent is, to me, has been the most difficult part. But another important factor is the internal team, and that recruitment and retention, that once we do find that diversity, we need to maintain them by wrapping our arms around them, by making them feel like they are included and a part of the team, that they have very strong training, and that they have a very strong sense of the culture and their importance, and that they have groups and people that are supportive of them outside of simply their job function, that they and their families come first before anything else at this company. I think when we have those strong internal training programs, it allows some of the hiring managers, the ones with all the pressure on the back to perform, to have results, to hit these numbers. It gives them a sense of safety, and that if they're willing to move into somebody that perhaps they have concerns that perhaps they don't have every single skill set, that they know that they're going to have that skill set by the time they are finished with our onboarding and orientation training program. And that also promotes that. So I think that recruitment is the first step in creating the social diversity within our teams.
Absolutely. And you're so right. We have to look at culture, because you can't just hire in the talent and expect good talent to stay. You have to think about how you continue from that recruitment perspective. So opening that up to the other panelists, how have you looked at recruitment and your data to improve that diversity within the area?
If I go first, so I mean, if you look at our organisation, we do have you know, a large amount of our employees are from families where, you know, I guess from a, you know, socio-economic point of view would represent what we would want to. They represent the kind of communities that we're in, etc. But as you move up through the organisation, that becomes less and less. So our real focus is on externally reaching out more, and I think being far more precise and targeted around that, but also making sure that we are really giving opportunities internally as well, and making sure that doesn't fall away as you move up through the organisation. So, you know, an awful lot, which I'm sure is similar to the other panelists and other people on the call, in terms of how do you take those barriers away, and, you know, how do you know you're doing that, and being really clear about it. I think from a data point of view, I think what's really important is we're not picking one characteristic and measuring, and, you know, that to me becomes a real tick box exercise. And you can show good progress against a certain characteristic, so whether that's gender or ethnicity. But I think the key is, you know, how do you go deeper than that and beyond that, and really drill into the numbers and really dig deep? Because, you know, I'm sure all of us will find, if we do that, much richer insights. So, for example, the company may not have a single Black woman from a working class background that's in a senior position, etc., etc. So I think it is really being able to look at the intersectionality and really use the data and go much deeper on that, and be able to, you know, take the insights out and importantly act upon those insights. And I think, you know, quite frankly, we're beyond, you know, a dashboard that tells us kind of high level progress and position around, you know, characteristics. It's got to be more sophisticated than that. I think in terms of social mobility, it's one that certainly we and businesses are grappling with a little bit more, in terms of how do you measure, how do you get you know, the right information around that, and people being comfortable. So it's a newer area, but it's really important we're not looking at it in isolation.
Absolutely. And Aisha, anything to add on recruitment data?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my main points. What I was going to talk about was creating pathways. It's really important to look at all pathways. So recruitment is certainly one. The job descriptions, blind screening. There are new methods of recruiting from a broader talent pool, but also it's looking at the steps up. So the aspirations of those early entry level employees, as well as those within your broader workforce, is looking at the management and leadership opportunities for them, that those are being open to a broader pool than just somebody who has an MBA or somebody who has a very typical university degree. It's looking deeper into that, and the job descriptions themselves, taking away ages, stages, your citizenship, your university, schools, that sort of thing. I think it will hopefully allow us to look at the aptitude, and the attitude, which is the combination of those, is what makes the right, the right talent fit in any organization. And the cultural element, which Katie raised, I think that's really critical, more and more so as we become a much more integrated, a better integrated society, is being conscious of not only the public we serve, the end user we serve, but the people we serve within our business and the businesses we work with. So whether it's sourcing and manufacturing, you're working with very different mobility needs there, and we're very conscious that as first world countries, Western countries, we are sourcing a lot of product from third world countries where people don't have so much mobility and so much access. So being mindful and bringing them and considering them as part of our working family and part of all the relationships. So those are things, particularly in recruitment, and thinking about that, being mindful of that. Is that we're constantly educating ourselves and evolving our own understanding and learning, and having those very open dialogue to understand what those differences are, but also being able to have the right language to serve those correctly. I'm not feeling nervous about that.
Perfect, thank you. And sticking with you, so give us some successes then. Tell us about a few things that you've managed to put into place where you've seen a real advancement in terms of this area of diversity. We're all on a journey, aren't we? So share some of the things that you feel have had a significant impact.
Well, obviously, because it's very much in my subconscious and my very being of who I am, I do actively think about this a lot. So I have worked in different ways. So I'm either a management consultant, where I go in as an implant embedded into an organization where my role is observational and also making recommendations. But I've also at the same time then worked in businesses implementing. And I've worked across diverse organizations that cater a variety of needs in the public. So anything from, entertaining and amusing in big media companies. I've also worked with retail, and also work with manufacturing and supply base and digital companies, up and coming startups. So in that, I've seen a great cross section of people from not only different backgrounds, but also different socioeconomic groups. And some of the organizations I've worked with are trying hard, are doing their best to adopt better measures, better approaches, have a greater understanding, a greater accessibility to roles and opportunities. Others remain fairly blinkered, and some of them very nervous about navigating around this. And in terms of social mobility, I think there perhaps isn't enough knowledge and information that's driven in, because there are so many other factors that we're right now focused on. The last couple of years, I've certainly noticed a bigger focus in terms of gender and race being at the forefront, and LGBTQ plus being very much at the forefront. But social mobility seems to, whilst it's very much in the fray right now, for every, I don't think there's any economy right now that's really flourishing. Every country in the world is hemorrhaging, and after a 2-year, lockdowns, constant lockdowns and issues. So it beggars belief that we're not really doing enough work in this space. However, some of the simple things I've kind of tried to adopt within my approach as a leader is that recruitment is looking at things more holistically. And rather than looking at those good old fashioned, which Kate referenced, the job descriptions of, that's a whole load of blurb, technical blurb. It's really what's the task to be done and what's the right person and attitude for that, and who's got the natural ability for that role, regardless of their previous training, their previous roles. But if they have a passion for it, I mean, I'm not a HR person, but I have a passion for DEI and I embed it in what I do. Could that be an asset to somebody else? In the same way, I try to think of the person, see what they're bringing to the table, and it's how they articulate their passions that usually comes across. So the recruitment process for me is casting a broader net. That's been important. In terms of creating pathways, it's also looking at outreach programs. So it's not just looking for people within traditional educational or traditional training skills. It's outside of those natural skills. It's recruiting in terms of interns and apprentices, looking at recruiting from completely different fields sometimes, who bring a new skill set, a fresh pair of eyes to the business. Looking at people who don't have traditional educational degrees, but they have other training schemes, they have other apprenticeships they've done that could bring something new to the business. Also actively going in, participating, doing partnerships with schools, local communities, to go and discuss with them what our business aspirations are, the kind of talent we're looking for. Also encouraging them careers days, going and talking about my own career journey, my own aspirations, where I came from, where I am today, what I've been able to be very transparent about, my vulnerability, some of my failures, but also what I learned from those failures and my success going forward, and what it's taught me and how I've managed to redirect myself. It's also looking at within the team, having diverse teams. I've very rarely had a team that comes from a business degree background, a traditional business degree. Most of them I've had everything from forensic scientists, chemical engineers, computer engineers, a whole variety. It's just that either they love entertainment or they love retailing, and they've, pivoted their careers, if you like, to come into this. And that gives me a whole nother richness of understanding, because the forensic person was incredibly, wonderfully analytical, which was a great asset to the business. And there were 3 school leavers who just couldn't wait to get to work and do something. And they now have very leadership positions of their own. And I can see the difference in the people they're leading, because they're leading the same way. So upskilling. So anyone that came to my teams and felt that they didn't have the right skill set, we would look at, as a business, would look at opportunities of helping them, supporting them upskill. Providing them training, independent training, giving them grants towards higher education if they so wanted. The other aspect that's quite important, it's not just about looking at creating pathways, it's also understanding each individual's choice, because there are some people who don't want to be upwardly mobile, who don't want management positions, or who aspire, who are just happy doing doing a certain job. And actually, it's their personal life that's more important. Their family life is more important. So it's actually understanding what the individual's aspirations and goals and needs are, and how an organization can meet them. So that's being that adaptability and creating that hybrid working space, or something that helps them do what pleases them most, and what brings them the most joy. Because I know doing that, serving that, we're going to get the best out of them in the time that they're working with us. It's also constantly, as a manager, striving to listen with greater intent, to understand, to check in my own biases, because they are there for everyone, because we've grown up in a society with them. So it's making sure that I am keeping myself educated and listening, truly listening with intent to what the team is saying and what the team's needs are, so that as a business we can keep shape shifting and get the best out of that as a business unit. It's also looking at constantly using leadership positions, management positions as advocates for the business, and not only for the industry, but for all school leavers or in societies and other communities that maybe traditionally don't come to the business. That's how we connect, is actually coming out of our offices and giving those examples to a broader network and sharing that. So engaging with local schools and school programs and curriculums where we can go and encourage kids to think about, at early stages about development and what they can aspire to, and inspiring them with our own journeys. So, I mean, those are just some of the sort of things that I have used that have been successful, I could say, to some extent, but it's still an evolving piece. It's something I live and learn every day.
Absolutely, and I think when we're closed off to learning from each other, then we've sort of failed to be good D&I practitioners. Love to hear from Katie and Serena. Anything you'd like to add around some of the successes that you feel you've had within your organisation?
Let me just touch on a couple, and it's good that there are more than a couple, but I'll just take a few of them and try and pull out some differences. I think the first one, and again, this exists in many businesses, that I think is really positive, is our postal apprenticeship scheme. And I know many organisations do apprenticeships really well. But from our point of view, we really use this to focus on where there is high social economic deprivation and giving opportunities to younger people who would find it harder to get a foot on the career ladder. Last year we hired 250, and we've got an ambition this year to recruit a further 500. Importantly, though, what we really make sure we do, as well as looking operationally where we need to hire, we do overlay the social deprivation indices to ensure that we are choosing those placements, really careful in communities where it will have the most positive impact. I think the other area is using, where you can do, and if you're able to as a company, resources and funding you've got. So obviously with the government levy, we try and do that. So we transfer up to 25% of our levy funds to other organisations. So to date, we've transferred almost 14 million into other organisations to get the reach to be bigger and to help those organisations, and many of them SMEs. So that makes a difference. Aisha mentioned really working with other organisations and partnerships. So we do that across the board, and just to call out one of them, it is with the Prince's Trust, where we've developed an opportunity for underprivileged young people aged 17 to 24 to join us with the Prince's Trust on a 3-month traineeship in sales, rather than out in the operation. So I would say, how can you work with other partners as well? So just 3 examples, particularly focused at that entry level, to try and cast the net as wide in the right places.
Excellent. And Katie, anything you'd like to add?
I think I need to spend more time with Aisha and Zarina, because the amount of work that you've done and what you just shared with me is truly inspirational. And I feel like sitting in the corporation where I am right now, that I have to use my voice and I have to use my position in leadership. In one of the few female and one of the very few LGBTQ voices in our leadership, at least within the United States. I have a lot of passion. Aisha, like, you just inspired me. You're like, I have passion for HR, even though that is not what my education is. And I feel like that's so often where this relationship building, this compassion and looking at somebody beyond the resume has been so important in the hiring practices. One thing we've done is rewritten our job descriptions, as well as offering up my eyes and my voice and honest feedback to other hiring managers on the picture that other hiring managers' job descriptions are painting. Reading this is the person I see you're going to be likely hiring. And if that is if you're okay with that, then you're okay with that. But if you are actually looking for that diversity, can we work on this together? I think for my company as well, being able to come up with some results, some future numbers of the impact of not making change, what is at risk is often their language. And Zarina, the way you express, the financial benefits there in socio-diversity is something that I need to bring to the table often. I need to bring to the leadership and take advantage when I am sitting next to CEOs and vice presidents and say, how important is this to you? This is something that people are talking about out there. Here's a possible miss for us. So one thing I really want to do is always use my voice and keep it on the front burner that yes, at the 5 o'clock today, we're going to be looking at how many units did we sell, but I'm looking at 5 years down the road, and I'm looking at the lives that we're going to touch. And I look at how we are being perceived by other companies, as well as our customers who are becoming more and more and more diverse. So that is important. Lastly, I was going to say, I think it's important for us, as we've been trying to do, is to highlight people with diversity, and that shows the rest of the company that is reading these engagements, these employment communications, that even though you may be looking at leadership and it looks very not diverse to you, we are working on that. And here is some diversity that we can find even within those groups, and why it's important to highlight our different backgrounds and where we came from, or even what people have risen above. So those are some of the ways in which we've been trying to make this important in our company.
Apologies. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your insights. And you're completely right. A lot of what I hear is, I just want to hire the best person for the job. We've all heard it. But actually, you can't do that if the best person for the job never applied, or you never reached out to them, or you don't have a culture that invites diversity, whatever that means to that individual, in to apply to that organization. So look, a heartfelt thank you from me for sharing your insights. We all learn together. This is not a competitive sport. We're all here to share our ideas and our best practices around diversity and inclusion, because passionately believe it makes organizations better, and hopefully has a positive impact on outside organizations as well. So I'd really like to thank my panelists. Big virtual applause from me. Just a couple of things before we close up. So on the left-hand side of your screen, we have 15-minute advert break. So if you'd like to make most of that, there is virtual networking that you can go into as a separate function room. If you have time to go on social media, we all know if it doesn't happen, posts around today's event, the hashtag we are using is Moving the Dial. And the next panel up on the hour is going to be talking a bit more about inclusive leadership and how we empower organizations through inclusive leadership. So once again, big thank you to the excellent panel, and I will hopefully see you at another event soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal.
Contrast,
Skin tone, both.
it really just depends on how I feel that day.
Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire. This conversation
Where did that word come from?
I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail. From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both. It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression. There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
Hello, and welcome back to DAL Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. My name is Paul Gerard, and I'm the Campaigns and Public Affairs Director at the Cork Group, and I'm going to be help moderating this panel, making sure that we hear more from our great guest than we do from me. And the panel's entitled Building and Empowering Diverse Teams Through Inclusive Leadership. Now, as I said, I'm the moderator for this, but you're going to have some great panelists who'll be sharing their expertise with you, so don't worry, you won't have to hear my dull tones and ugly voice too much. And my three guests are Phil Hogarth, who is the CEO at Communisys, Nicola Morris, who's Managing Director at ICC Facility Services UK, and Kari Daniels, who's the former CEO at Tesco Ireland and is an NED at Topps Tiles. Now, we all know that where people feel included, then you get much greater levels of engagement, and as a result, you get much greater discretionary effort, you get much greater performance. And we also know there's a number of things that make people feel included in their organisations. But the most important thing, 70% of the reason people say they feel included is because of the leader. So it's great today that what we're going to be able to do is mine the fantastic experience that Phil, Nicola and Kari have got, so we can understand what works, perhaps what hasn't worked for leaders as they try to create those inclusive workplaces. So let's just get a little bit of background. Just a minute, please, fellow panelists, because we haven't got that long and I want to get as much out of you as possibly can. So just a minute, if you would, just to introduce yourselves. And we'll start with Phil. Phil, just a minute on who you are and why you feel so passionate about this issue.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, everybody. So my name's Phil Hogarth, as Paul said. I'm Chief Exec of Communities. We're an organisation that enable other organisations to engage their customers. I've been in the BPO industry for 20 odd years in contact centres. So, where our people were our products in essence. And therefore getting an engaged workforce, certainly in a global space like that, has been a huge key element of sort of success across all of those pieces. So, when people are your product, you've really got to put all of your effort into managing right from the ground up to make sure that they're performing at their best and engaging at the end customers on our behalf. So hugely important for me and for everyone in my team as well.
Thanks, Phil. And we're going to hear a lot more of your experiences very soon, I'd like to say. Nicola, same question to you, and this is the easy question. Just tell us a bit about yourself and why you're so passionate about this.
So I'm Nicola Morris, and I'm the MD for ISS UK. And why inclusivity is so important to me, it's twofold. The first one is professionally, very similar to Phil. We don't sell any products, we sell services. And all of our services, well, 98% of them are delivered by people, 35,000 in the UK. And if they're not engaged, then we don't build our business. We're not very productive and we don't retain clients. So it's really important that we're really looking at how we include them. But from a personal perspective, I am the mum to two girls who are about to come into the workplace, one of whom is gay. And it is incumbent on me to make sure that I'm doing everything to make sure they feel safe in a workplace. And I do my small bit to make sure that they're coming into a world where they can be themselves.
Nicola, thank you. I'm sure we'll hear soon. It's not a small bit at all, but thank you. We'll hear a lot more from you soon. Kari, last but by very no means least, a little bit about yourself and why you feel passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Hi, everybody. So, I've got a 30-year career in commercial marketing and general management, lastly CEO of Tesco Ireland and currently a NED at Topps Tiles. And look, I mean, we've all seen the business case and the stats for supporting diverse teams, but my reason I'm passionate about it is sort of through my own personal experience, different organisations and different roles. And firstly, sort of my simple definition of inclusion and inclusive organisation is that everybody is absolutely welcome. Everybody's able to be their best selves and do their best work. And so genuinely, the best team, highest performing teams I've worked in, I've absolutely felt I can be myself and contribute fully. Done my best work and felt really trusted and empowered in those teams. And the best teams that I've actually led have been those that have been really diverse, be it through the lens of gender, background, ethnicity. And I want to give a big shout out to Tesco Ireland team on that. So back to you, Paul. Thanks.
Thanks, Kari. And just to complete it, but I'll be much briefer. As I said, mine's Paul Jarrod. I'm Court Group. I've spent 20 years in the civil service before I joined the Court Group 6 years ago, leading big teams of up to 10,000 people. And I just really emphasise what Kari says. If you want the highest performing teams I've been in public or private sector, have always been the ones where you felt included. You felt that what you had to say, no matter where you were in the organisation, was welcome and was valued. And I think Kari, Nicola and Phil got it absolutely right. So the way this is going to work is we've got a few questions that we want to spark a conversation. I'll ask one of my fellow panelists to start us off with an answer, and then the other panelists I'm going to try to bring in as and when. I'll try and say as little as I can because I want to hear from my colleagues rather than from me. So that's the way we'll do it. And we'll start off with Nicola, if I might. And again, you talked about your own sort of personal driver for this because of your own family and your daughter. So, but more generally about you personally as a leader, perhaps. What have been your personal actions to deliver inclusion to the heart of your business strategy, or indeed your business strategies? Because I'm sure you've done it more than once, Nicola.
It's interesting because I think by very virtue of my position, I have a lot of visibility. You know, my job title effectively gives me the ability to make decisions, to make calls. And yet 35,000 people that work in our team in the UK don't necessarily feel that visible. And I've been through that when I've gone back to the floor, in previous roles as well. You go back to the floor up until the point where you put that uniform on and you become a cleaning operative or an engineer or someone driving a van. You know, you are somebody who has an opinion and your opinion is worth something. And then you put that uniform on, you become invisible. And so my work is very much about giving people visibility, letting their voice be heard. And so conscious actions you can take around that. We have employee resource groups, of which I am the global chair of Gender Balance. Our employee resource groups operate in 5 dimensions around culture, pride, generations and abilities, and then gender balance as well. And these ERGs are formed of just ordinary team members from the business who come together about something they're passionate about and they make business change. And I'll give you an example. The Gender Balance ERG in the UK have written the menopause policy. Not a manager, not someone in P&C. They've come together with their suggestions, they've workshopped it, and they have put it together. And it's that work around menopause is now formed a policy which is going throughout the UK business. They've also done all the learning materials that sit around that and run all the training sessions for all of the people in the UK to go through, written podcasts, held podcasts. They have made the difference. So it's really important for me to give people the opportunity to find their visibility and their, you know, getting their voice heard in the business. I think also I can encourage education. So I can provide the training that people can go through, whether that's bias training or maybe gives people to I think being authentic is incredibly important in inclusivity, because if you are a human and people can resonate and see themselves in you, and other people in your team, they can see themselves in those people, they are less likely to feel alienated. And so I do bring my whole self to work. People know about my teenage mental health issues. They know about my daughter. They know about the challenges I've had progressing into leadership as a woman. And they take me for who I am. And I feel comfortable to share that. And because I feel comfortable to share, other people start sharing back. So I think that's really important. And then there's the direct action that you can take. So whether or not you mandate certain training, say around bias, so that people really have to confront some of these issues. You get a lot of people saying, well, I don't have any bias. Then they do the Harvard bias test and they think, well, actually, I do. Maybe you include belonging and respect in your code of conduct. I've demanded diversity on my shortlist. When I took the role, my leadership team was entirely single gender and very similar age profile and background. And through time, where people were leaving and I had opportunity, I sought to create more cognitive diversity in my leadership team. And so now I'm operating about 50-50 women to men, and I have cultures and many different backgrounds represented. And I think that is welcomed in the business, because they can start to see people who look a little bit like them succeeding in those senior roles. I think an interesting story is in tech, we have quite a lot of engineering that we look after, which is historically quite a male environment, especially in the fabric and mechanical arena. And we were recruiting at quite the female candidates coming through. And it was a concern to the person that was hiring. And so we did a review and we realised that we needed to rewrite the job adverts, because inherently they were preventing women applying because they didn't think the jobs applied to them. So we can look at our language of our policies and our procedures, and we can look at obstacles that might prevent people feeling like they belong. So I look at uniforms. If they are in engineering are very male orientated, and you're come from a different gender and you want to put something that's a little bit more shapely in the uniform, and it's uncomfortable, or you're of a certain age and you're a little hot and you need something that it reflects where you are in your life, and you don't feel that the company is helping you, then you can start to feel excluded. And two more things. I try and role model. So I carry the behaviours I wish to see in the organisation. And I'm a big fan of reverse mentoring. So I learn from the people who have more knowledge than I do. So my daughter is forever telling me that she needs to educate me about being gay. Because my idea, I'll say, oh, yeah, I used to live with someone who was gay. And yeah, she said, you're not gay, you need education. So she's constantly pointing out to me the things I need to read, the videos I need to watch. And I've got people in the business who do the same thing for me around the other dimensions of inclusivity. And I think that makes you a little bit more of a rounded leader. And it shows a little bit of humility, actually. I don't know everything, and sometimes I get it wrong. But yeah, that's what I can do personally.
Paul, could I come in there? 'Cause I think Nicola makes some really great points there. And I've just got one build, actually, as a bit of a watch out maybe for people. So Nicola, you talked about sort of legacy contracts and structures and stuff. But I had an example when I went to Tesco Ireland. We had very few female store managers. And it sort of, I couldn't really figure out why. So we did some focus groups to sort of understand. And actually, we had legacy contracts of 45-hour week. The store manager job description, Nicola, you mentioned job description, said actually the manager opens the store at 7 a.m. And I sat and listened to this single mother say, well, I have to wake up my 2 toddler and baby to take them to my mum's to get to the store to open at 7. And I sat there absolutely staggered that, clearly easy for us to have the deputy line managers able to open a store, cut the hours to a reasonable 39 hours, have security do call outs. And there it was, legacy contracts, legacy structure that was really conspiring against us, all this good work we were doing to bring women through. But actually we had this legacy that actually was conspiring against us in terms of getting women and, to be honest, attracting men to do the job too. So I think it's sort of, you really just listen and look, and you'll be surprised at some of these sort of obstacles that just sit in the organisation.
Thanks, Carrie. I'm going to ask Phil for his thoughts. I've got a couple of questions as well, and one of them builds on Carrie's point, actually. The first one was, you sort of touched on, Nicola, your own vulnerability and being open about that. And one of those vulnerabilities, I guess, as a leader, particularly of a big dispersed organisation like you are, is letting go of power. I'm a great fan of the purpose of power is to give it away, which is a quote from Aaron Bevan. Easier said than done, of course. So I'm interested on how you coped with, or how your journey to let that power go to, say, the resource groups and the gender balance one's a great example. And my second question then is sort of builds on Carrie's point. There's lots of great stuff about encouraging others, and what you talked about there, Nicola, also was some, and Carrie mentioned it as well, some actually pretty tough, hard-nosed business stuff that says, no, that's the way it's going to be. And just understanding how you balance that ability to clearly be really empowering on scale across a number of sites, to say the least, but also the ability to say, no, on certain things, it's this way because this is the right way.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to help anybody. Sometimes it just makes sense. It's just your gut feel that says to you, hold on a second, this is something where you need collaboration. So perhaps it's because I've worked my way through businesses. So whether I was, when I was a junior manager, or even when I was, working behind a bar for Whitbread in the very, very early days, you get a sense of there's a lot of brain power in the organisation. I once met a pot wash in Dublin who was studying for an MBA. No one had ever talked to him. He was studying part-time, doing the pot wash. He had so much to give the organisation, and no one had ever spent time. So I think there's a recognition in me that other people know more than me most of the time. I'm not an engineer, so I can't fix air conditioning, and I've already had to let go of that. So is it really so much to expect that I can let go of some of these pieces around diversity and inclusion, when actually it's about making people feel included? Who better to tell me who that is? So in that respect, I suppose there's no, it's horses for courses, really. I don't think there's a textbook that can say, oh, well, in this instance, you do this. But then occasionally there are some things where you have to mandate. So we do have a mandate of how many, what percentage female leadership will be by the year 2025. We set ourselves some targets because I know that what gets measured gets done. And if, for some people, that is what's going to get them over the line. Other people, it will be life experience and realizing that they need to be more inclusive. And other people need to be targeted and bonused on it. And it's situational, really. I don't know what the others think, but you just have to look at a case-by-case basis. It's much easier for me to say to our recruitment and resourcing partner, from now on, I want shortlists and I want diversity on that shortlist, or I'm not interviewing anybody. And that can then carry down and be a policy. But then there's other things where it should be much more collaborative, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Nicola, I would completely agree. We've gone through we're going through a very similar sort of process to Nicola. I mean, we're a heritage sort of print business on one side of our division, and inherently men orientated in terms of shop floor in our production locations. And look, I've been here a year and a half, and we've had some very similar sort of targeted goals around gender diversity at a board level, of which we've managed to achieve the sort of 50-50, the same as you have, Nicola, which has been great in the short time that we've been here. But I think where our challenge lies, very much like yours, is in the production facilities. Historically very male orientated, difficult to bring in fresh thinking and diverse colleagues into that space. And so we're struggling with that challenge right now. And Carrie, it was interesting to hear your thoughts on some of the assessments and understanding that you got through the Tesco piece. And we're starting to look at what is driving that blocker into our organization. And look, some of it is a positive thing. We've got really loyal employees that are sticking with us. So vacancies aren't weekly, monthly, and therefore your ability to wash through that sort of diversity in the organization is somewhat a positive thing because we haven't got lots of leavers, but it's a negative thing when you're trying to drive an organization that represents really the communities that we support. So and it's trying to find that balance of how do we attract it when we've got the right opportunities, while also making sure that everybody that's there at this moment doesn't feel that just because they are male, they are white, they're in a production, that they're not valued as well. So for me, it's about finding the balance of encouraging that diversity at the right opportunity when the moment arises, while also not isolating your traditional workforce that have put 10, 15, 20, 30 years into their organizing. And so finding that balance, I think, has got to be key as well. We don't want to step too far the other way and isolate your loyal employee base, but you've got to make sure that the voice at the table of the organization is representative of the customer, the end customers and the communities that we support. So that's a challenge we're living day in, day out as we try to find that balance, I think.
I think unlocking one can set the other groups free. And we've not even touched on neurodivergence. This is my latest thing. I've sat through a lunch and learn session with someone in our business who's autistic. And then they recommended some reading, which I've now done. And I've suddenly realized that all those times where I thought I was being lovely and taking someone to a cafe for a one-to-one, if I hadn't realized someone was autistic, that could be the very worst place to take someone who's got sensory, So, I think there's, it's I don't know, it's a complex thing, but you've got to start somewhere. Perhaps sometimes it is, there because it's an easier, safer place to go. But there's lots of diversity.
We're trying to be sort of quite structured about it now to try and drive some of that change. And I've sort of had to reflect on myself. Does this feel too imposed and fit? But what we're trying to do is create, because it's somewhat of a cultural change that you're trying to drive. To start with, I think you've got to be quite structured in opening that communication challenge across the piece. So, in the short time we've been here, we sort of set up employee forums, colleague committees on various things to start and give everybody, the cross-section across the organization, a voice as to how we run the business, as to how we improve the business, how to change the business. And actually, we've got a sort of growth and innovation forum, which is chaired by colleagues from across the business and supported by colleagues from across the business. And we've probably had, I'd say, £2.5 to £3 million worth of great ideas coming through that forum, which, you know, to your point, you kind of measure it and you incentivize it, you start and drive it. It's not the ideal way to do it, but I think when you're starting to drive that cultural change, some of that quite structured way of engaging is the easiest way to get the ball rolling, and then you start and build the momentum, and then it becomes more natural and more fluid, I think, as you go through it.
I guess, Phil, sorry, and I'm going to move on to the next question in a minute, but just a question to come back to Nicola, if I can, and you just touched on that, Phil. Nicola, you're managing lots of people in lots of locations, and you're part of a worldwide group. On that kind of scale, leadership, inclusive leadership, still requires some structure and some form. And as Phil said, particularly when you're starting out, but presumably, you know, that will continue just because of the scale that you're working at and the dispersed nature of the teams that you're supporting.
It will be the same as Carrie will have experienced in Tesco. You have a directive from the group CEO, and that has some platform, and then you make it regionally appropriate. Because of course, in some cultures, actually have it, you know, say for example, gender balance is easier to talk about. You know, gender balance is skewed the other way because the kind of tasks and services we offer are more readily in that culture performed by women, not men. So, you know, you have a direction of travel, but then you have the local pit things where, you know, the action needs to happen. But it is about being a business that cares. I mean, you know, I want to differentiate myself from my competitor set by saying if my people are looked after, they join a family, and, you know, in a family you have all kinds of people, and we recognize all kinds of people. We welcome everybody, and you will belong. And, you know, this year every single region and country is expected to appoint diverse and inclusion. A major step for us as an organisation who's dedicated at kind of curating what we're doing, at the same time as having all these employee groups who are busy generating the ideas and some of the tactical activities that can make people feel in the business like they've got a piece.
Thank you, Nicola. I'm conscious of time, and there's so much more to get in. So I'm going to move us on to Kari, if I may. And I think you've already began to answer this in some of the answers you've given or the contributions you've made so far, Kari, anyway. But why is inclusion so important to you, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have pretty well answered this, I think, in some ways, but I'm just going to give a bit of data points just to sort of bring it to life. So come back to the definition of inclusion, that it's like everyone is welcome. And, you know, the old adage, if you've got happy colleagues, you've got happy customers, and you've got, you know, a good business. Because actually colleagues, if they are themselves, they'll speak up, they'll come forward, they'll be proactive and so on. And I think the key thing I'd say is like, well, how do you tell whether you are leading an inclusive organisation? How good are you at inclusion? And I think most businesses do employee surveys and have, you know, ask colleagues on a frequent basis, you know, does your manager listen to you? Can you be yourself? Do you feel able to speak up and so on? So lots of like data you can extract from your survey to actually say, do people feel welcome and are they being themselves? I come back to my Tesco Ireland example where we did a survey, and last year 91% of colleagues, which is 13,000 colleagues in the business, said Tesco Ireland was a great place to work, which is the sum up of all of those inclusion questions. And what that meant was actually, right, we are doing well, more to do for sure, but actually we're pretty inclusive. And that meant we had very low attrition. We had great capability and experience in the organisation. Our employee brand was strong. Our customer satisfaction measures were strong. So all of the sort of the output measures, you know, suppliers said we're the number one to do business with, we're all really strong. And as a result, sort of the output financials, be it sales, growth, profit, whatever the core KPIs in anyone's organisation, market share, were, you know, outperforming where we needed them to be. So I think it's sort of it is important. I think we all agree that, and I'm sure most people watching this webinar would agree, it is important. The business case for it is compelling. And in my own experience, you know, once I actually asked the questions to measure how inclusive we were, and then I could see it reflecting in the organisation's KPIs.
And Carrie, can you just, I mean, you've made a great case to us from Tesco Ireland about, you know, if you have inclusive organisations, the business performance that you get on the back of that, and the things like you know the low attrition rates, high skill levels, etc. Personally, there'll be difficult days, because there always are when you're leading big teams. Personally, what keeps you focused on continuing to create that inclusive organisation, not just from the business delivery, but from what drives you in your own value set?
Yeah, I mean, much like Nicola said earlier, you know, actually, I think just being true to myself, I want to be in a team that actually I can be myself. And I think, you know, that's it in terms of little examples of why it's really important as a working mum. I've got 2 boys, actually, 14 and 13. You know, actually, I need the organisation to support me to be a good mum, but also be a CEO or a NED. I had just one example, and then I'll let you move on to Phil. But my son had his science lesson, and it was flying a rocket across the hall on a Wednesday morning at 9, quite inconveniently. And I said, you know what, George, I'll be there. Flew back from Dublin on a Tuesday evening, flew a very good rocket, I have to say, across the hall floor using a Tesco water bottle. Got in a car, went to Heathrow. Now, my son was, you know, delighted that I was able to support him, which was an important lesson for him. But actually, you know, what that did in the organisation, and at that time, pre-COVID, we weren't very flexible. It was very much be presentees and be at a desk. And a Wednesday morning was quite an important trading time for us. But actually, by my actions, it set a tone, and it was something people could look up to. Actually, look, it's really important to me, Kari, as CEO, that I can support my son. And so that's the way. I think role modelling, and Nicola said that, is a great way. And it's true to my values, and that's how I want the team I want to operate in, and therefore, you know, and it's the team that I know my colleagues want to operate in.
Thanks, great. Phil, what personally drives you? Again, you know, you've been in your current business for 18 months. There'll have been tough times. What personally continues to focus you on creating that inclusive workplace?
Yeah, I mean, very sorry to Carrie and Nicola. I mean, you know, bring your whole self to work is a thing that we talk about in communities an awful lot. You know, I've not hidden the fact in communities that I'm a single father of 2 small children. So, you know, 8 and 10, and finding that balance of, you know, leading a, you know, £300 million organisation at a crucial transformation time, but also being a dad to Mason and Lydia, to Carrie's point, being there on sports days, going to watch, you know, them play the saxophone at the assemblies that they do, and actually not being embarrassed or ashamed of the fact that finding that balance means that I perform better at work as well as a father as well. And that we encourage everybody in the organisation to find that balance too. So that, you know, that personally, that's why this kind of means a lot to me. So that whole sort of work-life balance and not being afraid, of which 20 years ago, you know, I'm divorced because 10 years ago it wasn't the done thing to say, you know, I've got a family and I can't be on those flights and I can't be in those countries. So I learned the hard way, and I'm trying to make sure that everyone in the organizations that I work in and lead, and all of the sort of team that sits around me, feels empowered to go, you know what, that bit can wait. There's something a little bit more important right now that if I can deal with, when I come back, I'm a better version of myself for doing that, and you get 100% of me rather than me worrying about the fact that I'm not doing well in either situation. So that's why, you know, it's really key for me that people can see that as a leader, I go through exactly the same as them, and you've got to find that balance, right? It's hugely valuable.
Absolutely. Nicola, you touched on this quite a lot when you spoke. Any thoughts on that, sort of what personally is driving you on those tough days?
I suppose I've experienced the good and the bad myself over my life. Seeing my daughter at 4 with a soft toy next to her ear and saying, "Mummy, you know, I'm on a confluence call, can't speak to you," kind of pulled at the heartstrings. I never went to a single assembly, and never to a sports day, and I still to this day don't know what the girls' name, the teachers' names were. My husband took on the role of primary carer, so we had a lot of prejudice actually, because it was kind of, well, that's a bit odd for the mum to be at work. I sometimes worry that wasn't the right thing to do, but doing what I've done has given my children opportunity, and my husband was willing to stay at home. So obviously from a balance point of view, I mean, you know, he saw a lot of prejudice from being the only man at the toddler groups or the baby massage, because it was very unusual. And so I think things have moved on since then. Obviously I'm a little bit older and wiser now. And, you know, I just want to create a legacy. When I was younger, I wanted to climb the ladder to leave an impact. And now I'm kind of climbing that ladder. I'm thinking about, what do I leave behind? You know, and it's not probably for me now. You know, it's probably for the younger women in our organisation, the younger men, people with what they perceive to be a reason why they wouldn't get on, to try and help them. And so actually, I'll know I've done a great job if I'm, you know, retired, sitting somewhere looking at how ISS has developed and seeing some of those people in the senior roles. So yeah, I get a lot more out of that. I mean, obviously I'm driven running a business. I've always loved the idea of, you know, getting to that profit number, but I love the fact that I'm getting there because the people are loving what they're doing, rather than because I've beasted them into submission and they're always looking over their shoulder, worrying they're going to get, you know, be a headcount reduction. You know, that really, you know, is the healthy number is a byproduct of a healthy business. And that's always what I believe in an organisation where that's a general consensus. That's not always been the case, by the way, but here it's good. Yeah.
I'm just going to move on to the final question for a second, but Carrie, you can just that idea of legacy, is that something that you are conscious of as you build inclusive, you know, I mean, you know, the experiences you've had today and the experiences you will have, but is the idea of legacy an important one for you as a leader?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I completely agree with what Nicola said. I mean, I think it's leaving a legacy, but, you know, my work's not finished kind of thing until I sort of leave. Well, I've just left Tesco Ireland actually, but, you know, until you leave a business. And I think your legacy can be in the form of contracts, as we said earlier, structures, but and those are kind of possibly easier things to do, because actually, you know, that was a ridiculous contract we had for store managers and we've changed it for the better, and we've seen immediate improvement in women coming through and being managers. But I think it's the softer side of things in terms of the sort of attitude, bias, all of those, the cultural piece of it that's actually arguably harder to do. But the more people doing it, the more sort of firelighters, you know, to use that expression, people talking the talk, walking the talk, and all of that around the business, then, you know, that is a sort of like does support and help you leave a legacy. And I don't think it's down to the CEO or the MD or, you know, the leaders of the business. It's actually incumbent on the junior managers, even the sort of like people starting out their career, the one-man bands, actually role model and be inclusive to your peers, to your teams, to your external supplier partners, whoever. So, you know, and I wouldn't put it all on the shoulders of the CEO, but I do think it does need to be led from the top, for sure. So yeah, leave a legacy, but, you know, live in the moment as well, I'd say.
Thanks, Karen. I'm going to come to Phil then for our sort of final area of conversation. And you sort of touched on this, and Karen just touched on it again there. But, you know, if you're trying to explain, convince, persuade a fellow peer, a CEO, whoever it may be, to pivot towards inclusive leadership, to amplify inclusivity as a focus of the transformation of a business. And as you said, you're going through that right as we speak. what kind of points would you be making? What would be the things that you would say you don't get this unless you amplify that, you pivot towards an inclusive workplace?
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I mean, we are going through this at this moment in time, and I think having it's not just about diversity and inclusion, but that diversity and inclusion drives a diverse thought process and a diverse set of views and opinions, and ultimately solutions to the various business problems that we go through. I mean, look, none of us are going to be naive to say, Nicola touched on it, there are always going to be elements around business that are not nice to do. There'll always be cuts and costs to be made, things to be done to drive change in an organization. But I think having, if leaders can really focus on driving that diverse and inclusive mindset in an organization, it helps as you're going through some of those challenges in an organization. It helps to have a different thought process. It helps people feel empowered to be part of the solution, and raise opportunities for maybe a different way of doing things. So you still get the same business outcome, but by potentially a different route, impacts people in different ways or less impacting. And I think, we've talked, Nicola and I have got sort of similar in terms of geographical spread and various different cultures around Europe and the world. I think we need the business, both in terms of its leadership and its management across the organization, needs to be reflective of the customer base that we're supporting, the communities that we're serving in. And so, because when we do that, it means that our end product as an organization is much more akin to the reality of what we're facing into, as opposed to, what 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 people in the supposed ivory tower think those communities and those end customers need. And none of this is real rocket science. I think if everybody was to question what makes businesses great, I think everyone would come up with similar ideas. I think this is really a cultural thing, isn't it? This is around the answer to our business problems sit within the shop floors, the offices in the far-flung places, the janitors, Nicola, the pot washers of this organization. We need to be able to create a culture and an environment that taps into those people who have different views, different skill sets, different histories, different life circumstances, to really get a true holistic view of how do we fix those problems, how do we drive the business forward, and how do we become successful. And I think, that's how you turn an organization from a good performing organization to a high performing organization, is by encouraging that inclusion and that diversity right across the organization. That's where you'll see the business move on exponentially, in my view.
And Phil, as you said before, you're in the middle of a transformation process. You try to reorientate the business. There'll be 101 things that are important to make that happen. Is there a danger, and how would you overcome the danger of focusing on those particular outcomes or outputs or capabilities, rather than focusing on the culture that can create that in the long term? I've not phrased that question awfully well, Phil, but I hope you get the gist of it. That there could be an idea that just focus on the widgets, because that's what you need to do right now. Does that make sense, that question, for a start?
It does. And look, the part of the transformation that we're going through at the moment is sort of getting ourselves ready for the digital future, repositioning our heritage of sort of a print and point of sale organization into a sort of broader brand engagement business that sort of help customers do that. And so we've got this legacy of, we've been 100+ years of being a print organization, and it's difficult for those to think that we're going to be something else in the future. So we before we start to get into, well, how do we transform the business into this new digitally enabled organization, we spent most of our early times on, well, what's the DNA of the business as it stands? What's the cultural makeup of the business as it stands, both in the UK and across Europe? And how do we engage those different parties to be part of the solution? And look, have we got it right all the way? No. Are we fully through that. No, we're still on a huge journey at this moment in time. But you're right, there's probably, I can think of 5-6 things in the tactical space that get me to an organization that could portray itself as a digitally led organization that's engaging brands. Underpinning that, though, if you were to scratch beneath the surface, unless I get the culture right and the DNA right and the people thinking that they're part of that journey, those 5 things are just window dressing. You know, and any client or new client worth its salt will soon see that underpinning that, I'm still a dumb printer, you know, for want of a better phrase. You know, we put ink on dead trees, and we've got to try and get away from that. We've got to get all the people in our organization on board with where we want to get to. And that can only come through engagement of the colleagues, driving that cultural change so that it becomes part of the DNA. It's not part of our DNA now. It is, we're in stages of encouraging that involvement, of encouraging that engagement, of making sure we've got diversity of thinking so that hopefully as that momentum starts to build and the snowball effect comes in, it needs to be less structured and it can become more natural. And at that point, I'll be confident to say it's now truly part of the DNA. And as we're hiring people, we can hire about, this is who we are as an organization. This is what good business and good leadership and your involvement will mean to us as an organization. And we're not there yet, but we've got line of sight of it and we know how we're going to get there.
Thanks, Phil. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm just going to ask for very brief thoughts from Carrie and Nicholas. Apologies to this, but Carrie, you talked about 91% satisfaction rate, colleague engagement, great place to work when you're in Tesco. And what does that mean for when you are hiring? If you've created that culture of inclusion, what does it mean when you're hiring people from, you know, a customer team member right the way through to your deputy? What does that reputation mean?
Yeah, well, you've got low attrition. So thankfully, you know, actually the pain of recruitment is there. But look, I mean, I sort of going to half answer your question, Paul. I think Phil made a really good point. You know, in all of this, it's a journey. Do you know what I mean? And don't beat yourself up. Actually, it's small steps that sometimes are big steps. And I think, you know, the focus on recruitment of culture, you know, continuing the cultural journey, you know, is important in the recruitment of people that they're going to assimilate into a great inclusive team. And there's lots of interventions to do that. But look, I mean, that's it really. I'd say it is a journey, absolutely.
Thanks, Carrie. And Nicola, last word from panelists from you before I wrap up.
It's a real battlefield out there for talent. So if you can keep the talent you want and attract the talent you need, and people are looking for brands with values. And if you're not that brand that has value and a value that they can identify, the younger generations are not going to come and work for you. So it doesn't matter what you do with fancy pay packets. People are making choices about the ethics of the organisation, and they can tell flawed ethics a mile off. So you've got to be genuine and authentic.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Carrie. Look, I will be very, very brief in the summary because I'm not sure I justice to what my colleagues have said. 3 thoughts came to me. One, and I think Nicola brought this out really well, there's an inquisitive nature with intent. And what I mean by that is finding out what people think, finding out who people are, finding out what they want. That effort is never wasted because it allows you to understand the people that you're leading and to include them. Secondly, you know, I think Phil and Carrie brought this out really strongly. The business imperative here is huge because it will attract people, be it customers or talent, towards you. And then the third bit is there is something about not underestimating your own personal impact as leaders, be that right now or be it in the legacy that you leave. Can I thank Nicola, Phil and Carrie again? What a fantastic panel. Thankfully, I didn't speak too much, so you got to hear all the great stuff rather than me droning on. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining the panel. 3 things before I go. If you're live at the summit, look to the left of the screen and you'll see opportunities for speed networking in the virtual booth during the ad break. Secondly, if you're on social, please do tag us, #moving the dial and tag Dial Global. And finally, after a short break, you get to hear all about mutual respect of religion and of belief, non-belief, and how that's critical for inclusive cultures. Thank you again to Nicola, Phil, and Kari. Hope you've enjoyed that 45 minutes. I've absolutely loved it. I've got loads of scrolls that I'm going to go and steal all the ideas from Phil, Nicola, and Kari. Thank you so much and have a great rest of conference. Thanks all. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both.
It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come. I'm delighted to introduce our CEO Activist founders. We'll be hearing their stories, learning about their personal journeys and finding out why they're so passionate personally about driving change in diversity, inclusion, belonging and equity and beyond.
Now, some of the UK's best-known companies have signed a pledge calling on all business leaders to put diversity and inclusion at the top of their corporate agenda. The likes of the Co-op, Marks & Spencer, Unilever and Page Group are all involved. Well, the pledge focuses on 4 key principles. The first is to make sure workplaces have clear steps in place to ensure current and future leadership team diversity. Secondly, a commitment to measure progress annually against 10 areas, including race and ethnicity, gender, age and disability. A promise to implement strategic diversity plans with clear accountability for CEOs or leadership teams. And a commitment for CEOs to each share their learnings and strategic plans for the future. Layla, let me start with you. How did you go about getting all these employers to sign up to this pledge?
Well, it's really about changing the face of our future and supporting future generations of leaders.
I was blind. I thought we were doing a good job. We had lots of great policies, I thought, and I was blind. And a colleague wrote to me shortly after that terrible event, 500 CCTV event, and said, Steve, you're not doing enough. It was as blunt as that. Now, I'm a fairly blunt individual, and I'm also somebody who believes there are 2 types of people involved. There are people who commentate on stuff, and there are people who do stuff. I'm in the latter camp, not the primary camp, as you might have worked out. We had to do something, and I met with Imani Jeffers, the first person who wrote to me, and then after that, I decided that I was going to make a lot of mistakes, and I had to learn real fast. Steve said that, and I did that by employing a lot of reverse mentors.
If you're not actually being honest about the fact that maybe you've got a mental health challenge or you've got a particular issue or whatever, then how can you be authentic? You know, and there are so many leaders that don't talk about their particular challenges, but if they did, then it would make everyone else feel more inclusive. And I'll just give you a small idea. I mean, we were trying to tackle mental health, and we've gone some way, and we encourage loads of our directors to talk about it openly on Yammer. I mean, honestly, make it weep. People were talking, and these were people I'd known for 10 years, I didn't know. You know, some I had potential suspicions, but they hadn't talked openly. And they did. And when they did, it just made so many others feel so much more empowered to talk about it themselves and feel relaxed and feel good at work and so on, and more productive. I have literally no assets except for people. So if they walk out the door, I'm in trouble. And so, you know, actually recruiting talent, getting the maximum out of them, making them feel great and included at work and everything else is absolutely key.
I'm a white, privileged individual. I need to talk about my white privilege. And only then, when I do that, will people really start to believe that I can help affect change. But you have to put yourself in other people's shoes. and you have to actively listen. And in a way, be okay with slip-ups. You know, get it right rather than be right. Because I think only then that authentic way will create a pathway so that what we're starting here with this initiative becomes normal, becomes the way we do lead as business leaders in the UK.
Hello, and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. This panel is titled, Why is a Mutual Respect of Religion and/or Belief or Non-Belief Critical for Inclusive Cultures? My name is Reverend Mark Fowler. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Tannenbaum Center for Interreligious Understanding. And I'm joined by three other phenomenal leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Virtual stage. They are Bina Taylor, Senior People Manager at Savers, Ellie Tomlins, Chief People Officer at Britvic Soft Drinks, and Dr. Catherine Wright, Chief Executive Officer at Cullum St. Gabriel's Trust. Balancing religion and interpersonal relationships can be a challenge. While many companies do allow open conversations on religion and appreciate the diversity this brings, it can also create tension when religious or non-religious beliefs clash. How can you avoid conflict? By encouraging employees to be open about their faith and associated values, but setting clear guidelines on what constitutes professional business conduct at the same time. Before we get into detail, it would be great to learn a little bit about each of you and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So Bina, can we start with you? Would you mind introducing yourself to everyone?
Of course. So thanks, Mark, for that introduction. So I'm Bina. I work for Savers Health and Beauty as the Senior People Manager. So I look after the people function for all our retail stores. And for the last 2.5 years, I've been privileged to be the people lead for the Black, Asian and ethnic minority network for both my organisation, for our sister organisation, Superdrug. And for me, I'm extremely passionate about the network, coming from a BAME background myself. I truly believe in championing our sort of values. We are a very diverse organisation. So where we can to bring everyone's beliefs or non-beliefs, we want to try and cater for everyone and make sure everyone feels really inclusive in the organisation.
Thank you so much, Bina. Ellie, can we go to you next?
Sure, thank you, Mark. So I'm Ellie. I'm the Chief People Officer at Britvic. I've only been here 3 months, but I've been in HR, talent and inclusion roles for a long time at lots of multinational companies, including Tate & Lyle, a company called Whitbread in the UK, and Thomson Reuters before that. Britvic makes soft drinks. We have 37 soft drinks brands in over 100 countries. So that kind of the importance of multicultural understanding and inclusion is critical. And I thought I'd add at a personal level, the topic on the table for this panel is very important to me at a personal level. I am raising multi-faith children. So we have, I'm in a multi-faith household. And so at a personal level, exploring what I see to be that kind of intrinsic value of respect and tolerance and understanding of multiple faiths and how that shapes cultural identity is really important to me. And so really happy to be here and really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Ellie. And Catherine, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. So I'm Chief Executive of Cullen St Gabriel's Trust. I've been in that post for 3 years now. We are an endowed charitable foundation and we promote an education in religion and worldviews in schools in the UK, but also increasingly in society more generally as well. So we are a grant-making organisation as well as running our own professional development programmes, particularly for teachers, hosting events and creating resources. And we also support campaigns to promote religion and belief literacy, which is why I'm particularly delighted to be here today, and also freedom of religion and belief as well. And I think you're going to hear a bit more about my passion for this, but hopefully that comes through as well. It's the heart of everything we do at our organisation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us. And I feel like I never really introduced my work. So let me just say briefly that Tannenbaum is a secular and non-sectarian not-for-profit. Our mission is to combat religious prejudice, promote justice, and build respect for religious differences. And we do that work in 4 program areas: in education, as you do, Catherine, in global workplaces and government agencies, large not-for-profits, in our workplace program. We also do work in healthcare, bearing in mind that people make decisions about their care that are often based in their beliefs and practices, and build the bridge between healthcare providers and patients around how to incorporate those into the treatment plan. And we support the work of religiously motivated peace activists working in conflict zones around the world. So we have quite the panel here. So wonderful to have all of you. And let's just dive right in. So I'd love to know why it's so important, or why this is such an important thing to bring a worldview on religion or belief, and why this is so important for all of us here. And if you could also perhaps include a little bit about the role that empathy and humility, how they can be critical to both belief and non-belief. And Catherine, could we start with you?
Yeah, sure. So what I love about this particular protected characteristic is that it is genuinely about everyone. We all have a position, whether it be religious or not. And we might say that kind of nobody stands nowhere. And in fact, we funded an animation last year with that title. It was produced by the think tank Theos, and you can find it on YouTube. And I really like the term worldview because it's so inclusive. You know, I see the world through a lens which can be rooted in my culture, my upbringing, contextual factors, as well as religion or belief. And our worldview can be complex, perhaps a mix of religion and non-religion. And my worldview is bound up with my identity. So this dimension impacts us all and is therefore about valuing all. It's about valuing our employees, our customers, our clients, and so on. And then I think, secondly, it's also important because the public, at least in the UK, thinks so. And we know this because we commissioned a survey through Savanta Comres last year, where we found that 2/3 of the UK adult respondents said it's important to understand the beliefs of others, particularly in the workplace. And also around 2/3 thought that understanding their own beliefs was important to them as well. And over half agreed that understanding had a positive impact on their well-being. So it isn't just about understanding, it's about identity, it's about understanding who we are as people, which then impacts on how we live our lives and our sense of community and well-being with others. So religion or belief, if it's important to 2/3 of people, we really should be taking this seriously. I think that's the first thing. And then, yeah, the question about sort of empathy and humility being critical, I really believe that so strongly. And I think if we understand this dimension as about being about all of us, then actually it begins with all of us, and it begins with our own self-awareness, being aware that we have a position and that we view the world through that position. And I think if we do that, that actually brings us to a place of humility, perhaps also a place of vulnerability, perhaps as well. But we also accept that our view is one among many different views. And if I think we acknowledge that, then we accept there's divergence, but also we can see the common threads and areas of agreement as well, perhaps. And I also think it takes us to a place of listening. And I think listening is really, really key. I don't think we do enough. And I think it's one of the most important places to start with all of this. If we're listening, then actually we can begin to empathise, and we automatically take that place of humility with others. And I like the idea of kind of being generous with our space, as well, both kind of physical space, but I'm talking about kind of that intellectual space as well, and being open and generous in our space towards other people. Sometimes I talk about kind of generous hospitality as well in that kind of sense, and I think empathy and humility are part of that. So I think hopefully that sort of gets the conversation started a little bit.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate you including vulnerability, because I do think that that's a critical part of DEI work broadly writ, but certainly a part when we're talking about our feelings and our positions, the ones that we know that we have, that we may not always have a comfort level in sharing when it comes to addressing religion and or non-belief in the workplace. Bina, could we go to you next? How would you like to jump into this?
I totally echo what Catherine has said. It is about everyone. It's about valuing everyone for who they are and their identity. Completely agree on the point that both are critical, as empathy really obviously helps us understand why we have beliefs and the non-beliefs as well are important to that person. And I guess the humility sort of comes once we've sort of understood the why, I guess, and then what we can do to sort of support that person and make them feel really valued, irrespective of sort of what that is. And really, it's almost back to almost putting yourself in their shoes and seeing the world through their eyes to really have that sort of true understanding. That's my sort of thoughts on it.
It's great. I was just taking some notes on what you're saying, because I think that, we're all looking at how to create belonging. And we're all in, kind of that space. And none of us actually has like the secret sauce yet. Like, we're all working toward how do we create an environment of belonging in some instances where people are not experiencing belonging in their regular lives. So it's quite the journey we're on. Ellie, could I go to you next?
Yes, well, I certainly have less to add, I suspect, after great contributions from Catherine and Bina. But a couple of thoughts. I guess we're living in an increasingly multicultural world, and where actually on top of that, we're also living in an increasingly polarized world. With the advent of social media, with the tone of voice that you hear online is getting increasingly shrill and increasingly intolerant. Having active advocates for tolerance, as it builds respect, as it builds empathy, as it builds humility, is so important, because it's the force that gives me hope. And when I look into a world that is becoming more polarized and allowing highly political views to get charged against highly religious ones, and actually allowing and then people taking up stances and taking up fixed stances rather than remaining open. And I think when you lean into empathy, when you lean into respect, when you lean into humility, it's much harder to maintain that kind of fixed perspective because you're listening. I love that phrase about listening and self-awareness. And if you take the stance of listening and openness and self-awareness, actually the society you live in becomes more tolerant, becomes more open, and you create space for people. I love that phrase about being generous with our intellectual space, because I think often, not just among the world says, but in society, people are not generous with their space. They live in a world that's online, and they get offended quite quickly. And a former colleague of mine once gave me a great phrase, which offense can be taken, it's rarely given. And actually, so empathy and humility are always remind you to think from the other person's perspective and not take offense when you don't need to. And so I think it's a hugely valuable set of traits and set of leadership stances that we can all get into.
I love that. And, one of the things I'm always mindful of is that when we talk about empathy as a behavior, the foundation of empathy is actually listening. It is the deepest kind of listening that we can engage in that suspends our own beliefs and suspends our own feelings to actually really receive not just what someone is saying, but all of the emotion and experience that comes with that. So I think it's wonderful that we're talking about empathy as a behavior and respect as a behavior rather than kind of any theological concepts that we could come up with. One of the things I know we do a lot of work around is networks, employee resource group, faith-based resource groups. And I'd love to know a little bit about how faith networks operate in your organization and what you all are doing to actually bring your inclusion strategy to life as it relates to religion and or non-belief. So Bina, could we start with you?
Of course. So in Savers, we have got a BAME network, but also within the network, we integrate all faiths. So for me, having faith networks in our inclusion strategy also allows the organisation to bring teams together, to build relationships, connect with others in the organisation who they may not necessarily connect with on a day-to-day in their roles. Also support with raising awareness of our BAME team members, bringing together all those different faiths and also helping educate our teams. And also having an exec sponsor who supports me with leading the network shows that commitment of how important inclusion is to the organisation right from the top. Our network also allows team members to identify themselves with the network and our allies who obviously support the network to be feeling valued. They feel like they've got a voice in the organisation to make a difference. I feel it's a place that they can truly come to work and be their authentic selves. And we've seen this strongly come through in our engagement surveys as well, which is a really strong result that we do have coming through. The network also allows us to celebrate diversity and share that with others in the organisation. So it goes back to that sort of understanding and sort of educational piece that we've just talked about, but as well as sort of sharing ideas, views, focuses on what's important to them. And then I also feel there is going back to a little bit around sort of the well-being and the improvement of well-being of our teams and understanding those beliefs through education and looking at ways of how we adapt to support faith in the workplace, such as recently we've had many of our teams fasting through Ramadan. So we've looked at ways of how we can look at our teams in terms of their break times, in terms of their working hours, as well as allowing a safe and a clean space to pray, because that's something that is part of their belief and actually is a value for them. It's small adjustments that we can make for our teams, and we can allow them to be themselves and not feel like their faith stops at the entrance of a store or at the office. And I know over the last sort of few years, the network and I have really been championing celebrating key religious events, special days. And each year, what we try and do is build on the previous year to keep that momentum going and the awareness continue to be raised. And one of our biggest events of 2021 was our Black History Month. So we celebrated all month long. We provided resources on Black history. We had webinars. We had some quizzes. We had a resource list of what films to watch, what books to read. We shared with our teams more around sort of Black culture and food. And we also heard from our own teams on why they are proud to be Black and what Black History Month means to them. And then to close the month off, we had an external speaker, Stuart Lawrence, talk to us around his sort of life, his family's life after the murder of his brother Stephen, and how he and his family fought for the justice and the aftermath around their own well-being. And then Stuart also touched on the importance around sort of that education piece around race in the workplace, but actually start taking it back a bit and looking at the younger generation as part of that. We've also been championing BAME careers, showcasing some of those amazing careers of our BAME colleagues. And for me, I want teams to feel empowered. I want them to feel like no matter where you come from, how you've been brought up, there is an opportunity to grow within that business. And it's not just from the BAME network point of view, it's all of our inclusion networks. I guess the network also allows us to listen to our teams. It amplifies the voices of underrepresented groups, as well as providing feedback and suggestions on how we continue to champion inclusion. And over the last few years, we've conducted a number of listening groups. It's really interesting that we talked about listening just now in the last question, because as part of the network, it was so incredible to hear how teams were feeling. And there was some real honesty in those listening groups as well. And we had some amazing ideas on how we can shape our plans. And then from those listening groups, we created some commitments that we shared internally and externally as well for Superdrug and our sister brands, for Savers and our sister brand Superdrug. As part of those commitments, we're currently working on religious holidays and looking at our policy around how we can swap some of our bank holidays and have them be used as part of religious festivals, and also how we can look at BAME shortlists as part of our senior roles as well. And only last month, I held a network meeting with my exec sponsor, Sean, and we had almost 100 people attend that to be part of our network call, to listen to our plans, and to share the ideas around. And that just shows that engagement through the organisation. So I guess sort of just to finish off, for me, I value difference, and the organisation values diversity, not because we believe it's the right thing to do. It's because we know it will help us be more innovative and actually make better decisions for our teams.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. And, you know, one of the things that I really hear you saying that we're very mindful of at Tannenbaum in our work with corporations is the impact that religion and/or non-belief can have in the workforce, in the workplace, and in the marketplace. And you really touched on all of those, because that listening is not just internally for the company, but it's also listening externally to your customers, to your clients. And are our brands reflective of the people who, you know, we're fortunate enough to have using our brands? Ellie or Catherine, would you like to add anything to this?
What really struck me about what Bina was saying is something that I'm really passionate about, which is that that networks are, I think, most effective when they are interfaith, or not just interfaith, but actually religious, non-religious beliefs can be represented through them. And also, Bina, the celebratory nature of your networks. I think sometimes there can be a focus on, they're there to deal with issues or challenges or problems. But actually, what really struck me about what you were saying is the kind of the strengthening the relationships between people, and then the celebratory nature of the networks. I think that's really powerful, because I think if you build those relationships between people who have different worldviews, then actually when there are challenges, people will find it easier to, going back to the listening thing, people will find it easier to listen to one another, I think, and engage with one another in a way which, is hospitable, So I think, I was just really struck, because that was the key thing I wanted, was going to contribute in this particular one, was this idea that let's use networks to celebrate, and not just, I think sometimes there's a danger they can just be about solving problems, and that's not really what I think they should be about.
Yeah. I mean, I think from Britvic perspective that we don't treat religious groups as sort of separate categories, if you like. We go for the kind of pluralist, not purist approach. And our Be Diverse network, which is the grassroots voice of sort of Black Asian and ethnically diverse colleagues across the country does use its access to celebrate and champion the history and the cultural beauty of all of the religious celebrations that we go throughout the year. So we've adopted a very similar strategy and found it to be very effective.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'd love it if we could, because we've heard a little bit from Bina, and I'd love to hear, Ellie, if you could talk a little bit more from everyone. How are you educating and driving awareness among all of your employees as it comes to the idea of religion and or belief or non-belief? Those might be papers.
There's a little papers rustling, yes. So, I mean, it's a great question. And I think, Bina's answer to the last question actually articulated a lot of fantastic ideas, many of which I think we're doing a similar work on. So I think, like every business, we're using a wide range of mechanisms to try and increase awareness and try and reach more people on an ongoing basis. And I have to give a shout out to our diversity and inclusion lead, Claire Parker, who's done a phenomenal job at getting a really broad range of people involved in the conversation in all of our grassroots networks, actually, from our Wellbeing Warriors through to our Be Diverse network, through to our other grassroots networks. We're a relatively small business. We're about 4,000 people globally. And therefore, like, getting people involved and getting the voice of people who have a lived experience in a given area is so crucial to engaging and building awareness throughout. So we've done a number of similar things as Savers have. We have a wide variety of things like TED Talks and books and podcasts and reports, as well as learning modules on everything from Windrush through to Black History Months. And the other thing we've gone and has been really lovely over the last 12 months is hosting regular events to mark religious holidays and cultural celebrations. We've done Hanukkah. We talk about Christmas, Chinese New Year, Diwali, Eid, Ramadan, Vaisakhi. There's been a kind of very an example, recently we had Ramadan, and we produced, the team, not us, not an HR team, the network team produced celebration boxes for Eid to send, and they sent them to all our factories and offices across Great Britain and Ireland, with chocolates and balloons, and it made it visible and recognizable, and had a kind of lovely splash event, as well as sort of that sense of giving, that sense of generosity, that sense of a celebratory nation. We've also done work to create that safe space to pray. I think that's really, really important. And I guess when I was thinking about how we've done the work we've done, I came up with sort of 5 areas or principles that I thought were probably quite important. And I thought it might be worth kind of running through those. So my first one, to a point we've already covered in the last few minutes, is very much to lead into the celebratory. It's so valuable to take those moments to celebrate what other people are going, and ask people to walk a mile in each other's shoes and really understand what's valuable about their cultural heritage as well as their religious heritage. The second one I think is really important is important not to shy away from being a little directive where you need to be. For example, with Ramadan, saying to people, don't say, "Oh, you must be so hungry," to someone who's fasting. Find a way of asking open, curious, interested questions without judgment, and using that curiosity to build empathy, and actually giving people permission to ask if they don't know. People like to be asked, people like to be, and it's interesting, and it builds connection, and kind of creating those moments to build connection is so important in building awareness. The third one I had is around building meaningful experiences of bias. And I'm increasingly, as I sort of have been around this world, I'm increasingly moving away from at a personal level. I think e-learning around bias is great, and it's really important, and you can hit scale, but giving people moments where they talk to someone from a different background with heart and openness and tolerance, and they creates a moment of understanding that's real and experiential, is so valuable, which is why I love getting networks involved, why I love the idea of voices, why I love the kind of bringing in moments of understanding that kind of creates a personal experience and actually moves beyond a theoretical understanding of bias and a filtering understanding of bias, and gives people something real to sort of tangibly hold on to. And then I think the last couple of areas is around what do you do when you hit a boundary. So we haven't talked very much on this call yet, but Where this gets tricky is where one set of beliefs crashes into another set of beliefs. And in other organisations I've worked in, I've only been here 3 months, so I haven't come across everything in Britvic yet, but I'm sure I will. We've had moments where we've gone out with policies that support things like LGBTQIA, and had groups who are of more of a sort of fundamentalist Christian belief set stand up and say, I don't agree with this. And actually, as an HR person and as a leader, it's in those moments where this stuff becomes really, really tricky. And so I kind of got to two more important elements about this, and I'd love to hear what others think about this topic, because I think this is kind of the heart of this discussion, really. So my first one was, it's really important to help your leaders find the boundaries that are meaningful to them. And I always channel, I remember a leader in a previous life, a role model to me, and someone, she told me a story of being an international signee in India. She was leading a huge team there, she was building a huge team there, but she was out of her cultural context. And she was witnessing in that country, this is a long time ago, but she was witnessing people treating some of the Dalit community in a way that it stood out for her, and it disconnected with the multinational values, but at the local level was really normal at the time. And I think the Dalit community has done more in the last 10 years to sort of build its profile, but she had to work out what was important to her in that local context, and what she had to stand for in any global context. Mm-hmm. And therefore our work in helping leaders find those moments. And she went all out and said, I don't care what community you're from, I don't care what caste you're from, if you're in my workplace, we have a certain base level of respect, and that's really important. And at the time, that was, I would say, probably pretty groundbreaking. I think things have moved on now, we're in a very different society. Mm-hmm. But I think my final call is this bit about how to stand up and be counted when you hit a critical boundary, how to find those moments and say, making a statement saying, I don't agree with this is one thing. Mm-hmm. Posting hate speech against something is another thing. And being willing very clearly to have zero tolerance of certain kind of statements, even though we're trying to be tolerant, is really, really important. And making things a disciplinary matter, early on, and making stands, I think is really important for a culture to be able to create cut through. And it's difficult in this topic because we the notion of tolerance is everything, and therefore we want to be tolerant of everyone's beliefs. That doesn't mean we have to be tolerant of everyone's behavior. And so I think those are some of the areas that I think help get cut through in awareness and education. Beyond, we can do lots of good things at the grassroots level, and that's really, really important, but I think leaders also need to stand up in certain moments and be counted, and I think that was one of my kind of key messages. I'd love to hear what others think on this whole area as well, because I know you're coming at this from such different angles. I think it's really interesting.
Well, I have a couple of things that I'd like to share, but I'd love to hear from you all first. So Bina or Catherine, who would like to jump in?
I'm happy to jump in. So fascinating, Ellie, and you're right. It's such a challenge. So a couple of things. I'll respond initially to the question about boundaries, and I don't have any answers to this particularly, but in other contexts, I've used an analogy of an embrace, and there's a Protestant theologian, Miroslav Volf, and he talks about the nature of an embrace. And I found it very helpful, because I think if you imagine the action of embracing somebody else, then actually you are welcoming them. It goes back to this idea of kind of generous hospitality in a way. You're welcoming them, but you're not becoming them. Yeah, there's a sense of inclusion, because you are like wrapping your arms around somebody. Sorry, you can't really see on Zoom, can you? I've got to put my arms around. But also you are still distinct as a person, and so there is still a boundary there between you, but actually you are still welcoming. So I don't know if that analogy is helpful. It just struck me as you were speaking that perhaps that analogy could be useful. But just more widely on education as well. As I said at the beginning, we're particularly about wanting to support and promote an education in religion and worldviews in schools. And I think one of the key things for me, anyway, in our organisation, is that we need to start this young. we need to start from birth, but we particularly need to start when children are in schools. And in the UK, we're very fortunate because religious education is a statutory subject up until pupils leave school. It's a very mixed picture in terms of how well that is actually executed, if you like, within schools itself, in terms of quality and provision and so on. And so one of our big things is around campaigning for that. Campaigning with government, it's one of the most underfunded subjects in terms of supporting it for professional development and recruiting teachers and so on. So we're campaigning for that. And I suppose it's a bit of a plea really to the audience here that, if you believe this is a really important thing, and help us to campaign and put it out there to government that actually we need education in schools to equip children and young people so that when they are coming to work at, Savers and Brickvic and other places, that actually they've got those skills and those understanding right from the beginning. So that, yes, there is going to be further education when they're in places of employment, but actually there's a really good grounding around that. So there's that. And then just finally to say, we recently funded, as was a grant-funded project that the Religion Media Centre have been running. They actually had an event about it on Monday this week, which was called Creating Connections. And it was bringing people from different worldview perspectives together in local communities with journalists and actually with teachers as well, to kind of help people understand one another, to break down some of those barriers, if you like, of people connecting with one another, and perhaps providing a kind of, particularly in the media, a voice for the voiceless as well. So I think and so in a sense, that's what I'm saying is that's a form of education, is actually just listening and talking to one another as well. So
it's amazing, Catherine. I absolutely agree with you for the need for inclusion across all grade levels, with varying levels of increasing knowledge and experience over time. Bina, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this? And then I would like to add a couple of things as well.
Just two bits actually. Just interesting what Catherine's saying, because actually one of our focuses for this year is around education in the younger generation. It's on our strategy as well for the network over the next sort of 18 months or so. And I've been speaking to our apprenticeship team and how we look at sort of providing that support and providing those sort of life skills. So similar to what you were just saying there, Catherine. And I think I'm looking at it particularly as well from a BAME community angle, looking at some of those underprivileged areas across the UK and how we can provide some of that support in the organisation. And I guess the other bit I just wanted to mention, and Ellie touched on it, just around having those conversations, because I think it's so important to be brave. So when you don't know something or you don't quite understand it, have that curiosity. It's also important not to shut it down. Don't shy away and be honest and ask questions and be respectful, because that's how the respect will be earned. And it also then seems more authentic that way as well. So I think for me, it's to have those honest conversations and not shut them down and be brave. It's okay to ask questions and be curious.
Thank you so much, Bina. Ellie, I'm so glad that you opened this question, because it was the one I was going to go to if no one had brought it up, because it is actually the fundamental nature of our session today. And, I'd just like to add that at Tannenbaum many years ago, we created what we now call the Competencies for Respectful Communication about religious diversity. And a couple of the things that you mentioned are actually some of the competencies we train people in and introduce people in, from the C-suite all the way to a general introduction. And one of them has to do with addressing behavior and not belief. So in those moments when people's beliefs may clash, even about an action that the company is taking, what companies can do is manage the behaviors of employees or managers vis-a-vis the standard operating procedures and policies of the company, versus trying to engage people in questions about what they believe, because everyone is entitled to believe exactly what they want to, but the degree to which there are clear policies and guidance and training for managers and senior executives around how to negotiate those conversations is critically important. And one of the other of our competencies has to do with apologizing and acknowledging for mistakes. Because here's the thing, I do this work every day. We're all committed to this work. And I would say that we could all admit that at some point during the course of the week, we step in it, we say the wrong thing, we do the wrong thing, we don't think something all the way through, or we thought we knew what we were talking about and then got some more information and realized, oh, there's some more I need to learn about that. But if we can create a culture within a company that allows for the apology, allows for that embrace, Catherine, that you were talking about, allows for that generosity of space, of shared space. If it's not present, though, then the apology falls flat. Mm-hmm. And so we have to create an environment that allows for employees and managers and senior executives even to be able to take a best faith effort, a good faith effort, if you will, and have it all go wrong and it not be the end of the conversation. And I do think that there's also something to be said for, in terms of that boundaries conversation, we do work with particularly with managers and with leaders within employee resource groups around their own relationship to the idea of religion in the workplace. Because it's one thing to have one's own beliefs, but how you operate when you're with people who are unfamiliar to you, that's something that we need to encourage people to be individually responsible for the actions that they take. And that in addition to, collectively, like if you decide to share something on social media, I didn't make you do that. Even if you felt compelled to share something, how we do things is as important as what we do. So having said all that, we only have about 5 minutes left. What I'd love if everyone could just bullet, what do you think, what's the one thing you want to leave our participants, our listeners and viewers with today as a result of our conversation? What's the one thing you want to leave people with? And anyone can go.
The phrase that is resonating for me is this generosity of space. So the invitation to allow people and to encourage generosity of thinking is such a lovely one. And if we all did that a bit more, I think the world would just be a nicer place to be. So that is what is echoing for me.
That's great. Thank you, Ellie.
I think one of the things that's come through for me is that we've all talked about this in such a positive way, and this idea of celebration. I think if we saw, religion or belief more in a celebratory way, rather than necessarily immediately thinking of all the challenges that it might bring, I think that would actually help a lot more. I think celebration is the key thing for me that's coming through.
And Bina?
I think mine's the same as Catherine. I was going to say, keep celebrating and have an open mind, and don't be afraid to ask questions. And it's okay if you do make a mistake, as long as you ask those questions in the right way.
That's great. So Bina, Catherine, Ellie, thank you so much for participating on this panel, for sharing all of your wisdom and your insights and your generous hearts in this conversation. If you are live inside the summit, please take a moment and look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. Please do join us after this short break to hear, is the world of sport a welcoming place for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and non-binary athletes? And how can the world of sport be more welcoming of the LGBTQ+ players and fans? I'd like to thank you all so much and thank the leadership of Dial Global for asking me to participate, for my panelists, for all of us. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal.
Contrast, skin tone, both. It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression.
There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire.
Good conversation.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from?
I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The Mackenzie Dallas Annual Review is the most comprehensive corporate survey that really digs into the 10 facets of diversity and inclusion. The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there, and what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
As a diversity practitioner more than 15 years, it's really important to consider why you should do this review. And I would say that the Mackenzie Dellis review is overall the one that I would want to do because it covers so many different areas. It gives you research as well as insights and also fabulous case studies that tells you what the best of organisations are doing and how we can work together to move the dial.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. So what is Dial Global community membership? The brilliant thing about membership is it actually brings together people when it comes to engagement. So it's an engagement app, but we also have this online as well. The digital platform, whether it's on the app or whether it is online, brings together organisations and their respective employees when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So on the platform, we give you access, we give you knowledge, we give you downloadable materials and the network as well, internally and externally, that allows you to drive workplace diversity and inclusion faster. The thing that I love about the app is the fact that it's so easy to use. It's literally a couple of clicks and then you're in. You get your own private group for your organisation and your employee resource group, but you also can chat and network and reach out to others from other organisations. We've got some incredible members. You can see them on the site. They are leading world-class organisations, and it's an opportunity for those who perhaps want to seek a network outside their organisation with which to be inspired, with which to learn, with which to be educated and informed. We do weekly virtual workshops. We have a whole host of downloadable guides and information. We have snackable content so you can dip in and dip out as you feel. And that's the great thing about the app and about diversity and inclusion. Ultimately, everyone's interested in different things. You can choose your subject matter if you're interested in LGBTQ+ inclusion, if you want to find out more about intersectionality, if you want to see how organisations may have set up their certain frameworks, you can do all of that. And you can also set subject matter as well, so that you can tune into the content that's more relevant to you, or that's more engaging to you, or that you're most interested in. And that's what I do. I make sure I tag all the areas that I like to find out relevant news in, so that I can be informed. I get notifications basically as to when there's something new happening. And it makes sure that we all stay abreast, ahead of the curve when it comes to insights, because as we all know, this is an evolution. It's an ever-evolving, changing landscape. And so there's always something new to find out and be inspired as well by others. So visit us today, www.dialglobal.org. You can also download the app in the App Store and check out what things look like. You'll need to contact us to make sure you get the Insider Community Pass, so you can reach out to myself or one of the fabulous team at Dial to find out more about that. www.dialglobal.org.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. This is the final panel today, and it's entitled, How Can the World of Sport Be More Welcoming to LGBTQ plus players and fans? I'm Sanjay Bandari, I'm the chair of Kick It Out. I'm joined by 4 other fantastic panelists who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Panel virtual stage. They are Chris Paros, who's my vice chair at Kick It Out, and many other roles, which she'll talk about very shortly. Martin Underwood, who's the MD of World After Sport. Freya Sweet, who is an under-16s player at Coventry City Girls, as well as an FA qualified referee. And next to her is Emma Murray, who's a regional business manager at SVO Jaguar Land Rover. Now, is the world of sport a welcoming place for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and non-binary athletes and fans and people who work in sport? The fact that only 2 professional footballers have publicly come out around the world, Josh Cavallo and Jake Daniels this week, may tell a different story. So while diversity and inclusion have climbed corporate agendas over the past decade, many LGBTQ plus athletes continue to face discrimination, discomfort, and even abuse. So how can leaders in sport create inclusive teams that allow trust, openness, and authenticity for every sexual orientation? But before we get into the detail, let's learn a little bit more about each of the panelists. So I'm going to go around in turn and ask each of you to tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you do, and more importantly, why are you so passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging? And I'll start with Chris Paros.
Thank you, Sanjay. It's lovely to be here. So my name's Chris Paros. My pronouns are she and her. In my day job, I'm a strategy and leadership consultant. But in terms of what we're talking about, and I do some EDI work as well, but in terms of what we're talking about today, I've got various voluntary roles in football. I left a job about 6 years ago, and one of the reasons why I did that was to go and work for myself so I could free up time. I was in a privileged enough position to be at a point in my career where I wanted to free up time to do what I thought was important work in football and in a couple of other areas. So I'm the vice chair and a trustee of Kick It Out, so I work closely with Sanjay. I'm on the board of the Football Supporters Association. And, you know, sort of my link to that is via the Fans Diversity campaign, which is a joint campaign between Kick It Out and the FSA to bring underrepresented fans into our game. I'm on the FA's Inclusion Advisory Board, but also as part of my FSA role, I'm on FA Council. I think those are my football roles. Other than that, I'm an elected steering committee member of the Women's Equality Party, and I'm the chair of the board there. I'm a trustee and the treasurer. I always forget I'm the treasurer, sorry to my colleagues there at Just Like Us, which is an LGBT plus education charity. And I'm also a non-executive director a social enterprise called Leaders Unlocked, which is all about putting young people at the heart of the decision making in terms of the things that affect their lives, in terms of whether it's criminal justice, mental health, education, etc. Now, those things might seem a little bit disparate, but of course they're not, because they're all about making sure that diversity and inclusion is at the heart of everything we do, and making sure that we have proper LGBTQ plus representation, that young people are equipped to live their best lives and to have a say in the world that they're building. And English wasn't my first language when I grew up. I grew up in quite a restricted household in terms of gender norms. And, you know, the thing that really illustrated that was my love of football. So, you know, I wasn't supposed to love football as much as I did, because that's not what girls did in the early 80s. But all I wanted to do was play with the football. You could never find me doing anything else, or maybe hitting a tennis ball against the wall, maybe. But football is my love. And and that was challenging in a family where the gender roles were quite strict. As well as sort of, I've just listed a whole load of roles off, but in my heart, I'm kind of an activist and an agitator. I ran my first campaign when I was 13 at school, when girls weren't allowed to wear trousers one very cold winter, and I started a petition on paper, because that's what we did in those days, to make sure to sort of lobby the school for girls to wear trousers. I'm pleased to say we won, and girls could still wear trousers. Now, in the context of football, the reason why I care so passionately about this is because, as I said, I love football. I love that feeling. Anyone who's a football fan understands that feeling of community, belonging, and collectivity, and sort of the collective, particularly as a fan. When we're in that stadium and the ball's, Sonny whips. I'm a Spurs fan. Sonny whips in a shot, and you can see it curling into the top corner. You were all rising at the same moment, and that feeling of release, that euphoria, that joy, that all of those things, you experience it together, and there's literally nothing like it on that grand scale. And sometimes you experience the misery together, and there's something kind of, like some kind of fun in that as well, weirdly. And I don't want to deny that to anybody. And I think we formed the Proud Lily-Whites. That's what I forgot. I'm the co-chair, and I knew I'd forgotten something. I'm the co-chair and the co-founder of the Proud Lily-Whites, which is the official Tottenham Hotspur LGBTQ+ supporters association, which is how I started all of this. And when we started the Proud Lily-Whites, there were only 4 LGBTQ+ fan groups, and now there are more than 50. So there's a huge movement there. I'm sure we'll talk about that later. But the point I want to make there is, we started it because we knew that there were LGBTQ+ fans who didn't feel like they belonged in football. And everything I've just described about what that feeling of belonging is, I don't want to deny that to anybody. And I'm really delighted that as part of the Proud Lily-Whites, I know from stories I've been told that people have come back to football because of LGBTQ+ fan groups. So I appreciate that's a very long introduction. Thank you for the time. And I look forward to hearing from other panelists.
Thanks, Chris. We'll move on to Freya. Look, we know you've not been on the planet as long as the rest of us, so your story will be a bit shorter. But you're already, I can see you're already doing quite a lot of things. So just at this stage, a little bit about what you do and why you're really interested in inclusion.
So I'm Freya, and I'm a FA qualified referee, and I also play for Coventry City under-16 girls, and I used to play for Leicester City Regional Talent Club, which is the girls' academy system. And I am very involved with D&I because I have experienced homophobia firsthand, and I don't want anyone to go through that and be denied to do something they enjoy just because of what somebody else is saying. And this is my mum as well, Emma.
Thanks, Freya. That's nice and succinct, and we'll get more into all of that detail. Emma, as you're sat next to, people would have probably guessed why you're sat next to.
Yeah. So
what your relationship is, but why don't you confirm it for everybody?
Yeah. So I'm Freya's mum. Freya's only 15. But yeah, I mean, I work for Jaguar Land Rover in special vehicle operations as a regional business manager. I'm also on the gender equality network at JLR, but absolutely have lived the experience with Freya through her moving schools because of the bullying that she's experienced, but absolutely are supportive of her carrying out her dreams of football and really trying to get through and build some of the confidences and break down the barriers for girls in football with whatever backgrounds they've got.
Fantastic. Thank you. Martin, a little bit about yourself and why you're passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging.
Yeah, thanks, NJ, and hi everybody. Lovely to see you. Martin Underwood, so Managing Director of World After Sport primarily, as well as I also have a role in the banking industry just to keep me busy. It was the last thing I wanted to find time to fill my space. In World After Sport, we're very much focused on preparing athletes for their life when they're done. So when they finish those days of enjoyment on the pitch or coaching or refereeing, we want to be there to support, and we do look after the referees as well, Freya. It's a case of just making sure that, it's a short career, even at refereeing, is to finish early as well. You don't get to 65 years of age. The average footballer will finish around about 34 these days, maybe even 33. In rugby, it's getting younger because the bodies are getting bigger. So that means they're getting tougher. That means the body can't take the kind of stresses that it used to be able to take when the boys were a little bit softer, and the girl, and the girls as well. And my passion is really just everybody deserves the same. I've struggled in my times, and I've spoken with one of Chris's friends, Laura Lee, about this a lot. Why do people think it's okay to treat others differently? Why should we? Why isn't everybody getting the same treatment? At the end of the day, everybody's human. Everybody's doing the same thing. If you're playing football, it doesn't matter whether you're a boy or a girl, male or female, gay or straight. What's the difference? So I've got a real passion in my life to make to do what I can. And as I've got 3 kids at home plus one out with a mum, 3 of them play rugby. 1 boy, 2 girls, and I see those behaviours that Freya's talked about, Chris has mentioned as well, in terms of people's assumptions. You're a girl playing sport, that must mean you're different. It's not the case. It's just you've got a passion, and I'm passionate to see those people succeed, and I'm passionate to give people opportunity, not just in sport but in work as well. So when I'm in my banking world, currently with a very small bank called Weatherby's, I've given 3 young people a chance recently who've all had different types of disabilities. So one guy's got cerebral palsy, one's got ADHD, one's got autism. But I just wanted them to have a chance. They were struggling to get on the work ladder. So why not give them an opportunity to join us, learn about things and move on? And so that's, it's just a passion to give people this, I guess it sounds like equal opportunities, doesn't it? But I'm just passionate about giving people opportunities, and everyone deserves a chance in life. So, and I'm a Forest fan, by the way, so I'm obviously still very grateful for the last few hours of my life, because I was there last night and my emotions were probably just like Chris was saying, in terms of the incredible highs, although at full time and at the end of extra time, I wasn't quite so high.
But nobody ever enjoys a penalty shootout. They're more endured rather than enjoyed. Just for those who don't know me, so I you could tell by the grey hair, I've probably got quite a long story. I won't tell you all of it. Suffice to say, I had a sort of 30-year career in professional services, law, technology, compliance, innovation. For the last 3 years, I've been doing a portfolio of lots of different roles. So I chair a space technology business. I'm on the board of a law firm. I'm on the board of the Serious Fraud Office, which is our law enforcement agency for serious and complex crime. But I have quite a significant sports portfolio. So I'm the chair of Kick It Out, which is football's equality and inclusion organisation. And we increasingly are moving into other sports. We're looking at cricket and looking at other sports. I'm on the board of the Lawn Tennis Association, which is the national governing body for tennis. And I'm on the board of Greater Sport, which is one of the local active partnerships in Manchester. Our ambition is to get 2 million people moving and active in the city of Manchester. I, through the work I did at EY, had been race strategy lead, and we led quite a lot of change. And so I've always been interested in inclusion. So why am I passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging? Well, so much of it is personal. Look, I'm born looking like this. I'm Asian, born in Wolverhampton. I was born a month after. In 1968, after Enoch Powell gave the Rivers of Blood speech, which is a very big moment in race relations in UK history, and he was one of my local MPs. And so all of my early childhood, Enoch Powell was mentioned through it at school, and go back home and Enoch was right, and all the stuff that you can imagine. So equality has always been important for me, because I want it for myself and I want it for other people, because ultimately it's really about fairness, and that really is a sort of sense of natural justice. Why am I interested in sport? Well, because my feeling is sport is for everyone. When I was a kid, I wasn't sure if I wanted to be Jimmy Greenough or Bjorn Borg, but I probably wanted to be one or the other. And for those of you who don't know, Jimmy Greenough was a centre forward for Man United. And I've probably thought and talked about football every day since I started watching in 1974. I mean, literally every day. That's nearly 50 years. It's been my greatest passion, and I don't see why anyone else shouldn't have that love that, you know, you're all expressing. So I'll kick off with some questions. Maybe kick first, and we'll make this a conversation. But I'll direct the first question really first to Chris, which is, what do you think sport needs to do to be more inclusive of people from LGBTQ plus communities?
Well, I think we're on a journey, right? And I think that there's already good work being done in sport. It was wonderful to see Jake Daniels coming out, but I've always said that it's a little bit of a red herring focusing on a gay male professional player, because there's loads of people who are out in football, whether they are administrators, journalists, working, across the board in the game. Fans, I mean, there's loads of out fans. I just told you about sort of more than 50 LGBTQ plus fan groups. And I think, there are football, like all of our identities, there are multiplicities, right? It's not just one thing. So we're talking about, what you need to do to make sure that you have inclusion, in terms of the role models for the players, right? So they understand and sort of drive inclusion messages. But I feel heartened by that, even in the last few years. So if you look at this generation just take the England team, for example, the England team that we saw at the Euros last summer, they are obviously a really values-based team of young men who care about stuff. We saw Harry Kane wearing a rainbow armband in the game against Germany, saw Jordan Henderson leading Premier League players and captains throughout the during the Black Lives Matter movement to talk about sort of continuing to take the knee, and a manager who kind of supports and kind of drives those values. Now, I've been a football fan a long time. There's no criticism of previous generations. Maybe it's a little bit, but I can't imagine John Terry having done that, for example. And that's not just about who John Terry might be, but it's also those generations, one or two generationally, maybe the millennials weren't quite ready for it, but the Gen Zers are. So I think there's something interesting there from a player perspective. From a fan perspective, it's about, being, we understand fellow fans. We speak this, we speak the same language. I remember being in a taxi once with a taxi driver who's a Spurs fan, and he was telling me about taking his son to a game for the first time. And he said to his son, look, if you get lost, look for someone with this scarf. So, look for a Spurs fan and tell them you've lost your dad, and they'll find your way back to me. They'll help you find your way back to me. Now, on the one hand, that's like a crazy conceit. On the other hand, you're like, well, yeah, because we know we're sort of part of the same family. So I think there's that, and whether and the governing bodies doing more work on themselves and in the game. But I think what's important is that football doesn't exist in a vacuum. Right? I often hear people saying that it's a mirror of society, and yeah, it can be, but it can also be a lightning rod. So the things that we're talking about here about football leading, it can do that. But equally, we can't underestimate that football exists in existing structures in our society, and those structures are patriarchal, they're racist, and they're heteronormative. Now, that's not a criticism of anybody, but that's the reality in which we all, navigate, the reality that we navigate every day. And you navigate that if you're a straight, white, cisgendered man as well. And, we have to do the work on that and get those structures and institutions that we're talking about, whether it's the governing bodies in football or thinking about what we need to do in education, because the education kind of can deliver those stereotypes, whether they're in terms of gender or race or sexual orientation, for example, and use football as a lightning rod to help drive some of that stuff. So I think football can be football and sport can be a leader, not only because of the eyes that are on it, as we know how many people, for example, watch the Premier League every weekend, but also because we've got great role models that can go out there and deliver important messages. So it's the structures I'm interested in, but I'd be interested to hear what others think.
I mean, you mentioned a couple of things there. One was about younger generations and millennials and Gen Zs, and sort of linking back to personal experience. And obviously, actually something like 25% of the population, or 30% of the population is Gen Z or alphas, and alphas are people born after 2010. So, by the time we get to 2030, over 50% of the workforce will be Gen Z or alpha, and we've got a Gen Z with us. So, and very often when we have these conversations, it's people of our generations talking about things which often affect younger generations without hearing the voice of those younger generations. So I'd just be interested, Freya, I know we talked yesterday about some of your actual experiences, and if you're happy to, it'd be great to hear you share some of those negative experiences, so that we know the kinds of challenges that we're really dealing with.
Yeah, so I actually had to move schools because I started playing football when I was 10, and I wouldn't have got into football if it wasn't for a coach at school, because obviously, you're a girl, you're going to do netball, you're going to go do dancing, you're going to do gymnastics. And as soon as I started playing football and I got good at it, lesbian. I was called a lesbian, which quite simply isn't an insult, but they were trying to use it as an insult. And I was said, "Oh, are you a man? You must be a man. You look like a man. You built like a man." I've always been fairly feminine. And quite simply, at a young age, that's horrible to hear. And somebody throwing something that shouldn't be an insult, but they're using it as an insult, makes you think, wait, what? And it happened for years until I went into secondary school, and I was like, I'm done with this. It made me feel so horrible, and I eventually moved schools. And I'm at the school that I moved to now. It has improved a lot, but I still get it.
And how did the school deal with it?
The school didn't know what to do. The school did not know what to do. Mm-hmm. They said, "Oh, she must have issues going on at home," and they hardly punished the boys.
Just to say,
no, I didn't. It was only at school, but they dismissed it as, "Oh, it's just lads being lads."
And they didn't accept that it was a hate crime, really, at all. And actually, it got worse, really, when they tried to address it. They didn't actually...
They did it all the more when they did address it, because they were like, "You shouldn't be saying that. Slap on the wrist. Yeah. Off we go again. We're going to do it again."
But that comes to your point around what you feel would make it better.
So schools do need to educate kids so much more on it. Not just in sport, as in general, as homophobia, because
the impact.
There's no need to use gay, lesbian, and slurs as insults, because it's one, you haven't got a right to. Two, what's wrong with being gay? There's nothing wrong with it. It's the 21st century, and just because somebody wants to do a sport, there's no need for someone to stereotype them that they can't play or support, and it's not just football. There's netball tournaments that go on at school, and they only offer it to girls, and the same usually with football. They focus on the boys' football and then not the girls, and then if the girls do it, it's lesbian. You can't win.
And what were your experiences? Sorry, Chris, I'll bring you back. What were your experiences in the club system? You're playing Leicester and Coventry, and so have the experiences there been better? that, or have you had some similar experiences there, or different experiences there?
I did go through a phase where I did play for a boys' team, and I did experience it there, even by people I was friends with, lesbian, man, and stuff like that, and they're joking, but it's not a joke.
There's no education even in the academy system. There wasn't any focus on education and thoughts and feelings and awareness.
But that's not how it works. It isn't always just in people's minds to include everyone.
In fairness, I did actually raise it with the clubs that Freya was having some issues at school, and could they actually put on some sessions to talk to the girls of how to handle some of this? And unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Because I know that they were all going through the same thing with girls' football. And I have played with girls that are LGBTQ+, and they experience it daily, and it's awful. And they come to football telling us, because obviously it's an open space for us all at football, and we're all friends with each other, and we all know what it's like. But some of the stuff that they experience, it's awful.
Chris, I saw you were about to jump in. Did you want to come on?
I think I just wanted to just kind of get back to, to sort of go back to the sort of the structural stuff, because I think, what you've got is SRE in schools that is patchy and not necessarily compulsory. And I think if you don't have compulsory SRE and it's not LGBTQ plus inclusive, you've already got a problem. And then, if you layer on top of that the fact that we do live within all this gender stereotyping that we don't spend time unpicking. And that's why I think, when you've got something like, imagine if you do have, your footballers, your role models, the people that these kids that have been, that have been sort of taunting Freya have actually got, imagine, you had your favorite player sort of, talking about this stuff in this way, then actually that'd be quite interesting. And I saw something that Lou Englefield said yesterday, which I thought was interesting. And I think it's worth sort of thinking about this here, is that there's a lot of research apparently that says that even though there are, people are becoming more accepting of LGBTQ plus people, there's a prevalence of homophobic language used around changing rooms in men's sport. So I think that translates into the things that you've been talking about there, Freya. And it's casual homophobia that's not used with homophobic intent particularly, but it's a way of ensuring that young men feel that they belong to a group, and is a way of othering people who don't belong and affirming your place as a man in that group. So you can imagine from a teenage perspective how important that is. So it's a lot around masculinity and and how we form masculinity as well as sexual orientation. I think that's something we need to think about and address. And again, footballers as role models is really good for this, because they're the height of masculinity, Premier League footballers, aren't they? The kind of great athletes, elite athletes, role models, etc. But then if you have them talking about LGBTQ plus inclusion or their own masculinity, I think there's something interesting there as well.
Chris, I think you're absolutely sorry.
So I just wanted to bring in Martin. And obviously, what we're doing here also is talking about uncomfortable subjects and having difficult conversations. That's the conversation we're having now, and we'll come a bit more onto solutions in a minute. But I'm one of the things actually we're thinking about to kick it out is a big theme is how do you have it for us is there's too much debate and not enough dialogue. And there's a big difference between debate and dialogue, because in debate, I have to prove I'm right and you're wrong, and you have to prove you're right and I'm wrong. And in dialogue, I say something and you listen, you say something and I listen, and we try to reach a resolution and find a middle ground. And society is becoming much more debatey and much less about dialogue and listening. So I'm just really interested in, how do you think we can have some of those? What are your lessons in having those having those difficult conversations and tackling uncomfortable subjects without resorting to defensiveness?
It's a tough one, isn't it? And I mean, everything that Freya said was spot on. You know, couldn't falter at all for what she was saying, because it is, sadly, it is hysteric in the working place as well as at schools. It's just very unfair and unreal. And the difficult conversations are tough. To me, it's a case of even this conversation, for example, we're having difficult conversations because it's a subject that some people will feel uncomfortable about at this stage in the world. We need to get rid of that. We need to make LGBT, sport, everything fully inclusive. That means we need to educate the clubs more, to me, and help them understand it. So Jake's news this week, fantastic. Really, really pleased for Jake. I'm just hoping that a few more follow, just to show that Jake's not alone. It's a bit like the Me Too campaign we had a couple of years ago. Once one person started, we had a couple more, then a couple more, then a couple more, and it became a focal point. We need that same kind of thing to come along in sport, where it's nothing wrong with being gay. As Freya said, who cares? If your talent is what your talent is, that's what we focus on. We celebrate people's qualities, capabilities. So we've got to get rid of those uncomfortable conversations by making them normal. And if we can make them normal, then these kind of conversations will, to us, become normal, and therefore we can, we don't really mind whether we're talking about women's football, men's football, women's rugby, or athletics, male, female. I see a lot of things on social media where people complain if you don't put the word women's in front of a sport or men's in front of a sport. Actually, they're both inclusive. Yes, okay, there's a men's Premier League, there's a women's Super League, etc. But actually, they're both playing their sport. So we've got to make those uncomfortable situations normal. We've got to make it okay to discuss sexual preferences. We've got to make it okay to talk about race and things. And I think I've seen only this afternoon that someone in the Paris Saint-Germain has refused to wear the rainbow armband. And so, FIFA as a whole have got to educate sport. And I totally agree with Chris. Utilize these role models, encourage them to get closer to helping these communities sort themselves out and to understand the challenges we face in the community. Therefore, that might eradicate some of the challenges Chris, again, rightly pointed out about masculinity. Because masculinity was like, oh, I'm a big boy and I'm playing football. Well, who cares? Actually, if Harry Kane was tomorrow to tell you he was gay, or that he was totally behind a couple of his colleagues who were gay, then suddenly you'd find that a few people had changed their mentality. And that's what we need. We need more confidence in conversation, to me. And as you said, Sanjay, it's a case of, there's techniques. Yes, there's listen. Most importantly, put yourself in the other person's shoes. How would you feel if someone spoke to you like you're speaking to them? And openness of communication and having a safe place to talk as well. And again, Freya said it, going to school and having that conversation, yet it was pushed back. It's not right. The school should be looking at that and thinking, actually, we've got a problem. Let's communicate this. Let's educate the kids because there's something going wrong. And if we do that, we educate people from as early as possible, therefore make it as normal as possible, as young as possible. As we get older, we'll accept more. And it's quite scary. Again, Freya said it, we're in the 21st century. Why are we still having this conversation? It should be okay to be anything you like. It's about the talent. So
yeah, I think there's an important role for leaders as well, right? Because communication is a key skill for leaders, and normally, actually, the communication skill that you expect a leader to display more is listening more than talking, right? So you have two ears and one mouth, and then that's a clue. They're meant to be used in that proportion, right? You're meant to listen twice as much as you talk. I always think, except for when you're talking about issues of discrimination, because very often that's a really difficult conversation. So actually, your responsibility as a leader is to make sure at least you start that conversation, and then you're into listening mode. Chris, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to slightly disagree with Martin, if I may.
Yeah. No chance, Chris.
Because I understand your point about men's and women's sport and that actually everyone's, to specify it, but I think we're not there yet. So I think, while the default is still men's, And while the default is still male, and that we're playing catch up, and it's the same thing about, you know, because we live within these patriarchal structures, the default is male. And so while we're doing that, I think we do need to specify until we find ourselves in a place where we don't need to anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and I want, that's one of the things that we're doing all the time, is like trying to sort of break down these gender stereotypes. But whilst we still have them, we might need to do some of this stuff. And then the only other thing I'd say is that Kate Kane would probably be really gutted if Harry came out tomorrow.
She would, you know.
Actually, you're right, because the default, I think you're right, Chris, you know, the default language is still the sport and women's sport, really. You know, and actually, I tell you, it's really good at this. I will shout out for one of my other sports that I'm involved in is Andy Murray, right? I mean, what a completely natural, right? The amount of times he'll go, men's champions, no, because Serena Williams has done it in the women's game, you know, and he'll do that and pick up journalists all the time on stuff like that, because there is this natural default that when we talk about sport, we're only talking about the men's game. Should we just change tack back to solutions and what we think needs to be done? And I think, Freya, you started talking a little bit about education earlier. I'm just interested to explore that a bit further with you and Emma. And I know there's some things that we can talk a little bit about, some of the stuff that we've been doing at Kick It Out, but which touch on some of these things. But I think, you know, you started talking about the importance of education. I just wondered if you wanted to expand on that.
Yeah, so I'd never really been educated all through primary school on any LGBTQ plus scenarios or anything about that, or anything about inequality in sports or in life, really. And in primary school is where you start to have your own beliefs and your own morals that you believe in. So we need to have kids learning at a younger age about these things when they can understand it properly, and not leave it until they're already set in their ways of, and it's about preventing it instead of punishing afterwards. Because if somebody's already set in their ways, a lot of the time they can't be reformed. But also, I believe in that if there's a hate crime, then it needs to be dealt with like it is a crime. And that there needs to be courses such as the way that speeding's dealt with. It affects people, and people need to realise this. And I understand that Kick It Out have been doing some stuff like that with fans and stuff, but it also needs to happen in schools and around the country in different places, and in all sorts of sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we Kick It Out, we have a couple of different education bits actually to pick up on some of the things that you talked about. So actually, we've got a guy, Troy Townsend, who goes around all the Premier League clubs and the academies and does a thing called Equality Inspires, and goes around 20 EFL clubs. But very often those academies don't link the boys and the girls together. So he's often just talking to the boys and their parents about, and it's often linked much more historically to racism. But I think we need to expand those education systems into other issues and also into the girls' academies. And yeah, what you were hinting at was that we do a rehabilitation, sort of restorative justice thing, where if someone's been found guilty of a discrimination, whether by a club because someone's complained to the club, or by the police. So when the young lad that abused Wilf Zaha before the Aston Villa Crystal Palace game during lockdown, he abused him online. We work with that person and the local police force and the club to try and bring them back into the system, because we can't just assume that people also are, we can't just consign them to the dustbin. We can't just ban our way out of this stuff. We've got to help to educate people and understand the impact of their behaviours, because quite often they don't understand that. I don't know whether Chris or Martin, you got any thoughts on Freya's thoughts on education, and in particular how we do that down through into schools. I don't know whether I do, Martin. I don't know whether, and particularly with the people you work with, World After Sport. You know, actually, some of those people. I think you're on mute, by the way. If people want to.
Yeah, thank you. That does help, doesn't it? So yeah, I think, absolutely. I think again, Freya said it. It's the earlier we get in, the earlier we educate, the earlier we share to people that it's okay, the more accepted it becomes, and absolutely it gets harder as people get older because they do get set in their ways. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I know that as you say, Kick It Out do a lot in that space, which is great. From my perspective, I tend to experience people who don't get told potentially to think about their futures. You know, their focus is their sport, get on with it, you know, get your head down, get into the first team, do really well, you know, focus on Saturday, focus on Tuesday, focus on Saturday, focus on Tuesday, forgetting that when they're 32, 33, 34, they're starting to think. So the pressure then gets added. And that's why we see the mental health challenges that we see in sports people. So more from if we think about it more from the diversity perspective, I think that the earlier we can nip these things in the bud, educate the schools, but also educate younger clubs as well. You know, let's get this around as much as we can. Things like the Rainbow Campaign, fantastic. You know, the more we can do things like that, the better.
And I think there are great organisations like Just Like Us, and that's not just because I'm a trustee of them, but they do brilliant work in schools. And you know, the 22nd to the 26th of June this year is School Diversity Week, and in that, you know, they supply all sorts of free online resources from primary right the way through for teachers to access in School Diversity Week, and lots of other things all year round. So you know, the materials are there. I think you have to have will in the leadership in your schools again, which is why compulsory LGBTQ plus inclusive SRE is so important. And then you have to, you know, these things are all knitted together in the same way that, you know, we have to make sure that all of our practice is intersectional, because you know, homophobia doesn't travel alone. It's with its mates, racism, misogyny, ableism, Islamophobia, etc. You know, that all of our structures intersect as well. So we have to make sure that our practice is intersectional and that we don't just attack one thing at a time. But there are good organisations out there doing really good work.
I think that plug for School Diversity Week on 22nd to 26th of June is great. It's a great positive note to kind of close the conversation on, actually. And so thanks all of you, Chris, Martin, Emma, and Freya, for your time joining the panel. What have I taken out of this? I think probably 2 or 3 things that are really important: the importance of conversation and dialogue and listening, the importance of education and not giving up on people, and helping people to understand the impacts of their behaviours. And actually, I think the most hopeful thing is Freya's generation, right? So it's great actually to have a young person on one of these conferences, because so often it's just a bunch of old people like me talking. And actually, I think, you know, my experience in football and sport and industry is the people that are going to change the world are young people, and they have a very, very different view of the world, and they're much more socially conscious, much more active, and the organizations they're going to choose to work with are going to be ones that share their values. And if they don't like it, they're going to be gone within 2 years, and they're going to go somewhere else, and that's going to be the norm. So all of us need to get used to that. And I think the role of people like us who are influencers and leaders now is to ensure that we leave the world in a better place, and to give Freya's generation the world they want to inherit. And that's our job, is to kind of get out of the way gracefully without leaving claw marks, and give them that better world that they deserve. So look, thank you, all of you. I think for the folks on the as our attendees, if you're inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle #MovingTheDial. And that rounds up day one of the Dial Global Summit, Inclusive Leadership, Championing a Culture of Inclusion and Allyship. Stay tuned to hear what's in store tomorrow for day two. Thank you.
What a brilliant day. Thank you so much to everyone who took part. It has been another summit of inspirational people, making the team and I feel like the future truly is in safe hands. Now, I know I mentioned at the start of the day together that you didn't need to have CEO in your job title to be a leader. But I know as a CEO and leader that it's certainly given me personally so much food for thought. This is a learning evolution and we continue to be on this journey. And I thank everyone who has been involved in such brilliant evolutionary discussions. Tomorrow is going to be so exciting as well. Now, whilst of course we'll be hosting day two online, we're also going to be gathering in real life, or IRL as we say sometimes for short. We're thrilled about this. I am not going to be able to be there in person, but I leave you in the hugely capable hands of the Dial Global team who cannot wait to see you all. Have a lovely rest of the day. Take care of yourselves wherever you are tuning in from in the world. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Why do you like to wear neutral colours? It just goes with everything. Easy, elegant, minimal. Contrast, skin tone, both. It really just depends on how I feel that day. Sense of expression. There's nothing neutral about it.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction. I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
That, of course, is the great Paul McCartney.
Welcome to Expert Minutes. I'm John Hambone McGuire. Good conversation.
Sweet, juicy. Where did that word come from? I don't know.
Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to Kings Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.